Magnolia town was humming, smoke lay on the ground. Yeah, Magnolia town was humming, smoke lay on the ground. In no face I recognize, and my baby can't be found. I left that place in summer, swore I'd be back by fall. I left that place in summer, swore I'd be back by fall. Now the porch is bare and broken, and her name's gone from the wall. The church bell moaning down on Beale Street side. Heard the church bell moaning down on Beale Street side. Sounded like forgiveness for the tears I try to hide. Now I'm sitting with this guitar, strings on like they know. Yeah, sitting with this guitar, strings on like they know. that blues is all you own.
Seeking the guidance I forgot. It's somewhere lost, lost to the cages, cages of chaos I forgot. Somewhere it must be written, I just lost my access to the map. Somewhere love had bidden, I chased the apple and realized can't let it go. Shoreline, what's the use? Somewhere it must be written, I just lost my access to the map. Somewhere love had bidden, I chased the apple and can't let it go. Baby, it's a losing game and I know that I'm to blame. I crossed the ocean and lost myself. Can't let it go. Baby, it's a losing game and I know that I'm to blame. I crossed the ocean and lost myself below. Can't let go. Can't let go.
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, down, down. Gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy say louder. Oh, you're the question, you're the answer. Oh, bring the animal back to life. Oh, bring the energy one more time. Oh, if you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Oh, feel the moment, feel the power. Oh, bring the animal back to life. Oh, bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time.
Press the backs of our hands together. It's still wet, so the ink should transfer. Meet me at the side door. We'll sneak on through the main floor. All night, night, let's take a shot. Keep moving and we won't get caught. Take a long way home. Tonight we're free to roam. Everything's gonna be alright. Just let go, enjoy the ride. To the top of the world tonight. We're never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming down. High on life, got a good buzz going. I've got no way of knowing what tomorrow's gonna bring me. Not gonna worry. Everything's gonna be alright. Just let go, enjoy the ride. To the top of the world tonight. We're never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming down. Never coming down. High on life, got a good buzz going. I'm never, ever, never coming down. Never coming down. No, we're never coming down. Never coming
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again here at the EPL. We got ourselves the playoff getting started since yesterday, and the first day of playoffs was somewhat interesting, though there hasn't really been that many surprises yet, and here I think we're gonna be in for a little bit more of a surprise. Because Rune Eaters Arise, they looked incredibly strong in the upper bracket match that they played yesterday. And they're up against Team Spirit Academy, who were up against Summer Bear, but I think the main reason why that matchup was so easy for TSA is TSA outdrafted Summer Bear, which isn't a good, like, the level of draft that I would expect for them. But I do think they may be cooking here, because Darkseer, Sniper, Clockwork, I definitely see the potential there. Picking Sniper is definitely high risk against Winter Wyvern and Rubik. I like picking him against the Drow, but I'm not sure if just outranging the Drow makes this matchup good enough. It's already starting off interesting, though, that's for sure. Rune Eaters? Gotta come up with something. And they're gonna go with a Lycan, so they want more aggression. They want probably that Helm of the Overlord to run down the Sniper with, so you're just gonna try to get as big an army as you can in the Sniper's melee range. And kind of shut him down that way. Again, I don't like Sniper against Winter Wyvern. He's very easy to set up with that Winter Wyvern ultimate, where first the Winter Wyvern ultimate comes out, then he survives the Winter Wyvern ultimate, assuming that his supports are going to do their job just fine.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So with the Necrophos banned out, I do think Rune Eaters have done their homework, at least a decent deal. They definitely want to stay in this upper bracket, because yeah, Necrophos has been one of the nastiest picks that they actually mess with.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Snapfire also banned out. But I wonder what other, like, signature Team Spirit hero are they gonna ban? Tiny? I like the idea of Sniper 1 Tiny mid lane, actually. Because I know you would rather swap the roles, but then you set yourself up for a really rough first 10 minutes of the game. So I kind of prefer Sniper being kept safe and able to last at the first 10 minutes of the game. And making sure that you instead keep other heroes.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Rune Eaters. 30 seconds for their last pick. They've done their homework well. I prefer their bans. Like, I think they have the better bans, but I'm not sure if they have the better draft, simply because of how early they revealed that Drow Ranger, and how there's now 2 really good anti-Drow picks to kind of deal with, right?
Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
So it's gonna be an Ember Spirit for a bit of versatility, but also once again to pick a hero that can jump on top of the Sniper.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit. Can they keep their draft the better one? Because, again, I really like what they're doing, but it also feels like the bans are really limiting. It also feels like every single ban really hurts, really limits their options a little bit more. The last pick will remain to be determined. Team Spirit Academy. Got like 80 seconds left to come up with something. As Team Spirit, 55 seconds. Team Spirit Academy.
Choose
Pick
your
up an
hero.
Alchemist for their last pick. Decent bit of synergy there. Kizeki is going to take the Alchemist, 86 on the Sniper, so they are going to take the Sniper to the mid lane though, and that's kind of what I was afraid of, because while in theory I love the heroes, I do not like the first 10 minutes of the laning stage, and the first 10 minutes I'm going to be on my seat's edge now, because I think the drafts are super 50-50, with how open the Sniper is to being ganked and how open the Sniper is to being shut down now. The other way around though, if they're fast on the support rotations, then I think the synergy is definitely huge. As we're waiting to load in. Team Spirit, they do have a terrifying team fight, but again, I'm just so scared of 86's Sniper not doing as much work as he needs to. We're gonna load on in, and he has been playing a Sniper a decent bit lately, and apparently well. Now what's funny is that his last actual Sniper game in pubs was in 2018, and I do not blame 86. As a fellow Sniper player, Sniper feels so team dependent. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make by saying how easily he can get ganked.
Not what you expected?
The smokes are out, the wolves also get smoked, so you can use them to see when the smoke breaks without too much risk.
30 seconds to battle.
Anku, just trying to set up a creep block. He's realized that he would be in a very dangerous position if he had chosen to follow his team instead. And we are gonna see everybody just kind of set up for that first blood. But Rune Eaters, they got their smoke broken on the Ember Spirit by the Clockwork. So with that, I don't think there's gonna be too much chance of a first blood unless Idar makes a really big mistake here. The Cox though, they land nicely and he should be fine even if he's sacrificing a lot of health. Let's see actually, Drow Ranger skilling the slow on level 1 makes things a little bit more difficult, but he's gonna be fine, he's gonna be alive. And a bunch of laughing coming out from the side of Team Spirit Academy. But I think everybody should be getting into the laning stage safely. Anisan, he does have the Arctic Bird, so he's fine, but slightly questionable positioning just to start a harass war a little bit early. And I mean, I get what he wants to do here, but it wasn't a fair trade. Like that Iron Shell play from the Darkseer, just waiting for him up the high ground, will pay off.
Not fast enough.
Not fast enough.
With pleasure.
Oh, everybody spamming out voice lines. With pleasure. And that's how it should be. Spam those voice lines in the team chat, right? Use them to communicate. You help your carry, like, secure an assist, and he says thanks. You just give that with pleasure. I love it. I had a game like that yesterday. I was a Phantom Lancer, and I had a really good Axe in my pups. So I would do the same thing, where every time Axe would go in and die for me, I would be, like, throwing out my voice lines. What an amazing thing! Like, every time I got away from a team fight, because my Axe actually played his role, I would throw that one into the, like, team chat. And eventually the enemy said question in all chat. Like, just a question mark in all chat. And I just threw the, like, such simple minds one. I do freaking love the, like, Dota mini voice line communication. And I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one using it, because that means that both teams are still feeling chill about this game, right? Nobody's panicking, nobody's stressing or tilting right now. Though, things are gonna get more stressful as these supports get more levels. Waveform, he gets Roshan involved. Saying, nah, Salen, I got this. But neither of them is really gonna be able to make much headway for the runes, and Salen should be able to secure the water rune for himself. Anisan, meanwhile, got his courier sniped by this clockwork being annoying. Ward were for the pool camp. I think this one's barely out of it. Well, the other one is definitely barely in it. Because I don't think he, like, block warded his own camp here, right? That would not be great to do right now. I know the enemy has a high degree of control over your jungle, but you can't surrender the jungle wars just yet. Drow Ranger is too slow of a hero for that. We're gonna see in, like, 2 seconds. Yeah, okay, perfect. So this is actually the perfect ward from Winter Wyvern then. Because this is gonna give Yowai more... Yeah, I have not been playing a lot of different heroes this patch. I'll be real with you guys, I've only been spamming the same 3 heroes, like Slark, PL, and Faceless Void. Which has actually led to my casting regressing a bit in that regard. Though it's fun, like, I do really enjoy the Ringmaster train. I can't wait for the other card to be released today. Like the Blimp and the other few cards. Because I need those, like, discount coins. I don't plan to buy any of the skins this year, so... Just gonna be farming up those discount coins. And speaking of discount coins, you wanna know what else is a discount coin? That first blood when it eventually ends up happening. Because it is already 4 minutes into the game, and at this point if somebody dies, the swing in tempo is gonna be magnificent. Bane really tries to get Ethereal, but Ethereal should be fine here unless Sniper can set him up for death! 86 secures himself that massive load of money. Immediately upgrades to that second Rave Band. Immediately gets himself a little bit of extra agility. Ka-ching! Team Spirit Academy, exactly the kind of start they needed to look strong in this first game of the upper bracket today.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drow got herself healed up. And I'm gonna be switching over to net worth very early this game, and I know, you know, every last it's gonna change it a little bit. But just to showcase how far the sniper is ahead and to check where the Drow is at. Because Drow should be having an okay game, and she is indeed. But another return kill on top is kind of going to make this a lot scarier, because now Alchemist is also starting to get farmed. And it's kind of all the scariest heroes on Team Spirit Academy's side getting farmed, right? Because Darkseid, you don't care if he gets like a lot of farm early game. He can always head jungle with like Iron Shell and stuff, and get a lot of money with that way once he has level 7. It's everybody else that you want to get money right now, and Team Spirit, they're making sure everybody else gets money. Because every time things get remotely scary for the sniper in the lane, there's a support there. And I think that's beautiful. Like, that's how you have to play a lane like this. 86 on the sniper. Would really want to dive. He has to get ready for there to be an extra hero on the lane. Let's see if his supports can protect him, because Clockwork is in position. He is going for that shrapnel build. And maybe Sweeping the power, tries to go on the offensive. Sniper wants to set up for the window. Wyvern is taking a lot of damage and a Fateful to the face himself. He does have an ultimate, but can't really commit in much longer. He is gonna swap both Wraith Bands and grab himself a regen. No wonder he was so aggressive. That's actually perfect for them though. Team Spirit Academy once again beautifully played. They have to make sure to keep Sniper playing very carefully until there is supports in the until they know there's supports showing in the lanes. The Winter Wyvern will show thanks to this ward, so Sniper can be more aggressive again. And there's the Rubik, costing Kazeki some farm, forcing him to press the ultimate, but Kazeki's been given a lot of solo XP plus that additional kill. He's looking fine and dandy. So is Kay. But Team Spirit Academy, they do need to be careful for Idar. The Clockwork is more of a support this lane. Like, he is gonna get farmed, right? It is gonna be a true greedy 4 position at some point. But first you wanna make sure that Darkseer is able to hit his stride. He's always gonna be farming, so you may as well give him the lane farm. But finally a return kill, and a much needed one at that, because now at least one hero is having a good game from the side of Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters Arise is their full title, but technically it's the Rune Eaters org, and I'm glad to see Rune Eaters represented in the EPL again, because they kind of gotten themselves from a tier 3 team to a high tier 2 team. Thanks to playing in here, and I hope we can do the same for Arise, right? It is fun to see recognizable teams throughout the seasons and stuff. So Alchemist is really rich, which is to be expected. I'd say that means he's going about even with Yowei. But 86 is still the biggest difference maker right now. And we can take a peek at the win rate, because the game is still super quiet. But Team Spirit Academy, they are still ever so slightly favored, even with that one return kill. As this early into the game, of course, every kill has a massive effect on the win rate. Salen goes down to Anku, and Anku with that ultimate once more. Kazeki, the next victim they have set their sights on, and that is going to be a beautiful pullback for Rune Eaters Arise. But Drow over on bottom did get annihilated for that, so with the Darkseer dropping his own ultimate, carry kill for carry kill could be a lot worse as the kills are even. Most of the gold that's currently still in the pocket of Team Spirit Academy is what has been generated from this Alchemist, so it's really not worth writing home about just yet. Kazeki does really need to hurry it up on that Radiance. But he is gonna start taking a few stacks, making sure that those jungle creeps also start flowing his way.
You are too
And that one kill on Yowei at least helps slow the Drow Ranger a little, because now if we're level 6, Drow is so obnoxious if you're not currently in the process of running her down. Bane will go down over on the top lane. As now Alchemist is in a bit of danger, but he just presses the ultimate once the farm and says, I'm here until my tower goes down. Does a little dance, but then has to face the reality that his tier 1 is indeed gonna get obliterated.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Anku trying to run down Kazeki, but Kazeki will not succeed. Sniper. Starting to now farm up really quick as well. Looking to go for a Mask of Madness, so even more farming speed. He wants to approach this with a greedy build. Well, Lycan is taking all of that dire jungle for himself with a massive creep army already.
Dire are scanning.
He will get scanned out, and I guess that means 86 is gonna stay safe, able to hit a few more of these creeps. The mid tower, however, not so much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With the creep army there, it's gonna fall pretty fast, and it's gonna have to be fortified. They're making an effort to defend it though, which is definitely good. Because Team Spirit Academy, they're doing okay as long as Sniper doesn't feed.
Radiant's bottom
86 is doing a lot of work right now, and at some point the Alchemist is totally gonna pop off. They're even shutting down the Drow once more, at least attempting to, with that nasty ass slow and vacuum combo. So I definitely think Team Spirit Academy are currently ahead once more, but on top an Alchemist kill is attempted to be set up by the Wind Wyvern with an ultimate, and they will succeed.
Radiant's
So every time that a major carry kill happens and gives one team the lead, the other team is kind of gonna go for a carry kill of their own, even the game out immediately. 86, like, he's this, like, 10% win rate difference right now. Sniper not dying, as long as that stays that way, will keep the win rate favoring Team Spirit Academy. Up until he has, like, 3 items or so, because Sniper, he doesn't scale super duper well from the mid. He doesn't scale super poorly either. But you gotta keep in mind, Ember Spirit is also catching up, right? Ethereal, slowly but surely, whittling himself ahead. Drow Ranger, meanwhile, very poor, but that's to be expected of a Drow. There's very few games where Drow Ranger really snowballs, really kicks off a game with a ton of momentum, but most of the times that we see the Drow Ranger, it kind of goes like this. Bane is gonna enjoy some percentage-based damage, by which I mean, of course, not enjoy that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 1, though, will get eaten by the big bird to kind of make up for the deficit. Because you can see the win rate crawling back, but the moment that the tower falls, it will stay in its way for a little moment. 4-man smoke up.
Are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Ember Spirit. Playing it a bit risky, but he's just making space.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nobody perishing, nobody dying just yet. Dun, 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 dun. Such a slow game though. This is the least kills we've seen in a game in 15 minutes. In quite a while, but it is gonna speed up with Idar being gone, and those are not his cogs. They are in fact the Rubik's, making his life so much more difficult. While Sniper rooted up. And that's 86 finally dealt with. This is that huge raid boss of a Sniper that they had to deal with this entire game, finally taken by Rune Eater Arise. And Rune Eater Arise, they will force Kiseki to immediately press an ultimate, while Lycanthrope is ravaging their jungle, with that Helm of the Overlord already done, wanting himself an Assault Curse ASAP to make sure these towers are going to open up a lot more.
Dire's bottom
Though at
tower
least the
is
creeps
under
are going to go to town here. ratting through the tower a bit. Darkseer is gonna stop the Lycan, and Darkseer, he does have a Helm of the Dominator of his own, just to help print a little bit extra money, have that double Iron Shell available to him.
Dire's bottom
Definitely
tower
doing
is under
solid work
attack.
as the fight keeps brewing. Clockwork's gonna be the one to initiate onto the Rubik. Rubik gets stunned once, twice, and shut down by 86, who may have died once and given away a lot of gold, but he is still a fat sniper with a ton of damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Drow got herself a Dragon Lance, going for a Hurricane Pike first. See, this is a build I like. I'm not that big of a fan of building the Hurricane Pike anymore on the Drow Ranger. I think going for an early Blink and then the Hydra's Breath is usually like better in my opinion. Because I've seen this build once, and this patch there's too many heroes like Alchemist, like Darkseer, like Clockwork that just gain a lot of strength every level, that just gain a lot of health every level. So the percentage-based damage is really good for a Drow who already deals with the inherent high armor. But you need to get like just the right items, right? Because the way I've seen it built was like Yasha, Dragonlance, upgrade Yasha into Manta style, then go Blink, then upgrade Dragonlance into Hydra's Breath, and then immediately into an Aghanim's. And I'm a fan of that build whenever there's like 3 or more tanky heroes like this game. But for now we're gonna see Sniper obliterated and Drow Ranger. Instead of going for the late game, Yowai recognizes, hey, between a Sniper and an Alchemist, they are a bit faster than me. I gotta be able to do something right now. And if you want to do something right now, then I think the Hurricane Pike suddenly becomes a lot better, right? Because every time that you save your life by using it, from the moment that you get it, it basically starts paying off. It basically starts, you know, giving you that money that you didn't invest into damage back. As Drow Ranger almost was gone on there, but with the hookshot not quite connecting, everything is gonna be fine. Definitely a nice game state for Rune Eater's Arise. They've taken over a large chunk, not all of it, but a large chunk of the Dire side of the map. And now with that vision are gonna be slowly pushing, putting pressure on these tier 2s and forcing people to constantly sit under their towers.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
We got ourselves a smoke, but the smoke will immediately be scanned out. Rune Eaters, they are coordinating so well, though this bottom ward will reveal them. And things could still be scary, but the question is, do Team Spirit Academy dare to follow up via the Twin Gates? Because they did see them there, they did see them the moment that they popped out of the Twin Gate, but apparently they're hoping that somebody's left alone on top, and indeed that is the case, but rather than a carrier, somebody who intends to push the lane, it's just a Winter Wyvern. Kind of hanging out and deciding, you know what, nobody's showing on the map, this is getting a little bit creepy for me, and retreating even further. Excellent game sense though, because now Sniper's gonna reveal himself, start hitting the tier 1 tower, and Winter Wyvern will realize, oh crap.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower.
Much needed tower, because at least the Alchemist draft isn't behind in gold anymore. But considering how much money the Alchemist has printed, this is still not a great game state. And I'm genuinely disappointed that Kazeki is not even giving away one Aghanim Scepter. Like, I get that he wants to play this fast, but one team is completely disregarding the late game, whereas Rune Eaters Arise, they got Yowai going for, I'd say, a late game enough build. They got Ember Spirit who scales extraordinarily well, and when Lycanthrope is gonna fall off, yeah, okay, that's a problem, but you have one hero who falls off, and it's your offlaner. The enemy has one hero who really falls off, and that is their safe laner, so I do think late game is ever so slightly gonna be favored for the side of Rune Eaters if they keep playing like this. And I think the win rate agrees with me, right? Because Team Spirit Academy slowly losing control of the map is only gonna put them into worse and worse scenarios here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Taken down, but he's not the kill they want. If they could get Yoa, it would be huge on the vacuum connect. Drow Ranger in a world of hurt. They will even drop the Bane ultimate as Salen is scared for his own life at that point. Heal, Brain Sap, gets surged up. Lycanthrope still hunting, but Lycanthrope, he cannot protect his teammates and hunt for these kills. So that's gonna be Anisan going down. Sniper, a little bit of trouble coming his way in the form of those wolves, but the Aghanim Shard and Hurricane Pike will save him. He's gonna restore himself back up again. 3-4-0 and a mid tower to both. Team Spirit Academy, now they're right back into this game. This is the kind of team fight that they desperately needed. Once again, it is 86 doing almost all the work, but it's not like Sniper's too worried about his late game scaling. He also got himself an amplified damage rune, which with that Mask of Madness makes for a very quick Roche kill. But Roshan is going to be scouted out by Flare, and with that Flare coming in, Sniper kind of changes his mind a little. Just a little though, because they would really want to go for the Roche. They just don't have the vision to try and get it under the enemy team's nose without the enemy team responding.
Radiant are scanning.
5-man smoke once again as the Alchemist tries to find himself a setup. He goes on the Ember Spirit, and with the vacuum wall there are so many illusions. There's chaos everywhere, but all of those illusions are going to turn around, hit the Alchemist. Beautiful Wind Wyvern ultimate. Kazeki though, thanks to the BKB, he is still alive. He's running out of there. Drow Ranger now left in the front, but they do kill Satan for that and will kill FK as well. Lycan comes in just in time to defend her. Miss Creep though, excellent positioning. Like Anku, that was on 10 out of 10 micro, and the fight may be prolonged, but it's not like an Ancient Creep has any catch. Oof, Ember Spirit, he did not have anything to slay or fist the Sniper ultimate away. Thankfully Sniper lost vision on Anisan just in time, or that could have been another kill there. Nice little follow up for 86, kind of getting the last word in that team fight and saying, no, screw you, you don't just get to take free kills. It's gonna get the ultimate to level 3 now, and I'd unironically consider the Aghanim Scepter at some point for 86. Because even if you're going right-click, Aghanim Scepter on Sniper, it's never a bad choice, right? It's always gonna give you that one save, it's always gonna give you that one, boops, you're stunned kind of moment. Though Shadowblade first, I'm definitely inclined to agree with. And while Team Spirit Academy are keeping the map controlled, are in charge of the farm, at the very least, it's not like Rune Eater Arise get on nothing. They will get themselves the Aghanim Scepter on the Drow finished. So up to 100 something physical damage being added to their hard carry for every future team fight. Definitely a huge item, and they're immediately gonna smoke to try and put it to good use.
Dire are scanning.
Rubik blinks forward, and realizing that initiation is coming their way, Team Spirit Academy are gonna back up, but they're still gonna lose Salen on the Bane. And the mid tier 2, it has to be fortified, but at least they do still have a fortification to prevent the backdooring of it. Rubik and Ember on the run, but the smoke has not been broken on everyone. And that is gonna be such a fast Roshan now with that Aghanim Scepter and an Assault Cuirass. A scan, scouts out what's going on in the triangle. Ember Spirit goes into the triangle to try and make space. In comes the Clockwork, in comes the Alchemist. Beautiful follow up. Yo, why? worried about his positioning, will get vacuumed out of the pit, actually kind of helping him, as Wind Ranger can immediately respond. The Roshan kill got taken by the Alchemist, but Ember still got the Aegis. He's immediately gonna lose it. Though, potentially, they're now able to turn the fight around as long as Drow Ranger's positioning remains as good as it has been that fight. Because there comes Yowai trying to slow up the Alchemist, but Ember Spirit, he doesn't have remnants to catch, and Rubik will not be able to hit the concoction. Okay, fair enough. Good disengage. Could have been better, could have been worse for Team Spirit Academy. At the very least, they did stole the Roche kill, all of that golden experience. And did make it a 1-for-2 technically, so it's not like there's an Aegis or anything left for the side of Rune Eater Arise to still be aggressive with. Also, that was such a cool little play from the Rubik. Blink ahead, but immediately lift your Drow Ranger. Like, nah, this is your farm, man, you go ahead. And Lycanthrope is there to tank the Bane initiation, so that Yowai can just shoot him down in a very clean fashion.
But first, you have to earn it.
Honestly, I kind of want to flame Kazekis as Alchemist here. Not for any big mistakes or whatever. He's been playing it extremely well with the initiations he's been going for with the turnarounds. But the lack of an Aghanim Scepter is so disturbing. Because we're 28 minutes in the game. He could have had it at like 17 or 18 minutes right after his Radiance. And he would already be at the same amount of items plus an Aghanim Scepter given away. Like, we're almost at the break-even point for the Aghanims. And he didn't do enough for the timing at which he was stronger when he skipped the Aghanims for it to be worth it, right? Because that extra money does still come in really handy, and at least giving one away should be considered mandatory if you're the one position.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're an Alchemist draft, and they're hardly even ahead on money. That should tell you everything it needs to.
Dire's structures are fortified.
4-man smoke, though. Team Spirit Academy definitely not done.
Radiant
Because they do have this hyper-aggressive sniper, at least. Clockwork gets set up on Nightmare to try and save him. Hookshot to try and save himself as well, but neither was enough. At least Waveform will go down for that. Waveform, though, buys himself back on that Rubik. While Kazeki is slowly being ticked down. Anisan gets bursted very quickly, but Ember Spirit gets a counter support kill onto the Bane in the middle of his ultimate, no less. BKB now wears up for the Alchemist, and the moment it does, he perishes. 2 for 3. So, supports for supports. One support bought back, though, but that did allow them to kill the carry. Kind of worthwhile for Rune Eaters still. As Rune Eaters, their Lycanthrope is kind of slowly but surely hitting that point where he falls off. So he's focusing a bit more on split push, a bit more on getting the auras and getting the Drow Ranger to be enabled in a team fight. And Lycan, I thought as much, but better to confirm, he's going for a nullifier. So he wants to make sure that he can keep Alki from pressing that BKB. He wants to make sure he can keep the big healing and survivability items away. It is a signature item for the Lycanthrope for a good reason these days.
Dire are scanning.
Sniper makes sure to D-ward. Well, that is going to be the Darks here. Burned to a crisp and an immediate follow-up kill by the Creep army onto the Bane. Clockwork manages to escape them with a hookshot. But your tower needs to be protected or else it's just gonna crumble, because there are so many creeps. There's the Drow Ranger. Look at this tower damage. Once again, Rune Eater Arise pretty far ahead as far as the win rate goes. And if they can actually get a lane of Rex here, it would be so freaking huge. Because that's the tier 3 already, and they're gonna try for the Medirex, saying with this shield rune and our creep army, can you really deal with all of these resources we're throwing at you? And I don't think they can. Medirex taken, ranged Rex taken, Drow even grabs the farm, and then everybody's gonna cleanly back out once again. Yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end from here. Again, I blame the Alchemist's build. I don't even blame the gameplay, because gameplay-wise it's looking pretty close between these two teams. But if your Alchemist does not have the late-game scaling that you need for him to actively be a 1 position, then Sniper alone can't make up for that. Even though this is the kind of game where you want the Sniper to be greedy, you're really happy with the Sniper going for all of these damage items. It may not cut it. Tormentor is gonna get destroyed in no time. Yowai gets a free Aghanim shard. Oh no, this is huge, because now look at Drow Ranger. She's almost on par with the Alchemist. And while it's not the greatest Aghanim shard for a hard carry, it's not like you're not gonna use the Glacier, right? Like, you're gonna use that almost every team fight. You're just not gonna get as much value out of it as you would on a mid lane Drow or whatever. Ember, meanwhile, just wants the refresh orb. Having twice as many charges to double Shiva's guards, pretty powerful. Also, another thing he can do is double Spirit Vessel, which may not sound huge, but if you can prevent the Alchemist from healing up too much in his ultimate. So Spirit Vessel, he presses his ultimate while you're kind of killing off his team with the Remnants. You press your Shivas, you run out of Remnants, refresher, immediately Spirit Vessel the Alchemist. That kind of scenario, right?
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning.
Spain. Yeah, if you're a support and Ember comes for you, you're just dead. As Clockwork, I'm afraid to say, the Ember may also be coming for him, and that's a double for Ember. Ethereal looking to set more up Kazeki with the BKB, with the Spirit Vessel keeping himself alive, running for his life. As Ember Spirit, another nice Slayer Fists. Double root setup.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Rubik shoves out the mid lane and then just blinks himself away. Drow needs to wait for a courier, but can in theory at least afford that all-important Silver Edge upgrade next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Почему
Dire's
всегда я? Почему
structures are
всегда я?
fortified.
And there's the hookshot once again in on the window eye, but it doesn't connect, but the vacuum wall most definitely will. Lycanthrope though, immediate presses BKB and turns around. Ember Spirit was Fiend Script, but Ember Spirit will get saved from the Fiend Script by the Lycanthrope charging in. And the moment that he's able to turn around, Sniper, the main target there, will go down. Now the second support obliterated. Clockwork immediately buys himself back, but for what? I don't think for enough, as that's gonna be K taken down by the Ember Spirit. Alchemist still trying to somehow keep this fight going. He will at least get Yowai, but Kazeki... Yeah, in theory the trade is definitely worthwhile, but in practice, Alchemist dying like this is just not good. Because everybody else still has a crap ton of push. Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
As Lycanthrope gives the trash talk voice line. One lane of Rex are gonna be destroyed. Idar is gonna be destroyed once more. They don't want to call a Team Spirit Academy. They're actually kind of frustrated with the way this game is going, but against the Megas you might as well. Because neither Alchemist nor Sniper is the best hero at defending against Megas. And by the time you have resources to make another defense happen here, it's not just gonna be the Megas, but Look at this obliteration. One tier 4 that... The other tier 4 is getting surrounded, like this is Warcraft 3. And Sniper still trying to defend, trying to keep the creeps away from the Ancient. Darkseer comes in, gives a good normal punch, but has to BKB and walk away, which doesn't feel too good. He's gonna drop a defensive ultimate. And it looks like they're backing off just a little bit, but not giving up, mostly just waiting out this Darkseer wall as the Ancient's getting lower and lower health. Drow Ranger is now teleporting in again and with the full team assembled. It should not take long for Rune Eater to finish this. The win rate agrees with me. It should be like 99, well 95 at least, but probably 99% chance for Rune Eaters to be able to close this out. Because they can just get this Aegis, 17k gold lead after obliterating all of the Rexes. And Yowai extremely happy with that Aegis for himself. Rubik about to go for a self-stun, yeets himself away. Beautiful. Whoops! See, you gotta be having fun. You gotta be being a little bit whimsical when jumping around a game like this.
Dire are scanning. Dire's Ancient is
Waveform killed off by Kazeki, but the Ancient explodes in the back, and now the GGs come out. They fought to the bitter end, even from the initiation, that last fight they were trying to start looked a little bit hopeless for the side of Team Spirit Academy. But as Rune Eater Arise take game number 1. Again, I can't say anything else, but I blame the Alchemist build. Not the Alchemist play. Kazeki played it well, but I think he made the really risky choice of skipping the Aghanim Scepter. And yeah, this is far below average for him, so I don't even think I need to call him out too much for that. I think Kazeki right now is also just looking at this game and going like, ah, crap! I shouldn't have gambled. I knew I shouldn't have gambled, and I did it anyway. This is the one's on me, guys. Let's go next. And I really hope they're not going to be too tilted, right? Because imagine if Alchemist had like 100 more GPM, and 100 more GPM would almost be his average, right? That wouldn't be that above average. Give away an Aghanim Scepter. Maybe even consider giving away 2 with a draft this good on Aghanim Scepters, because you can give 1 to the Darkseer, you can give 1 to the Sniper, and really watch them blow people up until you're 6 slotted and can kill the Drow yourself. Anywho, that's just my 2 cents. With that, we are gonna head to a break, and after that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have ourselves game 2 of Rune Eater Arise versus Team Spirit Academy. As Rune Eater Arise, their draft looked rough at the start. The last pick combined with them just playing really, really safely around the Drow. Because Drow was hunted down in the early game like 3 times. But eventually they started protecting Yowai a ton. Whereas everybody from Team Spirit Academy was too busy protecting the Sniper. And Sniper, yeah, he did well. He almost carried, but almost carrying when you're a mid laner is not your job and not what they had planned here. So, let's see what the next game has in store for us. Definitely an exciting start to the day. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game number 2. Rune Eaters Arise against Team Spirit Academy, but this time around it's gonna be Team Spirit Academy who secure one of the most popular carries in the current patch. It's gonna be the Drow Ranger, picked up for TSA. And I mean, it definitely looks like a good Drow Ranger draft. I really like Drow Ranger plus Treant. I know it feels like a bit of an old retro combo, but that's because Treant Protector hasn't been good in a long while. And Tree actually being buffed with that new Leech Seed makes it work again, as Tiny picked up for Rune Eater Arise, and Team Spirit Academy will immediately respond with a Brewmaster. Still a good Drow draft, I will say. Like, this Drow Ranger is gonna feel very protected, it's gonna feel very up to the task, having a Brewmaster to press that Primal Split. As long as Brew doesn't get chain stunned by, like, Winter Wyvern ult into Tiny Toss or whatever. Because if you don't get the Primal Splits out, that's when Brewmaster is really gonna flatline here, and he does need to make sure he's tanky enough to survive the chain stun.
Radiant team ban.
Viper. So this time around it's kind of the other way around. Rune Eater Arise, they have done their homework, they ban Largo, they ban Necro, they know that Team Spirit Academy have a long and successful history with both of those heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
$70 seconds for the remaining ban, and it's gonna be an Invoker. Okay, I can see that. Invoker wouldn't be bad. I can see other, like, really good heroes here, but Invoker definitely wouldn't be bad to have. So, I guess it's more of a respect, like, oh crap, Team Spirit Academy on that Invoker, absolutely terrifying kind of situation.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Keeper of the Light
Remaining.
gets himself banned out as well.
5 seconds remaining.
And that's gonna be a Snapfire taken away, fair enough.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Bad Rider gets picked up last, and that's gonna be Team Spirit Academy. I mean, they got enough front line between the Treant Protector and the Brewmaster. They got a decent bit of catch, but once a pipe is there, and I think a pipe is now going to be mandatory for Rune Eaters, but once Rune Eaters get themselves a pipe, Bad Rider is not going to deal any damage, Treant Protector isn't going to deal any damage, a lot of Brewmaster's damage is going to fall off. So by the time there's a pipe, Drow Ranger needs to have enough damage to kill off everybody on Rune Eater. But Rune Eater Arise, very brave of them to pick Ethereal, his Queen of Pain, because I know he plays a good Queen of Pain, and it's one of his signature heroes, but you're picking her into a Drow Ranger. You're picking this Queen of Pain actively into a Silence and into one of the better Queen of Pain counters. Because I love playing Drow Ranger and hunting down those co-ops. I do not play that much Drow this patch, because like 90% of the time she's gonna be banned in pubs. But I know for a fact that, like, Queen of Pain, yeah, she's gonna have a great time against the Bat Rite, against the Grimstroke, okay against Brewmaster and Treant Protector, but this Drow can just completely annihilate Co-op. Of course, that will require Drow to actually be farmed to actually have damage, but we're gonna see how that goes, because I can definitely see them get there. As we're preparing for the load on in.
I'm sapping your will to live.
You've a mind
Just
like
what
a
I was
child.
looking for.
Prepare for battle.
You've a mind like a child.
No. Just. No. Just. No.
No, just no. Oh man, I do love like the fucking Welsh and Irish accent. Gotta be some of the cutest accents out there.
Thank you.
See, and Dark Willow even says thank you to me saying that. Not thank you, but thank you. And, well, Dark Willow in a world of hurt. 5 people immediately converging on her. This could be a first blood for Team Spirit Academy with just a little bit more damage, and they will get it in. That was lame. Instant punish for the trash talk, giving some trash talk back, going for a second smoke to try and set up for these runes, and maybe even a second kill if everybody thinks things are already safe.
The battle begins.
Laughing noises come out, but Team Spirit Academy definitely starting this game off a lot more aggressively compared to that second game where we had like 4.5 minutes till the first blood was finally made. With the smoke up from the Dire, Team Spirit Academy have no trouble getting everybody into their lane safely though. So at the very least the start of the laning stage should be secured like this. Ah ha 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 ha. Funny. So funny, guys, can you hear me laughing? But I mean, once again, if people are team chatting, like if a team is using voice lines in the team chat, it's usually a sign that they have their communication, like, that comes down really well. Because more often than not, those random voice lines are in response to stuff people, like, say in actual comms, right?
No. Just.
I mean, with Waveform, I'm kind of starting to think that this no, just no, is in response to me. Because the thank you after I praised the, like, Irish accent as well. It could be Scottish as well, but Scottish is a bit more like letter skippy, right? It's Scottish, not Scottish. You get what I mean. Idar. Takes a large chunk of damage, but so will Yo-I. Yo-I ran down with the right clicks, a few more right clicks, and he's gonna go down, but he's not quite gonna die until that stroke of fate hits him perfectly around the corner, curving it just right to pop the rock. 2-0. Team Spirit Academy off to a great start to this laning stage already. Queen of Pain is having a very free lane in the mid lane. Of course, that's why they last picked Ethereal as Queen of Pain, because he's a great Queen of Pain player, and they know that Queen of Pain has a favorable matchup against the Bat Rider. But again, it's the Drow Ranger I'm worried about. Like, once the Drow Ranger comes online, that's when Ethereal may start struggling a bit more. Though kinda funny how much Bad Rider suffers against consistent damage over time. On bottom, Brewmaster sets them on fire, but not for as much value as he'd like to. Now, I do think that Rune Eater, they're slowly starting to realize what kind of game it's going to be and what kind of gameplay they have to deliver on here. Because the best thing you can do is counter-aggress. Team Spirit is going to try to run you down. Team Spirit wants to end this game by 25 or 30 minutes. And with a kill onto Anku and a follow-up attempted onto Waveform, they may succeed, but Waveform, one more hit for him to die. Very nicely done. Dark Willow at least can save herself with the Fairy Fire. Because 3 and 0 is already really bad as long as Kazeki keeps having such a free lane. He has 2 assists, 0 deaths. And already almost a whole level of XP advantage on this Axe and Dark Willow. They are retaliating quite well onto the Drow Ranger, as via the Twin Gates in comes a Wyvern, saying hello Kazeki, but can they kill Kazeki? No! The Arctic Burn ends, Waveform got killed off a little bit too fast to finish the job. Kazeki has a Fairy Fire to get himself away with, but Anku not so lucky as Kazeki just barely makes it out. Drow Ranger, I talked about how she needs to be shut down because she's getting fat, and the response is Drow Ranger gets twice as fat because they failed in the attempt to kill her. Uh-oh, Rune Eaters, you may be giving us a game number 3 if Ethereal doesn't get real freaking aggressive about a bunch of things real quick. He is gonna poke the Bad Rider back into the base, so that's good for him. Making sure to grab the other rune for free.
That belongs to me.
Hey, Axe, is Khan a last name or more of a title thing?
Hey Axe, is Khan a last name or more of a title thing? That's actually a really good question. Now I'm wondering. Fuck. But Dark Widow, after that full restore, is now actually able to play this lane a lot more carefully. Though that does mean that Drow Ranger is farming, but I don't think you can really stop her from doing so. Most of the stack gets taken, but Drow is there to finish the job, get the Mad Stones, and be happy about it. Let's check in on the Queen of Pain, because we're gonna need ourselves some return kills here. Haste Rune. Almost the best one available there as 86 just gets obliterated for that. Finally, the first return kill for the side of Rune Eaters, though against Team Spirit Academy. This is still looking rough as long as the Drow Ranger keeps being this farmed. Idar, meanwhile, is gonna be kept safe with the living armor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid-tier 1 though, it's gonna drop very early to kind of help even out this gold and make mid so much easier for Ethereal still. 86 wants to come in to defend. Will succeed in doing so. Or will he actually, because one more catapult shot. Yeah, I was about to say, they may as well deny the tower. Grimstroke tried, didn't succeed under the creeps, hitting away. And Treant Protector, he makes sure that both of the Wisdoms as well are gonna go to Team Spirit Academy. So Team Spirit Academy, they lose a lot of tempo and gold by means of that mid tower dropping, but they immediately compensate for it with a beautiful double bounty rune. Nice communication from the Drow and the Treant, but the main lane where there's something could be happening is this mid lane, and I don't think there will be anything happening like this.
What have we?
At last.
Regeneration. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
And Kazeki. Bob popped like a balloon with Ethereal, having the right click required.
Agony. Dire's top tower.
Treant Protector has his courier at risk. It will not quite be sniped thanks to good micro. Brewmaster is gonna get to work on bottom, while over on top lane, Team Spirit Academy teleport into wanna be more aggressive, but everybody is already way deep and hiding behind Anku. So you gotta get past Anku on the X first somehow. But we got ourselves a pause, so I'm gonna get myself something to drink for a moment. Then we're gonna see how the game continues. I'd definitely be hyped for game number 3 though, because this is the playoffs, this is the upper brackets, right? Teams are supposed to deliver their A game here.
That's what I'm talking about.
And the unpause is there, perfectly in time. So I got myself some caffeine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because now I gotta prepare for this first series of the day, maybe becoming a long one. I know there's a lot of kills this game still, but this is the kind of game where the early game belongs to Rune Eater, so even if they make a comeback, it's gonna be one of those comebacks where they're gonna still be struggling in an uphill battle, right? Like, Ethereal has a lot of tempo, is top of net worth, Yoai is farming okay, but neither of them can afford to die, and neither of them can really join a team fight without that Queen of Pain ultimate being there right now. Like, every time the Queen of Pain ult is there, yes, Queen of Pain has to be aggressive and will need to play in your face. But that's still a lot of time for the Drow Ranger to farm up Kazeki. He's opening it up with a Dragonlance, so that's a good indicator that he wants to join the teamfights a little bit early, compared to the Yasha build, where you're more focused on hitting creeps and running from jungle camp to jungle camp.
Radiant are scanning.
Yo, I got caught with the primal split. Fully surrounded, like even when he got out of the stun he couldn't move, and 86 just gives that was lame. And yeah, it is pretty lame when somebody dies to a surround like that, but that's still a pretty beautiful move. Axe gets a go on the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger goes down, and Treant Protector running for his life will get dusted up by the Queen of Pain. Quop easily able to burst him down. That's what I mean. Every time there's an ultimate, Ethereal actually delivers on it. This time around, he wasn't just able to deliver on it, but he was able to kill the one person they needed to kill most. Not the Treant, but the Drow Ranger, of course. Because that second death on Yowai was pretty rough. It shut down his timing for the Echo Saber even more so. And it's not like there's a lot of stacks to really help Tiny catch up and, you know, go back to the top of net worth anytime soon. So at the very least, Queen of Pain is holding that spot comfortably. Because Team Spirit Academy, they're fine scaling into the late game with their Drow Ranger, with their Bat Rider. Even Brewmaster, yeah, I know in late game the Broodlings get killed off a lot easier. But I think he scales decently, especially with the build K is going for. Well, I do like the Radiance for even more late game scaling, but other than that, it's still a nice build. Queen of Pain gets herself caught, lasso. Follow-up stun not quite well timed enough though, as Ethereal still running, is silenced up at the Winter Wyvern ultimate to save his ass, and he manages to right click away the Ingrave just in time. While the Cold Embrace is there, 86 goes down, 86 will get tipped for that as Ethereal is now trying to tilt him. And Anisan tips back Ethereal saying like, got your back bro, beautiful. Now that's team play, right? When you BM the enemy together like that. TSA, they can't afford another fight like that though, because this is starting to look like a repeat of last game where Team Spirit Academy lead the entire early game, but then try to snowball it into a good mid game, and that's where kind of things start looking a bit rougher. Nothing's lost yet, right? The next team fight is gonna be huge either way, and until then Drow Ranger's still gonna get more farmed by the second.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
The two-man smoke towards the bottom lane.
Dire are scanning. Double damage.
Everybody's pinging for aggression, but every time the gank actually arrives, the other side has already gone back. That was the case twice now on bottom lane, where Team Spirit Academy tried to catch like here and here. Though at the very least they did get this kind of good ward down, so it's not like this invasion was for nothing. But the same for the Radiant. Yoa is farming, but Queen of Pain, she's been looking to use Sonic Wave. And Ethereal, you can still see him positioned aggressively, thinking about going. Dark Widow tries to give him a setup, but no success as Grimstroke just floats on out of there. Arcane spawns at the bottom lane, which is kind of scary because they do not know. Wait, no, I think they do. Let's check the sword's vision range. Ah. God, I hated support plays be like, put two wards inside each other. There we go.
Worthy tribute.
So they do not know what rune the enemy Bat Rider has, and that's definitely something terrifying to deal with. Especially because he does have the bottle, but wait, he will reveal that arcane rune actually. To just get a lasso kill into support, which usually wouldn't be worth it. But that's a massive amount of cooldown reduction on the lasso, so why not? Gets the rune, immediately puts it to some good use. Win rate wise, Team Spirit Academy, they're still a little favored, mostly because they have such a good late game advantage and this Drow Ranger is not falling off anytime soon. Idar could be the next one targeted up, depending on his positioning. But instead, the smoke will head towards the top lane as Idar passed the positioning check there without even knowing it. The smoke's gonna break now, and Tree and Protect scouted them out. They will use a dust, and I think they got vision on Satan there as yes. That will settle the life of the tree. Drow Ranger is there to try and retaliate, pokes away at the Winter Wyvern. Ethereal, though, got blown up by 3 people with a lasso, with the burst from the Grimstroke. And without the Queen of Pain, and no Queen of Pain ultimate available for another 30 seconds, they gotta run away from here. Rune Eaters, this game number 2 is definitely not going to be anywhere near as easy as game number 1. Sure, Tree and Protector is going to die easier at some point later into the game. But Tiny also needs to keep up tempo, and interestingly enough, he's going for a Manta style, which is not an item we see every day on the Tiny. But I'm a big fan of the agility Tiny build. Like Manta style, Butterfly, those are both excellent items to go for on Tiny. As Queen of Pain gets caught, but she presses the BKB and the Hunter immediately becomes the Hunter instead. Queen of Pain waits out the Grimstroke ultimate, has the BKB, but only Brewlings to hit, which aren't quite worth committing in the Quap when one of them has magic immunity. Dark Widow will be left to die. They're trying to wait out the Grimstroke ultimate. A nice Winter Wyvern ult instead, but the Brewling ends and Anku about to be taken down with one more split shot. Queen of Pain is gonna be fine, but Ethereal, he never got a good angle. Not a clean team fight whatsoever. Drow Ranger gets more fat, gets more XP, and sots off back to the jungle immediately after.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Idar blown up quite easily. Tormentor, an easy enough target, but in comes K to try and make it a lot more difficult for everybody involved with the Tree and Protector ultimate. They will succeed, and a perfect Primal Split to dodge the Quap ult. 2-4-2 thus far as the Torment dealt a lot of damage, but Yoa is gonna go down, and in comes Team Spirit Academy, yoinking the Tormentor right from under their noses, getting the gold lead back in their favor and getting Idar, one of the better shards across Dota 2. Grimstroke, he's not even there. He's just so happy, like, oh, 3 inks, well, upgrade. Well, that's great. He's already rushing the Aghanim Scepter so he can bully Tiny and Axe with their own illusions. Because both of those heroes are really tanky and really good to make an Inkswell illusion of. Because the X illusion, it'll spin. And it's so fun, well, for the Grimstroke at least, to have an X illusion that spins. Not so fun for the side of Rune Eater's Arise, though. I mean, at the very least, Kazeki could be going better, but he also could be going significantly worse. He is still farming, just not at top pace. So I think you gotta shut him down. I think you gotta do something about this Drow. Ethereal gets hunted down by Idar.
Dire are scanning.
Dark Willow blinks away, managed to get out of there. Axe still being chased after, with the Blink Dagger though should be fine, at least for now, until Salen gets his last shot to catch up. And, nah. Everybody's gonna be out of there, everybody's gonna be fine. Waveform, he'll even get a Wisdom for his troubles, so that was definitely not the worst of engagements. But if you're playing the faster of 2 drafts and all the teamfights you're happy with are the ones where there's either only support kills or no kills happening, that's definitely scary because this Drow Ranger is slowly but surely escalating.
Dire are scanning.
Treant Protector went in to scout a little bit too fast. The rest of his team were coming there, but he just ran into 4 people before anybody else was ready to jump. However, just 2 seconds later, a jump is gonna come in, force a BKB out from the Queen of Pain, but the Grimstroke ultimate will stop connecting before they can kill any more. I don't think Brewmaster minds using the Primal Split too much though, because that will allow him to strike down the mid-tier 1 tower and make for more momentum in favor of Team Spirit Academy regardless. Support for an offlaner is a good trade. That's definitely a good trade. Queen of Pain, the biggest spike in momentum is about to arrive, just 700 golds away. Yo, meanwhile, with the Mantastal, with the Echo Saber, has some farming speed, has some control over these teamfights, but he does desperately need a BKB here. Like, I wouldn't even mind going Lincolns instead of BKB. This is one of those games where like half of the annoying stuff that you're planning to BKB through anyways will be prevented by a Lincoln Sphere. But I do like the idea of going BKB, unless they're going for a pipe soon, cause nah. I mean, I'd prefer X getting a pipe and Tiny getting a Lincoln Sphere. That's what I would play if I was like the shot caller or the hard carry here. Roshan. Gone on, but not killed off. As Winter Wyvern is gonna get taken down.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
With the BKB waiting to reveal itself, Tiny wants to farm a little bit more, looking for those crits. And I mean, for 4 minutes, stalling is the best thing they can do, I guess. A scan will reveal the Drow Ranger. As Kazeki wants to get the Aghanim Scepter for some extra damage. Tiny on the hunt, but chooses not to jump.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Bad, right? A nice catch on the axe. Axe still getting ran down. A little bit more damage. It's gonna do it. It's 86. It's gonna put Anku into the ground. Out comes the silence and a follow-up kill. 2 for nothing once more. The game number 3. It's itching gradually closer. Team Spirit Academy. Tick tock. The clock is ticking. Top tier 1 will go down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top is gonna get controlled up and the creeps cut while Drow Ranger goes to town on the mid tower and Anisan is ready to defend the mid tower. But we got ourselves a disconnect as the stakes are only slowly but surely stacking up. So the second series of the day is already supposed to technically start in 3 minutes, but we're gonna be a little bit later getting that one going, of course, because it's always back to back. So the moment that this series finishes, we're gonna have you guys the second and then third game of the day coming up. Because next up it's gonna be Hive against Team Syntax, which is also going to be interesting, because Team Syntax, I didn't expect them to make it into the upper bracket at all, but they did a really good job kind of getting used to and accelerating here really well.
I'm sapping your will to live.
Well, everybody's reconnected, so the go when ready should be called soon.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Mid tier 2 is going to get itself slowly shut down still. Top also still being taken over. Dark Widow shows there, and the moment that she does, she realized just how many people were ready to jump.
Middle tower has fallen.
Lasso for a quick kill, and Salen finds himself Anku. Anku gets set up on by the tree, and there's the bat right for a follow-up. BKB teleport out, X is gonna be fine. So that's something at least, but it's not gonna save his top tier 2 tower, as that one's still definitely gonna crumble.
Dire's bottom tower
Rather quickly too, with how fat Kazeki is starting to look, having 1 minute left on that Aegis of his.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Invisibility!
30 seconds left on Drow Rangers' Aegis. That's going to be Bad Rider. Barely saved as the Queen of Pain ultimate was so close to getting him. Queen of Pain still alive. Salen meanwhile goes down to Yowai, and so will the Grimstroke. Yowai, BKB teleport out saying you do not have the damage for me, Drow Ranger. And indeed she does not. Drow Ranger still wants something in exchange for her support. So instead we're gonna try hitting the Axe, and Axe a lot more susceptible to big damage. Triple kill for K. At least the supports got popped from Team Spirit Academy, and Yowai, he's actually looking in a position to carry this game, but Yowai, he's already almost 6 slotted. So it's not like he's gonna keep scaling forever from here, right? Brewmaster. So Assault Couriers should almost be finished if I'm not mistaken. So many Couriers flying around. Yeah, okay. So he only needs the Hyperstone for his Assault Couriers, is then gonna go for a Strength Blink. I think I'm just gonna do a general item checkup, because you can see the win rate already escalating because Tiny is gonna fall off so hard. But in terms of items, Team Spirit Academy, they're very much playing for the late game. They're very much in no kind of rush. They know they have the Drow Ranger. They're always going to win this at the 60-minute mark. So they can afford to play not to lose. Though Kazeki wants to get himself a BKB, meanwhile a smoke up from the Radiant. Rune Eater Arise, they are not out of this yet.
scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tiny. Keeping himself alive as long as humanly possible, but Waveform just gets popped by Idar. Anku with the BKB on, able to keep himself alive. Got a Blade Mail trying to spin, but there is gonna be the Lasso saying nope. Just takes one spell that pierces BKB, my friend, and we got exactly one of those. Well, technically two, if you count the Overgrowth. But one per kill, right? Like, you're not gonna use both the lasso and the overgrowth for the same kill 9 out of 10 times. Unless it's like the Tiny, because Tiny is that ridiculously tanky. But just tankiness alone isn't gonna win Yoai this game, I don't think. Rolling out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny is gonna start doing some split pushing while this Radiant high ground is being sieged.
Radiant's top tower
Triangle's
is under
taken
attack.
over, but as annoying as Grimstroke may be with that ink illusion, Tiny is still gonna get some tower damage in at least, because the illusions do hit really hard, early as they may die.
Is under attack.
I really don't mind the Mantas down heroes like Tiny, that you can just like keep spamming out Manta Illus up the high ground, but Yoai, they're hunting him now for retaliation, so he needs to be careful. Because again, this Drow hits like a truck and is only getting more damage, is only getting more suitable answers for this Tiny.
Silence seal you. Dire are scanning. Fit for a queen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier
Radiant's
2.
bottom tower has fallen.
Well, the bottom tower falls easily. Roshan takes a little bit longer because this time it will roar in retaliation, but there's still no contest coming in. And the scan that would show if there's anybody coming means that Team Spirit Academy can take the second Aegis of the game pretty freely, getting Drow Ranger that second life once more.
Radiant are scanning.
Top tier 2 is gonna fall for that, but a tier 2 tower for an Aegis is a trade that I'm extremely sure nobody is gonna mind too much on the side of Team Spirit Academy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny and Axe, both in a world of hurt. Axe already dead, Tiny extremely tanky, so he gets to live, he gets to retreat to the fountain. But they cannot actually stand their ground and hold these Raxes. So the melee barracks are gonna be rapid fired down by the Drow. Primal Split used as well, just to be more aggressive as far as the pushing goes. Yeah, I'm almost certain of game number 3 now. I don't think there's much of a comeback scenario after Raxes fall that easily. We saw the same thing the other way around.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Mid tier 3 still under pressure with that amplified damage rune being used to its fullest extent. Ooh, Perfect reflexes from the Queen of Pain. That could have been her death there. Drow Ranger baits the Dark Widow into wasting her spells and then immediately starts working on the tier 3 again. Bat Rider super ready to jump with that Firefly just being pressed, but they will go on the Drow right as it's over. Drow Ranger does have that second life, so one death could be worse, but needs to be very careful now as the Queen of Pain ultimate comes out, kills off the Treant Protector. That is one of the 2 bodyguards from the Drow Ranger already removed from the fight. Drow though wants the Tiny, but they do not have a stun for the Tiny. Ethereal needs to be careful, but Axe gets a beautiful jump, and he's trying to turn this game around so desperately. Anku finally gets Drow Ranger. That is 90 seconds missing their main damage dealer. Yowai, can he finally carry the game, or is it already too late? He will get a follow-up kill, but for the Axe, they would still very much like to find more, as Kay tries to turn things around with the Primal Split being cancelled. Cold Embrace on herself from the Winter Wyvern, though, trying to kill this Brewmaster. Brewmaster with the stun will be caught, will be killed off.
Just
Waveform hits them with the no, just no. And this would be a magnificent comeback, because they have so much work to do in order to get themselves back into this game. But Yowai does push ridiculously hard, so at least having that is kinda something, right? Like, Bat Rider has come into the bottom lane to defend. He knows that losing too many objectives here could make this a full comeback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
20 seconds till Drow Ranger respawn, so it should only be a little bit of poke damage towards this mid tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But tier 2 taken down.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Swift Blink Tiny I actually like. I would not be surprised if he like goes Swift Blink and then replaces his power threats with a Butterfly or something, just to get that little bit of extra scaling. Then again, Butterfly isn't the way against Drow, because of course her ultimate ignores evasion for free. Same reason Drow Ranger is really good against Winter Wyvern and Templar Phantom Assassin. Evasion is just not the way, but I'm actually positively surprised with Rune Eaters making the game this close. After all, the Axe initiation, not the cleanest one. Winter Wyvern there to try and save the fight. Queen of Pain though, the lasso lasts so long, she's gonna go down, Axe is gonna go down. And Yowai, he may be tanky, he may be able to get out, but Axe missing the call there. Potentially cost them this last hooray, this last chance to come back into the game once more. As Ani-san will be killed off, and 86 hits them with the I'm sapping your will to live.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, now that first lane of Rex, it's usually such a big death sentence. Tiny, he's trying to do something. Gets a buyback from the Axe. Can they find a good call now to potentially turn things around? Axe will call on the Drow Ranger, but there's too much other damage. Blade Mail gets pressed and immediately a BKB to hit the Axe some more. He'll be Eul's, but the Eul's not gonna save him, and life just got interesting. It really did, Bat Rider. It really did.
Has fallen.
Dark Willow caught, lit on fire, but not gonna die. Brewmaster wants to finish this final lane of Rex to make sure we get the game number 3, and there is a bad right to catch, killing of Waveform immediately buying back. It's Yowei that they gotta worry about, but even Yowei with just one support, not that worrying, because there's the lasso, there's the damage from the Drow, and one dead. Dark Willow now stuck in a really bad spot, and that's gonna be GG's.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Enjoy, Dota! Enjoy! Well, I'm enjoying this. That much is for sure, as ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're gonna get ourselves a game number 3 after all. Team Spirit Academy, they had a rough game number 1, but the second game, they get their Drow Ranger online so incredibly fast, put so many resources to wards her lane, and yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to head to a little bit of a break, as I don't think there's that much to say about Tiny versus Drow Ranger in the current patch. Ethereal, once again, his Queen of Pain was really the big gamble, and for a while he delivered surprisingly well, but once this Drow Ranger came online, Kazeki just had way too easy of a time, kind of, getting Ethereal shut out. So, I guess lobby number 3 and game number 3 are gonna be ready for you all, so I'm most definitely looking forward to see what these teams have in store for us. As a 1-1 is always my favorite outcome. I do not care who wins the series, but getting more games out of the series is definitely worthwhile. So yeah.
Just a bad memory. You're a bad memory. You're a bad memory. You're a bad memory. You're a bad memory.
Find pieces of me all over the yard. In this house of cards, she says, hey man, there were just too many days. When our good intentions only got in the way. And I almost never know what I should say. Maybe nothing nowhere ever was that okay. In this house of cards, with
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back once again as we got ourselves game number 3 of the first of many best of 3s today. It is of course gonna be Rune Eaters Arise against Team Spirit Academy. And, well, both of these teams had a history of wherever one of them picks the Drow, they stomp and make the game look really easily. So it's looking like it's currently a really Rune Eater's favorite game, because they have the Drow Ranger, they have a really good Drow Ranger draft. Are planning around it highly deliberately and are going to speed up the drafting a lot by picking up both the Viper and immediately after Marcy, saying we know our combo, this Drow Ranger is going to be kept safe. And while Centaur War Runner definitely makes it harder to keep the Drow Ranger safe, I do think this is a great setup, because even against the Oracle being there with False Promise, you should have enough damage to just overkill people several times over on the Marcy, right?
Dire team ban.
Wind Ranger at your service.
As it is gonna be a Wind Ranger picked up by the side of Team Spirit Academy.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So Wind Ranger Centaur, not the best of synergies, though I do really like the Oracle. Like, Oracle Wind Ranger makes a lot of sense. You got a root, you got a lifesaver, you got everything you need to keep this Wind Ranger in the fights and delivering her strong and reliable damage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Death Prophet band out. Makes sense. Something fast like a Death Prophet, or maybe even the Beastmaster, just for that little bit of synergy with the Roar, would both be amazing for this draft. And I would really like to see a Beastmaster or something like that picked without that taken away. Because you need an answer for the Centaur War Runner ultimate, right? Having a Beastmaster Roar to instantly press to deal with the Centaur War Runner ultimate is gonna be huge.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Huskar got banned out instead. I'm not sure about the Huskar, because his power curve fits, right? With an armlet he can be insanely aggressive, insanely early game centric, and really make the game all about him. But he can't actually push the towers. Like, Beastmaster can also make the game all about him. Sure, Beastmaster falls off harder, but he also pushes towers so much harder. The last pick is gonna be a hero we don't see every day. But Team Spirit Academy, they still have one ace up their sleeve, and that ace is gonna be the Tinker. Rune Eaters Arise will answer with an Enigma, so Rune Eaters, terrifying team fight. All of their other 4 heroes are extremely good at keeping this Drow Ranger safe, at least. '86 Tinker is pretty legendary, though. He's got a funny little loadout for him. The buck hat, the caster robes and arms. I wonder if he can deliver, though. Like, Team Spirit Academy, they definitely got their work cut out for them, because Tinker needs to do a lot of work until Wind Ranger comes online, right? I've talked about how good the synergy for the Wind Ranger is, and I kind of stand by that. But you do need to make sure that you can hit the Grimstroke ultimate, get some double focus fires going, get kind of stuff like that up and running for you, right? Rune Eater Arise, they have a way easier to execute draft, but it is a 4 protect 1 draft, so if the Drow Ranger gets shut down hard enough, then they too can be in a world of hurt. But we have seen 2 Drow Ranger games today, and both times the Drow Ranger was pretty well protected, so we're gonna see. I definitely think it's gonna be interesting. As we are about to load on in, but I don't know. Again, Kazeki and 86 have to do so much work, but if both of them pop off, then suddenly this draft is looking pretty easy. Because Tinker is really good at putting pressure on the Drow Ranger.
Pew, pew, I predicted all of this, you know. All of it.
You will die in a house. You've a mind like a child. You've a mind like a child.
You will die in a house fire. Man, my favorite Dota 2 voice lines gotta be the ones that would get you like reported in any other game, right? So we are still waiting for the unpause. I'm gonna try take the opportunity to bully my cat a little bit, because my cat's being annoying once again. Cat, you have like the worst possible timing to annoy me, you know that? Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Not sure if my mic's picking up my cat, but she's in air jail for being a naughty little kitten right now. Yeet. And we got some map drawings. Marzi draws a $sign on the map. Because, yeah, we're in the playoffs, so there's some actual money on the line for these teams. Such a slow start that Wind Ranger can't even get starting items in yet. I mean, I got the time. Like, this week we are gonna finish off the playoffs and more teams are gonna be eliminated. Starting this evening, actually. Base Defender is gonna join me as we're gonna see which teams are gonna survive the lower brackets. Because I do think this season, the lower brackets in particular, are gonna be very brutal. Nice little voice lines. There's the unpause finally. Complaining works, you just have to do enough about it. I predict all of this, you know, all of it. Centaur Warrior may not be the best target to go on, and Waveform is going to be the one to punish for it instead. SK will die, but again, not in time to secure the first blood, as that will be a 2 for 2, however. Salen close to dropping himself, but he does manage to get away. So yeah, Team Spirit Academy are gonna come out of that with a slight gold lead, and Wind Ranger going 2 for 1 is actually really good for the Wind Ranger, especially with the starting build, because it is gonna be Bracer paired with a Null Talisman.
The battle begins.
And not the kill they were looking for, but Anisan is still gonna get harassed quite a lot on the way to the lane. You can already see what I mean about this Kazeki and Oracle combo. Having quite a lot of pressure, having quite a lot of aggression at their disposal. Yowai though, he got 2 assists and didn't have to die for that. So, in terms of first blood contribution, he should be almost equal to the Wind Ranger, and also has a really good start into the laning stage with already a bit of an XP lead. Because keep in mind, the levels before 6 are usually the roughest for the Drow, right? Once you reach level 6, at least you're gonna have enough damage to retaliate.
Not this time.
Bottom lane, poking back and forth.
Dire are scanning.
86 gets killed off. Nice little kill on the Tinker. Oracle was just a split second too late to save his mid laner there. Remember, Tinker needs to pop off, so having Waveform here to help Ethereal once again is really going to start making this mid lane look rough. Yo, I choose to start the laning stage with an early mask of Sage's Mask to turn into that Falcon Blade. I really like that, because especially level 1 and level 2, your slows and your split shots are really mana efficient in terms of harass. So having more of it will at least buy him some breathing room, because Centaur is already going to start doing this and cut the creep wave, be annoying about it. As the offlaner, you can't have the enemy carry, you have too easy of a lane after all. But Bane, he just says no. He just goes like, nope. Okay, it's gonna threaten the Bane away a little bit, but he doesn't dare to stay around for the bounty rune there. As instead, Yowai is gonna be harassed, but Tinker died once again. 1 stun, 2 stuns, a blood grenade. Yowai has a lot of damage, a nice stroke of fate though, and Purifying Flame's not gonna be enough. Bane
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
tried to go for the perfectly timed save, but right after the Purifying Flames, the Centaur came out with that last bit of burst damage. Well, Tinker, having died twice on the mid lane already, maybe creating space for the Wind Ranger, but 86, he was off to such a great start. And now he's starting to look significantly slower in this game and having a significantly rougher time throughout the laning stage. At least Wind Ranger isn't being gone on yet. Though given how slow this lane is being played by the Enigma right now, I'm pretty sure that Enigma is gonna try to do something with the first black hole, right? That level 6 one-man black hole on top of Kazeki. Because net worth wise you can see Kazeki is the one person on the Dire going really well. Yowai already starting to escalate, Ethereal also having a really free lane against the Tinker who has died twice.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier.
And from behind, Marcy comes in, gives away her position to grab the curry and the ward, so Salen should know that she's coming in. Still worth the rotation, because that's still money printed for everyone. While Rune Eater's already ahead a significant bit thanks to this Drow Ranger having such a good lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Waveform. This time around he does die. Did not expect this ward, and he will immediately ping it out like, hey guys, they definitely have a ward there, as that ward resulted in his death. Wind Ranger meanwhile wants herself the Maelstrom. Speed up the farm, which is something that Tinker also really needs to do. Kaya quintessential, max level March of the Machines quintessential. Really a lot of stuff that the Tinker needs to get for himself. But yeah, I said it when the Drow was picked up. Rune Aegis, they do look a little bit better in terms of ease of execution. And until Kazeki is really able to make the difference, they are going to be very far favored in the winning rate. Waveform. Trying to run after Kazeki.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Grimstroke meanwhile gets himself a nice large stack. But Anisan is there to scout it out, and Idar is getting himself caught. Oracle gets the first TP in, but with the Viper ultimate it is not gonna matter. Grimstroke dead, Oracle trying to at least get one return kill, and I mean a support for mid laner isn't that bad, because these stacks can now be taken and secured by the Dire before the Radiant can really make them their own.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Marcy gets herself a Rune Bane. Wanted to teleport out of there, decides against it, realizing that may probably be a risky TP. And there's a chance for him to get away now. Actually, nicely played by Ani-san. Good call to just safely walk away instead, because Drow Ranger is still free farming.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ethereal ran after by the Wind Ranger. Viper caught off guard, and he may have some healing to back him up, but it is not gonna be enough as Oracle there with the catch, with the heals. Again, Team Spirit in the aggressive, in-your-face kind of scenarios, they do look good. It's the full 5-man team fight when there's a black hole again that they gotta be worried about. This one was not really a success. Idar, uh-oh. My end comes at a price. And so does the so does the Oracles. Grimstroke may not be the guy with a save, but he's the one they sent forward to ward for a good reason, because he's kind of worth less money and only really needs 2 items this game. Like, it's definitely an Aghanims Grimstroke game, but you get Aghanims, you get 1 item to keep yourself alive, like the Aeon Disc, and that's all the items you're gonna need the entire game. Just make that illusion, make sure the real you doesn't die while the illusion goes to town, and that's it. As Drow Ranger disconnects and Enigma says sack, and I guess we're gonna have ourselves a moment of time. More pauses though are annoying, especially because this time around 2 people instead of just the 1 disconnect. One reconnect in, I'm just using the time to bully my little kitten, because every time I gotta work long days, my kitten will get attention withdrawals. And be really annoying about it. But I guess we gotta wait for one more reconnect while Drow Ranger farming up that Manta cell. And again, in terms of build, we're not yet at the point of the game where everybody is gonna like tech and alter their items to fit what they need a lot more right. We're just kind of chilling for now.
You've a mind like a child.
We got an unpause, an instant repause. You've got a mind like a child. And another pause again. This time the actual go when ready is there though. And it looks like everybody will back themselves up for now. Because once again, Team Spirit Academy not in the best of positions. Rune Eater Arise. As long as they don't lose their Drow Ranger are in a really good spot. They just gotta make sure Yowai doesn't die, and Yowai does have a really big target on his back because of how well this Drow Ranger scales in the current patch, and kind of why everybody is playing her, right? And that's gonna be Grimstroke, gone on and obliterated with Anku and his little army of things. Enigma with the Blink Dagger ready and only 10-second cooldown left on the Black Hole. He just needs himself an Aghanim's Shard and then he's gonna be alright. Bane. Oh, goodbye, Ani-san. Good try, but not good enough. Yo, why still just calmly getting his Manta style together?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But looking at the win rate, it's only gonna keep climbing in favor of Rune Eaters. Because again, this draft, it's the easiest Road Ranger draft, like the most Road Ranger centric 4 Protect 1 we have seen today. And Rune Eater, the first time they had this Yo-I Drow Ranger, they already looked amazing with it. So I don't have many doubts.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bane wants himself the mana booties, almost has those at least.
Radiant are scanning.
Double damage.
Marcy caught next, silenced up, and Grimstroke ultimate means Waveform cannot get close to any of his teammates for safety. At least that means the Wind Ranger ultimate is only gonna get one target, but they would have much rather used that Amplify damage rune from the Viper for something. At least Drow Ranger is still having herself a good game, and Yo-I will stay pretty uncontested for now. Because that's kind of the thing, people do keep dying. The pickoffs are definitely there for the side of Team Spirit Academy, because Team Spirit Academy, they're great at just finding one person who's alone and bursting them. But they're finding everyone except the Drow, when Yo-I's Drow Ranger is really who they need to kill, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Invisibility.
Marcy finally seeks another initiation on the mid lane. Grimstroke ultimate, there's a perfect response. So is the 2-man stun from the Centaur. Marcy though being kept alive by the Viper. Power shot almost enough to get Waveform, but Waveform able to run out. Goes for a little jump and he's gonna be just fine. Still having a healing salve. Ready to restore as much health as needed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Drow Ranger with the Manta style will get the tier 1 tower. Finishing that job. And the gold lead, that last pickoff kill did kind of, you know, cause it to stagnate a little bit, but immediately Drow Ranger gets freed up to farm, pushes the gold up again, and towers, of course, give the money to everyone.
I'll take that.
over on top lane. They didn't commit the black hole for that. So I guess that was just an oracle trying to ward and not foreseeing the future in which 3 people will be surrounding his ass. Man, that reminds me of my favorite Dota 2 short ever. Do you guys remember the Dota 2 short where there was like an oracle and a bunch of other heroes walking in the woods and suddenly they get ambushed and all of them get wiped out? But then it's revealed that it was only an oracle precognition. And Oracle actually tells the Silence, like, hey man, use your ultimate now, and then they wipe out the enemy team instead. I remember that short, and it did really well in the short film contest, but it didn't win. And given the fact that it stuck with me like a good 10 years later, I really think it should have won. The real ones will know the one I'm talking about, because holy crap, it was one of the coolest Dota 2 movies ever made. It actually kind of got referenced in the anime as well, but no time for me to rant about that as Idar jumped once again. And this already one-sided game, Mega turned a little bit more one-sided, but at least Wind Ranger is able to snipe out 1 kill there and get her courier to safety for now. Viper, my favorite part of the game is when he says, "It's Vipering time."
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But it looks like Roshan gets killed off. Slowly torn through with all of those Eidolons. And I will say this third game has been the most boring one of the 3 to cast. But that's mostly just because Yowai has never been killable. Like, this Drow Ranger, the person they need to kill the most, just has not been found. Tinker finally starting to farm somewhat wellish and will start overtaking Ethereal and Anku. But catching up to this Drow is going to be borderline impossible, and Yowai is the hero that is borderline immune to the blind, right? Like, not fully immune to the blind, but your ultimate, so the main source of damage is gonna fly through even if you've been lasered.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's gonna be a Tormentor. Tormentor, more like torn down. Uh-oh, Kazeki runs around the worst corner in the game where there's a Viper sitting with the Aegis, with the ultimate ready. And as they execute Kazeki, Salen wants to turn the fight around with the borrowed time, but they immediately say, nope, 1-man black hole, and this has been the best black hole I've seen all game, just because it made sure that Oracle casted nothing there. You just completely delete a hero from the fight, set up Viper and Enigma to push really, really hard now. Though Ani-san will get taken down by a Centaur, throwing out the ultimate just for a support kill. Doesn't feel that satisfying, but I think they know that their top tier 2 is lost for this world anyways. So you may as well get yourself a support kill, as that's gonna be the Drow Ranger killed off as well. Yowai, he may have gotten a little bit cocky and overstayed his welcome. Though tier 2s would have been amazing there's no need to rush. They already have a magnificent late game advantage, being the Drow draft, right? As that's gonna be Viper, safe with the 4-step, but his Aegis is still gonna hit the floor, leaving Kazeki a bit out of position. Kazeki, nice save from the Oracle, keeping him in the team fight. But Viper 2 has some saves on his team, keeping him alive, but not long enough. Kazeki will eventually dive deep enough. Marcy, though, decides, you know what, you're out of position, I'm gonna ult for you. I'm gonna BKB for you, but Borrowed Time says nope. Yeah, without the Drow Ranger, it's so much harder to fight. Because don't get me wrong, I really love this draft, but it is very much balanced around keeping this Drow Ranger safe, right?
Radiant are scanning.
Enigma, early Aghanim Scepter still inbound. Wind Ranger meanwhile. Dragonlance is gonna make fights easier. The defensive Manta style is definitely not bad. Bane finished off with the Centaur, just slamming him down. Viper, uh-oh. Man, that's nasty. Tinker is gonna be in a very dangerous spot for that, but 86, look at how much work those turrets are doing for him before finally he perishes. Marcy's BKB lasts just long enough to keep her in the fight though, as Drow Ranger looking for more can't get the Centaur thanks to Grimstroke being excellent, but Grimstroke is still going to go down.
I'll take that.
Team Spirit Academy, I'm kinda starting to feel bad for them just because of how hard it's gonna become to make a comeback. Cause guess what, chat? Black Hole is ready again. They once again have that massive damage to go in with, as Wind Ranger, saved by the Lotus, Enigma still waiting for that ultimate, presses the BKB, so his blink doesn't get cancelled again, but he signs against going, cause guess what? Both of his damage dealers have retreated and are doing their thing elsewhere. Tinker actually starting to get a real good amount of farm though. He has the Aghanim Scepter, has the Kaya, Blink Dagger. Now looking to go for a defensive Ghost Scepter. And then trying to upgrade that into the Ethereal Blade, it would seem. Waveform meanwhile obliterated with that pure damage and a stun from the Centaur. Will immediately regret not going with his teammates, but at the very least Drow Ranger does keep farming, and Yowai. Again, only 2 deaths is the issue. That's why Yowai is looking so favored in the money, and that gold lead on the Drow Ranger is most of this win rate, really. But I don't really see Yowai dying until he messes up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Axe. Axe Centaur, I mean. trying to save himself, but Drow on top of him. No, what I was gonna say before Drow tried to jump the centaur is that this kind of reminds me of the Axe game, where, yeah, you get some good jumps, you get some bad jumps, right? Both centaur and Axe are like that, where you blink in, and if you stun 3 people around you or catch 3 people around you, then the team fight is free. If you don't hit anyone, then you're just losing the game. But the thing with the centaur is I feel like a lot of his ultimate value has been lost by picking up a Wind Ranger and by picking up a Tinker, because both of those heroes have so much mobility, they don't really benefit as much from the centaur ultimate, if that makes sense, right? So I would have actually preferred to see an Axe in his stat.
Radiant are scanning.
Because don't get me wrong, when they picked the centaur looked really great, but then all of the follow-up picks kind of continuously devalued it, and now 86 on the Tinker is finally gonna get caught. He too has been farming a lot of money, has been saving up really well, but not well enough to prevent this aggression over on the bottom tier 2.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom
Wave 4 makes sure to break that tower in quite a timely fashion.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 is going to get killed off as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
The gold lead only keeps growing, and Drow Ranger is gonna have her BKB coming in now. Roshan, less than 30 seconds till it respawns, so the RNG isn't that bad this time around. It's not great either, right? Like an instant Rose spawn there would have been so much nicer for them.
Dire are scanning.
Team Spirit Academy still grouped. I'm not sure if they're expecting the smoke though. Yowai is gonna be left as bait, preventing the Tinker from teleporting in, and well, Kazeki is still farming. Enigma knows that he's there.
Dire's middle tower is under
Centaur is gonna lose his dominated creep immediately, while the Drow Ranger illusions get brought in, but Grimstroke has one of those too. And it's exceedingly powerful and good for scouting. Another ward will be taken down by that. Drow Ranger wants Roshan, but it will roar, and Team Spirit Academy, they are in a position to contest it. Drow Ranger though, incredible damage, but the smoke comes out. It's now or never for Team Spirit Academy. Team Spirit Academy, they want to jump the Drow, but the defensive Black Hole is there. Black Hole so terrifying around the Roche Pit, it will end up catching 3, even though originally it just had the Centaur. But Marcy is just gonna toss another one in, and the third person, well, they had no choice. You're dead or you're in the Black Hole, and then you're gonna die. But now they still have the Bane ultimate, kill off the Tinker, go back into the Roche Pit, and may actually be able to end the game with that next Aegis. We're already like 1.5 hours behind schedule, so I honestly don't mind if this ends kinda quickly. Because again, I just don't see much of a comeback for the draft of Team Spirit Academy, regardless of how well Team Spirit Academy may have been playing the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. But I will say the one thing that the series really proves is just how terrifying and how good at aggression Team Spirit Academy really are. Because the first 15 to 20 minutes, they're absolutely unstoppable, and then they kind of fall off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Scan towards the Tormentor. It will just be in time to actually show that it's currently being done. But this Tormentor kill is gonna be so fast, I don't think it'll matter. Ani-san gets himself that shard, has a way easier time healing up now. Yo, still plenty of time on that Aegis. Team Spirit Academy, if only they could get like a smoke catch on the Drow Ranger or something like that. But they don't have the intelligence for that, as in the vision and the positioning.
Double damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, why? Gotta love how he's not trying to hit the tower. Viper and Enigma can do that. He's just waiting here for somebody to be dumb enough to try and defend it. Though nobody's gonna make that obvious of a mistake, because of course the black hole is ready. And I think everybody is aware that Enigma can jump the moment that anybody makes a mistake.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Mine.
I'll take that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane getting pushed in once again. A minute and a half on the Aegis, so plenty of time left to do just this. Ethereal is gonna start hitting the tower. Out comes the Grimstroke with a defensive ultimate. Drow Ranger stunned. But BKB keeping the Viper in the fight. Well, there's the Black Hole onto 3 this time around, right off the bat. And with the Tinker caught, Tinker's immediately gonna be forced to buy because he is so much of his team's damage. Drow Ranger will take out and perish. Tinker made sure to come in to at least cost that Aegis. 3 buybacks forced though, meaning only 1 fight that Team Spirit Academy have left in them, unless they win that fight. Yowai though, he knows a single mistake is gonna cost them, so he's gonna try to force them into making that mistake. Starts hitting the barracks. That's gonna be a lane of Rex, basically for free, because they say, okay, you aren't gonna be willing to die back, and Wind Ranger is very prone to making mistakes. Drow Ranger throwing out 2 illusions while making both of them taunt at the same time. More importantly, we do have a smoke setup. Team Spirit Academy, they know how dire their situation is, but they're still not giving up against this 27k gold lead. I can switch over to buyback status for the people that are on phone. And Marcy, oh, turns it around, trying to get away, but Centaur with the card and Wind Ranger with the consistent damage will eventually be her death. Yo, I'm a bit reluctant to take a team fight without that Aegis available to him, though.
Dire are scanning.
Double damage.
Wind Ranger. Saved by the Centaur. Not gonna die. Instead, it'll just be a free Bane. Bane does have a buyback ready, and Drow with that amplified damage rune is still absolutely terrifying. But does not have any cat, anyone willing to frontline for Yowai right now. Yowai. Tries once again to get the setup, does not find anyone, and is just gonna settle for getting at least a little bit of damage in on the tower. But look at that annoying ass Grimstroke illusion, forcing out a Viper ultimate. Yowai meanwhile just gonna keep sending Illus up the high ground. The real him will have to finish the second tier 3 tower, but that means there's only one of those remaining, and going up the high ground is only gonna get easier and easier. Rax not quite falling, but Viper pushes like a beast, and Bane can give him a lot of space to do so, especially once that Fiend's Grip is ready in just 1 second. Ethereal. Blade Mail to keep himself alive, trying to kill the Raxus will not succeed, but finally somebody does something, wait for him, jumps in with a BKB, forces out that workhouse. Horse, Centaur, Warrunner. Plenty able to keep everybody alive there, but the barracks, you can't put those on a card. So no more Medirex over on the bottom lane. And Yowai, he's only gonna get stronger. Like, he can't get that much stronger because he's already almost 6-slotted. But Aghanim's Scepter is huge for him. Maybe a Butterfly or something like that for even more tempo is also gonna be a possibility.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Roshan, now that it's up, will once again fall extremely quickly to crits for over 1,000 damage, but this time around there is a refresher shard. So we could potentially see that double black hole as well as that additional life on the Drow Ranger and all of this tempo kind of being accumulated.
Dire are scanning.
Half of Enigma's army goes down. Viper, meanwhile, trying to push up the high ground. And this tier 3 tower, it now too is gonna be slow siege. They gotta stop the Drow Ranger. Tinker will attempt to do that, but in comes the Mars. He says nope, forcing out the workhouse, and this time they are ready for the Centaur, saving everybody. Ringmaster makes sure to keep the Centaur alive, but Wind Ranger's still gonna perish, and that black hole, it was perfect, because Centaur is dead. The wrecks are now rapidly falling. That's gonna make it Mega Creeps in just a couple of right clicks. Wait for it. There it is. This is definitely GG. I get that Team Spirit Academy don't want to call it yet, because there's a lot of money on the line, and our next tournament is going to be a little bit bigger as well, so you do kind of want to qualify as nicely as you can for that one. But Grimstroke, he gets torn to shreds by Yoai, just machine gunning him down. Tinker try to set up more, but there's the refresher shard onto not just the Tinker but the Wind Ranger. And this Drow game, I don't know, I told you guys, Drow Ranger is really free against the Wind Ranger, she's really free against the Tinker. 2 evasion heroes against a hero whose ultimate ignores evasion. Though they will finally kill everybody off one by one as Rune Eaters arise. They definitely overstayed their welcome. Trying to finish this game, well, the Ancient is surprisingly tanky, and the Mega Creeps had not arrived yet, as this is kind of the first wave of Mega Creeps is walking along.
The wages of fear.
Well, Team Spirit Academy, they're gonna try pushing out one more time, even though their base is gonna be flooded soon by Megas, which is very hard to defend against. Pushing against them isn't too bad, thanks to this Tinker. So at the very least, the mid-tier one is just gonna get popped by the Wind Ranger. Though win rate-wise, you can see it's like making a 3 to 5% difference maybe at most.
Radiant are scanning.
Wind Ranger, though, is gonna target the mid-tier 2 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Enigma, 50 seconds till he has the double black hole once again at his disposal. And buybacks have for the most part been used, so it's not like the next time everybody's gonna buy back again and force 2 black holes again. And I'm kinda surprised that Yoai doesn't want to get an Aghanim Scepter and instead is prioritizing that Moon Shard, but the extra attack speed is definitely gonna come in handy for the Drow. Even if that was his buyback money. I do love that Moonshard actually gives you the night vision when you eat it these days, though. I do think, like, for all carry players out there, that is a huge quality of life improvement. I'm not sure if we're gonna be sitting the full 3.5 to 5 minutes until Drow Ranger is actually gonna get herself that next Aegis, or if they're gonna try to slow push this. Because it's looking like Rune Eaters wanna be aggressive. Viper gets a D ward. Ethereal, comfortably able to frontline, gets himself a heart. And is gonna start hitting the Ancients, has a Blade Mail, has a Heart of Tarask. But Wind Ranger has a BKB to still keep trying to kill the Viper. Viper, though, immediately healing up and is going to be fine. While Wind Ranger will die for that thanks to some lucky marksmanship procs on the Drow Ranger. Marcy almost taken down for that, but a last second save from the Bane. Oracle now also used the save, but it's a way longer cooldown while Tinker is held down. And that's gonna be the GG getting called the moment that 86 dies. Wind Ranger is gonna disconnect, not needing to go through the humiliation of this fountain black hole. But with that fountain black hole, the theme persists, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Whoever picks the Drow Ranger is going to win the game, at least for the first series of the day, as Rune Eaters managed to get a 2-1 in their favor here after having played it beautifully. And with that, we are going to head to a little bit of a break. I'm not going to be talking too much, because the next game, it's almost 2 hours behind schedule. And we will have it up within the next 10 minutes, as the second series of the game is gonna be Hive up against Syntax, which is definitely gonna be interesting to watch as well. Two teams that I didn't react that surprised when they made it to the upper brackets. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'll see you all after the break. Hope you're enjoying the show. As always, more Dota 2 action coming up here at the European.
Driving down the highway, doing 95 alone. Trying to reach you, call you, but you won't come to the phone. Remember me, said you'd be my heart's home. Guess you were biding your turn to go. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. God, your love was real, but it's down for us. Now you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us. Change your energy, yeah, you switch things up. Now you seem brand new to me. But was that even for? Was you playing your games? Was you really bored? No. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it's down for us. No, you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the sign. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. God, your love was real, but it's down for us. No, you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us.
tongue when we're talking about what I need. Think you're the silent type. That ain't what I like. I need a man who knows how to speak. Oh, you think you're the silent type, but that ain't what could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look how you make me.
I'm the clock, second hand, I make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on scale, hope for the other side to fail. When the night was enough to talk away the hate.
high. Feet on the ground, but I still get by. Rules were made for someone else to try, but not me, not me. They said slow down, son, take your time. But I was born running every stop sign. Sky is the limit, no chance to hold. Sky is the limit, I'm breaking the mold. Sky is the limit, I'm out of control tonight. Every doubt just feeds the flame. Every scar reminds me why I came. I've been broke, I've been blessed, carry faith in an empty chest till now. The stars are down like good old friends, saying, boy, don't stop when the sky just ends. Sky is the limit, no chance to hold. Sky is the limit, I'm breaking the mold. Sky
Alright, and ladies and gentlemen, that was a little bit of a wait, because we did tell the teams we were going to start at the full hour, and then the lobby was ready early, and the teams actually got really impatient there. But not to worry, we are after all finally in the game, as we got ourselves the second best of 3 of the day. It's gonna be Syntax up against Hive, and if the trend of the previous series continues, then it's gonna be a 1-0 Hive, but that's only because of this Drow Ranger looking that strong this patch, and just having done very solid work this entire time, basically.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Rubik gets picked up by Syntax.
Ember Spirit.
And I mean, the magical damage and pure damage from the Cataclysm is impressive. Like, teamfight wise, Syntax has something going for them now, but Hive are immediately gonna respond with an Ember Spirit, zero hesitation there. Because now either the Invoker or the Rubik is gonna go into the mid lane and the other one in the 4 position, and neither of those two have a good lane against the Ember Spirit, so Ember Spirit should have a pretty free first 5 minutes of the game. There's definitely good thought put behind this from the side of Hive, as Hive gotta come to the conclusion on their bans, but right now I really like what Hive got going. And it's once again, just like the last game, a really strong looking Drow Ranger draft, right?
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Dawnbreaker banned, out goes Impossible, which is funny because Dawnbreaker is one of the more common bans this patch. We see her banned a lot more often than picked, because it's kind of like the Slug, it's one of those heroes that is only good very, very few games, right?
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
And an X last pick. Lovely game for the X. I wouldn't have minded a Centaur either, but I do think X is a little bit better with that Ember Spirit, with that Snapfire. So you got 2 really good follow-ups to a multi-hero call, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Syntax, how are they going to deal with this incredibly strong draft? Because there's so much AoE, there is so much follow-up to the calls, and yes, you can contest the Drow Ranger, you can kind of make her life difficult, so at the very least there's one thing going on that is going to go well for Hive. Oh, so, I mean, Tiny, I see the idea. The whole plan is to go for early Twin Gate ganks. The whole plan is to make Drow Ranger's life as miserable as possible. As we're preparing for the load in, but Lenny, as much as Tiny can be good this patch, I don't think this is the perfect game for it, right? Because, yeah, you can kind of hit the axe, you can press your BKB and maybe even kill him, But X is so incredibly tough and difficult to chew through in terms of the armor that physical damage dealer really doesn't cut it. And it's the first 15 to 20 minutes where the avalanche toss still really carries a lot of weight. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded on in. Let's see what Syntax can throw in the way of Hive, because the one thing that I do think is really good for them is the incredibly high pickup potential you can avalanche toss into a Sunstrike to kill people off quite easily.
Another triumph.
5-man smokes come out on either side. Ilbirs is immediately just going to place an aggressive ward. And the other ward is, interestingly enough, going to be placed right behind the Roche Pit to instead give some defensive vision.
Yes. The dirge goes on.
The battle begins.
With the runes being split, one extra in favor of the Dire. Already the perfect start to the laning stage for Hive, because Drow Ranger can now get into the lane safe. Has Undying to kind of scout to make sure nobody is lurking here to attack Bune already. Because that's still one of my favorite setups on the Drow Ranger, especially if you have a level 1 Sunstrike, where you just kind of run at her during that early laning stage. But of course Sunstrike also a great lasting tool to make sure Invoker at least gets some XP. Because once again, the lane against Ember Spirit, it's rough and it's only gonna get rougher the longer Kasta can kind of keep farming. Because level 6 is where Ember Spirit really pops up, and there's a lot of lanes where Ember Spirit loses until he has level 6. Not this one though.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mikey is keeping some good creep equilibrium, but Ember Spirit is still just being super cancerous about it. And Clockwork kind of got harassed low there by the Battle Hunger plus the Snapfire with the spread shot, but nobody's dying on the bottom lane just yet. Even though you can see this harass is really adding up against the double melee lane, right? Like having a Snapfire who's great against melee heroes by having a shotgun. Ooh, over on top though. Emptiness gets himself a nice clean level 1 kill onto Bune on the Drow Ranger. The perfect start for Syntax to kind of even out Hive, getting that extra rune, getting into the laning stage so super safely. Uh-oh, he has a Fairy Fire, but with that Blood Grenade, Jeezy's doom probably forespelled here. Nope, actually he's gonna live. Stoic meanwhile died over on the bottom lanes, but Rare Gods is going to be missed by the Invoker. So Syntax, they don't get to hold on to their advantage for now. Over on the top lane though, Jeezy gets another one, and it's getting hard to keep up with these kills as everybody wants to be aggressive at this laning stage, it would seem. Except for Drow Ranger. Like, Bune is the only one who's just sitting here like, I farm. But he has already been first blooded and needs to be very careful not to die again, so it's not like his game isn't going to be stressful at some point. Emptiness though will go down to some very nice frost arrows while Undying gives up the chase on the Rubik. And the kills once again perfectly even, and while Lenny isn't having the greatest of lanes, at least he's not dying. Like if anyone is going to die, it's going to be his Clockwork. So there is going to be a point where Tiny can just run down the Drow Ranger, where he's going to be too tanky for them to accomplish anything against him. It's already really hard to kill him off in the laning stage, and Clockwork goes for a counter battery assault, trying to set up Rare Gods for death, but Rare Gods still some heal, still really good damage. But Yeah, getting past Axe is also really difficult. He's just gonna yoink the Lotus, saying thanks for that, so we can immediately recover from having gotten that kill. Gives it to the Snapfire. Hive are definitely coming in hot, because they're winning 2 of the 3 lanes already, with top being about a 50-50. And it's definitely up to Syntax to get this laning stage under control. Because in this patch, if you lose all 3 of the lanes, then it's just gonna be GG. Like, every hero this patch can generate a certain amount of momentum, especially the ones that are popular.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So you're gonna be faced with a lot of aggression at some point. Axe makes sure to grab the mad stones there real quick. Keep himself up on the jungle item timing. That mini blade mail would actually be nice for Axe this game, just to help him farm. But speaking of farm, Drow Ranger has been farming really well, and they go and try to run her down. Cogs come out to try and kill Bune, but Kuropatich immediately kills Jeezy instead. Kuropatich really loves his Undying spam, and managing to keep the Drow Ranger alive thanks to that amazing cookie. Bune is now on the hunt for Centaur, will secure that kill for the Undying as well with just a singular Frost Arrow. Yeah, Syntax, now they gotta be worried, because Ember Spirit is winning the mid lane really hard. He's almost 10 lasts ahead of the Invoker, a decent bit of XP of course. And again, level 6 is where the Ember Spirit is gonna escalate the most. Invoker, he comes online way later. He's more like a level 8 to level 12 kind of hero. Because level 6 is actually one of the worst levels for Invoker to try and fight at, whereas for most heroes it's a lot better thanks to them unlocking their ultimate and stuff. But Ember Spirit having a free lane, X having a good lane, not entirely free, as he does need to be a little bit careful not to let Tiny harass him too much, but 3 levels in the spin already means that Hotoke definitely gonna get good blade mail timing and excellent jungle farm once he decides to go for the jungle. Undying stomach rumbles. As Jeezy silenced up, caught with the Drow Ranger, a few more shots, Kuropatich gets himself a killing spree. 5 minutes into the game, this game, number 1 of the second series, is already looking extremely stompy, but I think the Ember Spirit matchup and Drow being allowed to get such a good draft in terms of backliners and an Axe to go with it is really what is making this so rough. It's not the Drow. Like, the Drow is always a hard hero to deal with. He's very popular this patch, but he's also never going to completely destroy you, right? Emptiness takes quite a bit of poke to the face.
Yes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Snapfire. Instantly obliterated. The teamfight is going to continue. Rubik will get torn down as well. As Undying needs to stay alive a little bit longer. He does not have mana to cast anything. There's the Drow Ranger. Ember Spirit with the Amplified Damage who needs to get himself away. Undying cannot leave the circle, but he may have to Kuropatich. Oof. All of those raindrop charges for naught. I mean, he did force a big rotation, but that really fat Ember Spirit also just died, so mid lane can safely be taken over by the Snapfire for now, but even if they get the Mortimer's Kisses online really early, this was not great for the side
Middle tower is under attack.
of, wait a second, what are they called these days? Hive. Because Hive, like, they've had 3 different sponsors while playing in the EPL as well.
Dire are scanning.
Though I am happy with like the Hive Orc and the Rune Eater Orc both having dedicated tier 3 teams to play in tournaments like this one. Hashtag representing and all that. Ember Spirit is gonna be extremely happy about finding himself a regen rune here. Corrupted. Currently the hardest point of the game to keep MPS alive throughout, because he doesn't have his level 6 yet. With the level 6 at least Drow Ranger is gonna be able to do some return damage. I'll switch over to win rate though, to net worth though, and see what the win rate says. It's the win rate. It is slowly but surely crawling in the favor of Team Syntax, but most of that is just the gold lead of this tiny though. Debating whether to go for a twin gank rotation to try and put that gold lead to some use and kill off the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger does have level 6, does have a lot more poke damage. Will be pinged to retreat by her team. That's corrupted. Almost certainly dead. I think he should just drop the tombstone. If he can make it to the cliff, he can get more value out of it, but he's gonna be dead regardless. Sunstrike of the Marquis goes for one more decay instead and then just perishes. 2-man smoke from Ember Spirit and his Snapfire trying to go for a cleanup though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Because Syntax, they are meanwhile farming up on their Invoker and on their Tiny. So getting a kill here is actually pretty important as the Mortimer's Kisses come out, but so will a Stampede from the center and the Kisses miss as Jeezy pretty close to death. Ember Spirit is gonna take a gamble, get that kill for himself at least. Only one kill out of that big rotation, but space created I guess, because Bjorn is gonna need a lot more space. Lady not having died a single time is still something that the Dire should be dealing with, but instead they're gonna realize the very painful way that Tiny is overly fat as Rare God. Makes some space, hops around with the cookie, but eventually he's just gonna perish. Axe, no Blink Dagger, so he couldn't really get the 2-man call out of that one. What I like though is that both teams have really strong initiation with a great follow-up. Once Centaur has his Blink Dagger, we're gonna see those Blink Stomps, followed by a Cataclysm. And for Axe, like I said during the draft, Blink Call into the Mortimer's Kisses is also really reliable.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Over on bottom lane, Clockwork being really careful not to get caught again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tiny. Most certainly dead. There is nothing that can save him there, Stampede or not. I'm not sure if it's really worth using it there, even if the Tiny would have lived. Because yes, he is the hard carry, but you know that he has a big target on his back, and you know that they're just gonna try again if you use your Centaur ult and he gets away. Jeezy watching the Drow farm, trying to get a setup on Bjorn, but Bjorn hurrying to the Twin Gate. Saying hello, Mr. Stoic. Sucks to not be able to cast, eh? And there's the split shot. Marksmanship proc, and down he goes. Hive, their Drow still doing huge work. I mean, so's Kasta, but Kasta, for how free his lane was, it's kind of interesting that Totoke overtakes him, that Totoke is actually the most fed core right now. I wonder for how long that's gonna stay the case.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Drow Ranger looking to go for a Manta Star now. So it's pretty much the same meta build every Drow game. It's just the order of Dragonlance versus Manta style that you switch up depending on your needs, right? And in this case, Drow Ranger's needs are pretty obvious as far as her itemization goes.
Not fast enough.
Because all of the Radiant are getting more and more farmed as the game goes on. Syntax, they definitely have to keep up. While Invoker makes sure to grab himself some stacks. Really generate that net worth. Hive will eventually turn it into smoke though, as the win rate's still extremely close. Perfect Cox keeping the clockwork alive, and instead it's gonna be the Hood as the Snapfire immediately punishes Axe. Not able to keep her alive, instead Hotoke also just gets obliterated. So much magical damage. Against the high armor physical resist hero hurts like hell. Bune, he's still farming, but at this rate, Syntax can actually apply some real pressure. It would be refreshing to see a Drow Ranger actually lose a game for a change, because Tiny, he now has the Blink Dagger, he now has the Echo Saber to go with it. He's gotta try to go and one-shot her at this point, because while Laney is still really fat, Drow is slowly but surely starting to catch up to him, and Bune, at some point or another, is going to get a lot more farming speed. So, we're gonna pivot on Bune from the full Manta style into just a Yasha and then Dragonlance, I guess. Going for the maximum farming speed build here. Rubik forced that first item queued up. But I still think it's looking good for Hive until Bune is dealt with a little bit more thoroughly. Because the game is kind of slow, and that means we're probably going to the late game. Snapfire will get killed off. Hotoke trying to run down Mikey. Mikey has been spotted by the Dust of Appearance, and with a Dust, a nice cutting blade to finish him off. There is reinforcements coming in from Syntax, though they immediately want to punish this play. And they're being very proactive, but stoic. He had a smoke broke and thought X was doing the camp, hookshot it, and realizes, nope, Hotoke still on the run, got the Blink Dagger out of there, and that is a huge amount of space being created for the Drow once again. As Hive, they get the trade and they get out of there. Support for a mid lane is still definitely favoring them, especially if Drow Ranger is free farming the whole time. Axe killed off Tiny. Immediately punished for that by Rare Gods. Jeezy will also be killed off with the Undying and the Drow Ranger. Stoic still gets ran after, split shot connects. And as they do, yeah, now Bune is gonna be impossible to deal with, and Kasta is once again back to having an extremely free game. Because his lane was great, he messed up once and died for it. And now he's putting himself once again firmly in that position to be that essential second core. As it's instead the Axe kind of dying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Two-man smoke up, 3 from the side of Hive. As long as they can keep their Drow Ranger safe. Because again, the Drow Ranger is worth a huge amount of money right now. The smoke will get broken on the bottom lane. Axe misses the call, but they still jump the Centaur and his creep. The creep's dead. The Centaur is dead. 1 for nothing, actually getting the little bit of bonus gold, but a counter smoke allows the Tiny to initiate with a beautiful chain stun on the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit had a Remnant, is gonna Remnant out and not let himself be killed that easily. Tiny now poked, and bam, another Culling Blade. Drow Ranger is gonna walk forward, trying to protect the Ember Spirit, will get Clockwork. Kuropatic finally goes down, so they at least get one person for their beautiful initiation. But realizing X missed his call and not standing ready for the inevitable follow-up was kinda rough there. Ember, he's just gonna dive the mid tower, make sure Undying dies. Casta is gonna be fine for that. And goes back to base to full heal himself up. Easy as pie, he says. They did make that one look very easy. A 4-for-1 trade. Significantly going to tear the win rate in favor of Team Hive here. And Team Hive, they do have the late game, so it's not like Tiny's magically favored to make a comeback 10 minutes from now or whatever, right? We saw the exact same issue with this exact same matchup before today.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams grouping up on one of the side lanes. Though Jeezy was trying to get some solo XP. I don't think he'll be caught that easily. Oh, maybe actually. Jeezy wants to yank those bounty runes, got himself seen, but nobody has the jumper time.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Tormentor is up. Though probably not for that long. Also, Undying has one of the coolest skin from the cage that they released, where there is like a ghost eye stuck to him, and it's so cute and adorable. I really like the theming of it. As Kuropatic, he will be the recipient of the Aghanim shard. He's gonna be definitely pleased with that, because it is one of the better shards still. Having a save for the Drow Ranger is something that Bune is extremely happy with as well. Stoic. Got a pie, got a drums. Maybe building a pipe. I wonder if he has anything on his courier. He's got a Ring of Taras queued up. It may just be for the boots upgrade. But then where's the booty recipe? Well, either way, I'd like a pipe. Boots, like the upgraded Guardian, the upgraded Tranquil boots are still really good for the clockwork. Boots of Bearing, definitely a lifesaver if it's a damage check of Drow Ranger against Tiny. Because Tiny, yeah, he's pretty farmed, and going for a Manta style against the Drow Ranger at least gives you some way of dealing with her push. But that still doesn't mean that he's gonna have the easiest of times. 5-man smoke. Trying to find another initiation for Hive.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Rubik looking for the Glimmer Cape upgrade. All the while, Drow's just taking her sweet time farming for the BKB. Jump on Undying. Kuropatic is trying to save himself, but will get blown up. So out comes Tornado. The Tornado misses though. Casta forced to press the BKB, but able to get out. Yeah, we're still trying to chase him, but Ember Spirit is such a hard target to catch. I don't think that's a good idea. Everybody from Hive was ready for a jump. Will not quite find an opening to do so just yet. Tiny, meanwhile, with the Manta Style, a lot more confident split pushing. Is gonna go for a BKB, is gonna go for that Harpoon to make sure that he can yeet himself towards targets as well.
Never refuse gold given.
Toke kills off Jeezy, and Tiny had a good angle to go, but the moment he sees the Drow Ranger changes his mind. There is a Centaur ultimate to allow Syntax to get out of that bad positioning though, and force everyone on Hive side a little bit more back. However, Ember Spirit is now coming into chase. He has full remnants, full everything. Gets a 2-man root. Out comes a lot of damage from the Centaur, and no follow-up fight. Okay, fair enough. Drow Ranger's gonna be like, well, guess I'm gonna go back farming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Forgotten gains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No follow-up initiation happening here. Yun is staying in front though, but he does have a 9-second BKB, so unless he gets perfectly stun-locked, it's gonna be pretty hard to kill the Drow still. Syntax though, they are super farmed on their Tiny, so once Tiny joins a teamfight with that BKB he's queuing up, that's when things are gonna get extremely exciting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ember grabs himself an Invis rune in the bottle.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Stoic, the one caught next. He dies so quickly that Axe can't even get extra Culling Blade stacks right now. And that's gonna be the Drow Ranger getting a beautiful setup on the Centaur. Centaur is the tank though, and very resilient even to those marksmanship procs at level 3. Tombstone attempted to save the Ember Spirit, but he should have stayed in it longer, as that Sunstrike perfectly predicted him getting out early. And Bune, forced to press the BKB, will be able to ignore the toss thanks to it and not get tossed into the enemy team, but having to press it defensively, not quite what Hive were hoping for. Very good fight there from Syntax. Excellent use of the Centaur ultimate and the Tiny.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That should help.
Laney continuing to try and be aggressive about the matter, but doesn't really find himself a good initiation.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ember Spirit will get caught by the Tiny, and a perfect hex to try and chain stun, but there is the safety tombstone once again. And Ember Spirit, he's learned his lesson as far as the timing of getting out of those goes. There comes a Mortimer's Kisses, but a perfect Stampede as an immediate answer is available. Ember gets healed up again, and both teams are forced to disengage. Nice little trade there, but neither team makes any positioning mistakes.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Roshan will get himself torn down as well. But it's not quite finished off by the Radiant. Syntax, they gotta respect the axe. If they can get a hook shot, however, potentially on the Drow, not quite hitting the Drow Ranger, instead trying to go for the Undying, but look at the Drow damage. Drow just goes through clockwork in the duration of 1 Euls. And Totoke goes down, so both of Drow's main bodyguards have already died for her. While Invoker's chasing for more. Raregod's trying to defend himself, but can't.
Tower is under attack.
Kasta got both of the supports, so at least a double kill for the Ember Spirit. But two supports and an offlaner, not quite the most favorable trade, especially not if Kasta now gets caught himself. A beautiful setup with the Invoker, and that is a perfect kill. Triple kill for Mikey. Right back into the Roche Pit they go. Syntax. They're gonna have to end this game in a timely fashion once they get this Aegis, but they may actually be able to push down some towers and to grass up the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is going to get destroyed by the Tiny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, that's gonna be a Tormentor. And the momentum is only gonna keep swinging the way of Syntax. They're actually starting to amass quite a decent gold lead, enough to bring the win rate over the 50% mark and back in their favor. GZ extremely happy with that second shard of the game. Because Koropatic having his really early is making some difference in the team fights. But it's still not enough to stop Laney, right? Like Laney, sure, he can just ignore the tombstone, but he also got cleave, so if you come out of it, you're likely to still get met with a tree in the face.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
Top tier 2 is gonna go down.
My stomach rumbles.
Centaur. Looking for his own BKB, but having the heart and Shivas at least means that Emptiness is not afraid of doing moves like this, but both of the Wisdoms will still go the way of Hive. And Hive, if they can get this game to go to the late game at all, then they should have it under control. Because they are definitely playing for the slow kind of late game. Tiny, meanwhile, wants to be a lot more aggressive, is trying to play a lot faster.
A tool to teach.
As Ember Spirit is gonna get killed off by Stoic. We're gonna see Koropatic ran after next, but massive damage from the Drow Ranger is not gonna make it enough as Koropatic avalanche toss Tiny there for the cleanup, and the Clockwork still being kept safe. Axe misses the call by just a little bit, and Koropatic immediately turns around trying to punish as Centaur comes in with another stun. Avalanche toss, Tiny punches him in the face.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
As the tier 3 tower is going to get torn down as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
One lane of Rex down. It's not quite the end for Drow, because again, if the game goes late enough, then Drow Ranger is gonna be fine defending, even against Megas. But I do think this is gonna be the beginning of the end, because 20 seconds left on that Aegis mean by the time you're gonna finally kill Tiny, it's just gonna be way too fast already. As far as the escalation goes, as far as the push goes.
Look out the fallen rocks. Regeneration.
Rotation over to the top lane.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Hive. At this rate, they may not even get that glorious last stand, because right now they're just kind of fizzling out, not able to farm most of their own jungle anymore. Ember Spirit is still doing some shenanigans, and always has his finger on the remnant button, of course.
That should help.
Dire are are scanning.
But Mikey and Tiny both incredibly fed up already.
Death marches.
As Ember Spirit hook shot it on. Out comes the Sunstrike. The Sunstrike will miss thanks to the cock, but Tiny, he has an Alacrity. Laney, he is hitting so hard and so fast right now, almost killing the Undying. Undying ticks out to the Cold Snap as Centaur Warrunner will get the follow-up on the Axe. And once again, they're fizzling out rather than actually getting that boom. Here comes the Drow Ranger moment. And the laning stage started off so well, but the moment that the game switched to pickoffs and switched to team fights, that was when Syntax kind of managed to take over, and Lord did they manage to take over well. Drow Ranger is now threatening a lot of damage, but Tiny will make sure Rare Gods goes down. Drow Ranger in a very risky position as Centaur Warrunner is still running at her. Tiny, the only one remotely low there, and he is not that threatened by dying just yet. He's gonna start working on the bottom tier 3 instead. Drow isn't gonna be able to solo defend this. I'm sorry, but I gotta spoil you that much. It's gonna be 30 seconds till access back, so probably Mega Creeps.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Tiny keeps going to work on the tier 3 tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have
Mega Creeps gotten, and Undying is respawning, so will the Snapfire be in just 10 seconds, so Syntax, they gotta back themselves off. But that was actually like a really beautiful way of finding the final teamfight of the game. I still prefer the Drow draft, and Bune, he is going 6-1, but it's the rest of his team that are falling apart around him, especially these supports. And I mean, Undying Tombstone is kind of known to fall off, right? At some point everybody has the attack speed to answer it, and zombies just don't hurt that much anymore. As that's gonna be Roshan. Getting slapped down, and with an Alacrity from Laney. Laney absolutely going to town on it.
scanning.
And we're waiting for the final fizzle out, basically, from the side of Hive. As good as they have, like, this entire stage, the first 30 minutes, they were looking incredible. But the moment that they do take this horrible, horrible team fight, losing basically all of their defensive heroes. Like, only the Drow Ranger lived there. I don't think that's fixable, right? Like, yeah, it's a 4 protect 1 draft. I get that the entire goal of the draft is to keep the Drow Ranger alive, but the moment that Drow Ranger is alive and there's not one but 2 heroes that are ahead of her in net worth, being 6-1 isn't enough. I hate to say it, but I'm a carry player myself and I've been in this situation as Bjorn loses most of his health pool immediately. Will have a BKB to save himself. Undying put down a tombstone, but Tiny, he wants Undying and not his tombstone, as Tiny now gets called. Stoic is gonna die for that buyback immediately out from the Clockwork, as Clockwork wants this to be the final fight of the game. The zombies are really adding up. Even Tiny is taking noticeable damage from them. Casta, though, they're still after him. Want to kill this Ember so badly, and with a tree will succeed. Tiny, low health, but alive, not losing that Aegis yet. The stolen tombstone from Rubik also doing a lot of work to kind of even stuff out and allow for the fountain dives. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the GGs in chat finally. But somebody in chat actually called it Syntax. I did not believe in their draft simply because of how difficult to execute it is, right? When you have the Avalanche Toss, when you have the Centaur ultimate, when you have the hook shots, any one missed hook shot, any one missed Avalanche Toss where like the RNG says, nope, you tossed the wrong target now, could have cost Syntax this game. But they played it so carefully, they played it really disciplined. And even Mikey on the Invoker, I know he loves his Invoker, but adapting his build to a way more support Invoker-esque one, knowing that magical damage is
Well, I know how you want it to seem, but we'll watch as it all plays out. From the crest of the wave that we broke upon and pulled you back into the sea, all the way down. Why'd it take all our life to explain that it's more beautiful when you're here? I remember the light when it turned around and revealed all the truth, no escape. Point blank. Say it like it is this time for me to hear sudden
Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Say you need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you forgot, I'm not the 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 5. Okay, you need space, go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find, act right, saying you're fine. Read between lines, I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve, silky little sleeve. Lines between the lines, between the lines, somehow I find you. I can't bother time no more time. Lines between the lines, between the lines, somehow I find you. I can't borrow time, I'm tired of trying. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. Something
been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Something like the duck running. I ain't coming with nothing. I know what they want from it. I can spot the fake loving. Rolling up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like K-Honey. Us, I'ma skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross the feet. God drive like 6 V's. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out to hit a peak. Bunch of snow in my seat, it ain't the same no more. Life is everything but a beach, like a chain. I'm a lean with you later for sure. Gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves the second game of the second best of 3 of the day kicking off finally. Things are a little bit difficult as far as scheduling goes today. If you're just tuning in and are waiting for the next series, it will be played. But we're gonna need a moment to get the show going, especially if this is another third game, which is very likely considering it's the upper bracket.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for Hive to come to a conclusion. As Hive last game, I will say they had a really beautiful draft, but they couldn't really kill off the Tiny too often, from the point where Tiny got really tanky. There was 2 or 3 of those almost but not quite team fights, and enough of those will bring any team to their knees. But that also makes me think that in order to stand a good chance here, they need either a massive draft advantage or heroes that they are hyper comfortable with.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
As that's gonna be both a Phoenix and a Tiny picked in rapid succession. As Team Hive, they say, you know what, this time around we are gonna pick the Tiny, and we are gonna have that carry that's gonna be too tanky to kill at all, which is gonna be pretty difficult.
5 seconds remaining.
Syntax. 30 seconds left. It better be worth the stalling though, because the egg is going to be well protected with a Tiny, and even though I don't like Tiny as a one position that much, between a Puck and a Tiny there is so much synergy that at least in the pickoff department you can exert some actual control over people.
Radiant team ban.
Impossible, says the Dawnbreaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
With the Dawnbreaker taken out, let's see what the last 3 bans are gonna be, because there's so many good heroes that are kind of worth banning, right? Hive. You can see that they're not sure what to ban here. What hero succeeds at popping the egg but also catching Puck? There isn't many of those, right?
10 seconds.
Syntax.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Doom gets banned out, that may just be to protect the Void Spirit. There may be a greater thought put into that, and they actually have some kind of plan that gets completely shut down by the Doom.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Alchemist.
Alchemist, okay. That I can live with.
Choose your hero.
Alch I actually kinda like. So who do you think will win this? Because honestly, the longer I'm looking at it, the less sure I become. It looks like a really good Alchemist game, especially if Laney commits to giving a super early Aghanim Scepter away to Mikey or Stoic on the Bane even. On the other hand, though, the Phoenix ultimate is terrifying. Like, I don't even like the Undying last pick that much, but I already like the Phoenix ultimate here, and how much the Egg brings to the table. And now they're throwing in extra lockdown, extra crowd control. The maggots clean you. As Undying, definitely looking forward to this game a lot. I'm mostly curious how Laney is gonna approach it, because he's usually one of the more farm-savvy players that likes to spend a longer time in the jungle. And that definitely implies that you want to give away a bunch of Aghanim Scepters, right?
Oh, that is too good. Oh, that is too good.
Yes, there's the unpause finally. Hopefully worth the wait though. Because the first series today was pretty good, even though it was super Drow Ranger centric, and this is the first game we see all day where we don't have a Drow Ranger, even though there is still a tiny. Because I guess the meta is really inevitable this current patch. Two-man smoke up.
Seconds to battle.
Grimstroke.
Battle begins.
They want to be in trouble. So Tokay very happy with at least one of those bounties for himself. The runes are gonna be split 50-50. No chance at the first blood, but I do like the super defensive positioning from the Radiant actually. Because usually when people position themselves here, they're gonna try to kill the carry or whatever. But here all three people were shown would instead try to go for the ranged creep, but now they gotta protect Lion. At the very least, the stroke of fate was off the mark, but Rare Gods, he's very prone to being first blood, and they're racing for the first blood. Rare Gods! No, so close. He had a fairy fire, but it didn't do the trick, and Stoic is gonna get the first blood for his noble sacrifice. Truly an amazing play to start off the game with. Laney gives a little dance saying, my support is fat and yours is not. As he's definitely enjoying himself getting into the lane there. Rare Gods goes down to Laney. And this top lane is starting to get very hard. I do love Lion this patch, but this tri lane being prolonged for so long actually really ruined the start of the game. On bottom lane, Phoenix is doing his best to allow this Tiny to farm, and it's working really well as Tiny is on top of the last right now. Making sure not to mess that up, even though Kuropatic accidentally steals one of his creeps with the Dying Light. Over on top, Rare Gods, however, gets popped by the Alchemist, but the Tombstone still doing solid amounts of work. Undying will secure that one kill. Can he go for the other one on the Bane is the real question, but nah, I don't think so. He doesn't have money. Doesn't have mana. Needs to wait for his courier to at least bring him some resources. Because that's kind of awkward. He spent for the Soul Ring before realizing just how fat Undying would get, right? Like, going 2-0 right now, having a great time against the Alchemist. So, the Soul Ring is a nice item to have. And every time the lane is slow, it's gonna give him huge value. But I do think in hindsight, Toki would have much rather wanted an Urn or something like that, right? That enables early game aggression rather than like lane sustain and a balanced lane equilibrium.
Were you watching?
No gold for you, Esbjorn. We'll get rid of the Ink Raven time, but you can see that if he's not careful, the magical damage can still really add up until his health pool grows a decent bit bigger. Over on top lane, Alchemist wants to be aggressive again, tries to target up Rare Gods, and Stoic so close to getting that kill, but he can't! He was actually actively right-clicking him too, but he cancelled it, oh no!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rare Gods, he already got 2 Ichor of Niktasha, so defeating the Bane there and keeping the space in your favor is definitely what you're looking for. Ooh, nice hack stun combo on the Alchemist. Laney is gonna die to Rare Gods. And Rare Gods is even gonna tip his support, saying, haha, nice nightmare, you used that too early.
You should have known better.
You should have known better, says the Grimstroke. Well, let's see, the trash talk is definitely real. And Syntax, they're looking a lot stronger in the laning stage than last game, because last game the lanes actually looked very, very high favored, whereas here You can already see that Syntax are a bit favored this entire laning stage. And it's after the laning stage that they have to worry once this Mikey Void Spirit reaches level 6. Once the tempo comes out. Centaur goes down to Rare Gods, and with that setup, Jeezy, the next one who's gonna enter a world of hurt. The right clicks are flying out, and one more hit from Rare Gods is gonna do the trick. Jeezy goes down. Rare Gods, though, will get jumped by the Void Spirit, and Void Spirit already got himself one kill. Bane is around the corner to get the other one. Bane, he should have really put a debuff on him. But I don't think he had the Nightmare. Like, maybe eating a Blood Grenade, because that still applies to debuff. Would have been worth it there. Alchemist tries to kill up Phoenix. Phoenix tries to turn it around with the burn damage. But even with that DK attempt, the Alchemist should live. Gets himself a bounty rune, and Laney very happy with the ability to survive all of that pressure in the laning stage. He's just gonna head back home. Void Spirit is gonna farm up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Tiny runs for his life, is able to get away. Emptiness, taking some tower shots, but I don't think Lion got vision in time, and it's gonna be 4 more seconds until he gets an actual spell to do something about it. 2, 1. Rare Gods will hit the stun, but it's not gonna be enough to set up any kind of kill on the Centaur. Already having that Helm of the Iron Will just makes him so hard to kill, and he's gonna be solved up to full. Or at least nearly full, because he's not currently swapping the gauntlets to his backpack. Rare Gods, however, bop, one more hit and down he goes. Stoic knows he's dead, just wants to make sure they get the tombstone at least. But that is gonna be a 3-man cleanup as Tiny comes close to death but will live. Nicely played there by Bune. Bune very happy about that huge spike in gold he just acquired. Void Spirit wants himself the power treads, of course. Alchemist on top. Gets a good go on the Undying with that acid spray. But Hitoke, incredibly tanky right now, so they will have to bring in the Void Spirit. Void Spirit, good burst for Kuropatic. Kuropatic will be going down. Void Spirit, though, targeted up very carefully, not breaking the Dream Coil. Mikey's still alive as the stun from the Alchemist. Ooh, almost set up a perfect remnant onto Casta there, but the Haste Rune keeping him alive, keeping Puck in the fight. Allows him to chase for more instead. And that's gonna be Rare Gods. Gone on, but Mikey the one to perish first. And Stoic is gonna die next. Casta double kill for him. Laney caught next as well. 3 for nothing. Huge cleanup while Bune is just free farming. That is what you want to see from this early game. That is what you want to see if you're hyped from this laning stage.
Dire's top tower is under
Especially the Void Spirit also dying there is nice, because Void Spirit, he's one of those mid laners that thanks to his new passive can potentially become a really hard carry. But he can also potentially fall off. Most certainly, says the Bane, as Undying somehow managed to get himself into the spot of richest hero on the map, leading that gold net worth chart.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So it looks like we got ourselves another pause.
Your anger is useless here. Your anger is useless here.
Your anger is useless here. Well, I'm not angry. I'm just a little bit buffed that we're gonna be behind schedule a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 is gonna crumble though. Because chat, do keep in mind the next series will start after this one, but anything can still happen, and if this turns out as a game number 3 and Hive win game number 2, then we're gonna be here for a while especially. Because right now Hive, they already have an impressive gold lead on their Tiny, and we got Ilbirs up against Nemiga coming up next. Tiny kept alive with a beautiful nightmare. And while Tiny gets to live, Emptiness does not. With Emptiness dead, the creep is also gonna pop. Rare Gods lost his lost his career for that, so it's something. And people are spamming some of those balloons and consumables to have a little good time. I do love the Ringmaster Train consumables. If you sometimes see like a weird thing flying or whatever, and it's not an ability, it's probably a pie being thrown. If you are not aware of that patch. As Lion will get right-clicked down by Mikey. At least one return kill, but it is just a support. Not quite as much as they need, but with that Arcane Rune, Void Spirit may be able to find more. Right now it's Jeezy that's running for his life though, and needs to be very careful. Has an infused Raindrop, but Puck has tons and tons of damage. Jeezy. Is he gonna try for the deny? Now he tries for the teleport, immediately gets bursted. Casta, he's already level 9. Like, with this much of a level advantage, it's not really surprising that he kills supports extremely easily.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's gonna have its tower destroyed, and the gold lead isn't really growing that much. Because Undying, he's farming, but Undying isn't really the fastest creep farmer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rare Gods kills off Stoic. Nice finger kill. But again, the main issue remains, the carries are farming, both of them. Alchemist at least is gonna have that Radiance timing soon to try and kind of, you know, contribute more to the team fights, have a little bit of extra damage there. But what I'm really wondering about is whether his second item queued up is going to be that all-important Aghanim Scepter to increase his GPM a little bit.
Dire are scanning.
Because I'm sure Void Spirit would like one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Undying. Getting himself ran down as there is a Phoenix Egg, but this time around, even though they have so many resources, with Lion already down, it's a little bit too hard to protect the Phoenix Egg, and finally Syntax find themselves what could be turned into a good team fight. Mikey, though, is gonna get surrounded and dies in the corner trying to take the Tombstone, as Alchemist is kept safe, but that was quite expensive. And right now, right after the team fight, the Radiance is gonna come in for Laney. Well, Puck is gonna get himself an illusion rune to make the next team fight even harder.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Emptiness killed off by rare gods.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny tries to avalanche, doesn't quite succeed.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bane. Clapped to death by the Undying as the mid tower is dead, and 2k gold lead may not look like a lot, but for an Alchemist team it's definitely scary. The win rate is still favoring them, but the win rate is assuming this Alchemist pops off soon, and instead the Phoenix is gonna pop the other support with an axe, so GZ2 goes down while Laney, he is going for an Aghanim Scepter at least, that's a relief. We're not gonna see another hyper-aggressive build and then just lose the game because you don't have net worth, though he does need to hurry as Otoke kills off Emptiness. And this Puck is already starting to become really fed off his own. Just needs 1,000 more gold for the Blink Dagger. Tiny, meanwhile, looking for a Silver Edge build. Shadow Blade, of course, great for catching out supports even more. But Mikey, I think he's gonna get that first Aghanim Scepter of the game because he's currently going for a BKB. And BKB is very, very good at enabling it.
Regeneration.
On mid, a fight is brewing, but they want to wait till the Tiny is also in there. So the side of 5 kind of trying to delay the initiation. They will find a beautiful Dream Coil. Can the follow-up set up more? It should. Grimstroke dead. Void Spirit now in a very dangerous spot. And yeah, he can jump away where everybody is waiting, or he can jump into the Tombstone. Not really many other options. Phoenix kept alive by the Undying, once again just clapping. And that's gonna be Alchemist gone on. He does have an ultimate. There is a Nightmare to keep Laney safe, and he should be fine. But even with the Radiance, he does not have enough damage to turn that teamfight around. We're gonna see a smoke up. Syntax, they gotta be careful because now this win rate is actually starting to favor Hive more and more. Bune trying to set up onto Jeezy, but Jeezy, oh boy! That may have been just in time, that may have been just too late. He's trying to run for his life. Tiny still chasing, but a very nice use of the Tumbler's Toy. Stroke of Fate misses though. Jeezy, can he get himself out? Another Ingrave, he's just making space, but eventually he's gonna be killed in the corner. Well, his Centaur tried to come in to help him there, but got cut off by the Undying, as well as the Lion, with a Lion kill. The 4-finger gained, Lion actually having an amazing time already. Laney gave away the Aghanim Scepter though, so at the very least Void Spirit is ready to fight, and Void Spirit now smoked up. As you can see, looking very strong in terms of net worth. And he actually is, as far as the fighting aspect goes, the moment that BKB is finished. But as you can see, Puck playing it perfectly, making sure to blink away the moment that surprise catch attempt from Mikey happens.
Illusion.
Okay. Nice Lotus to try and set up the Alchemist, but Mikey, this time around he does find a valuable target, will immediately burst Rare Gods, who is just a support, but he has been doing so much work. Now though, with the Phoenix ultimate, everybody else has to get away. Grimstroke will not be able to, and that's gonna be Grimstroke dead. Stoic immediately followed up on killed as well. Yeah, things are escalating here, because every time they fight, Syntax are just gonna be in a worse position after. Alchemist, farming up really well, could instantly buy his Blink Dagger. I wonder what Laney is looking to go for. Maybe an Assault Curse? Because armor would be handy, but a large issue also is the magical damage, of course. So maybe a pipe or something of the sort would be good.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, no initiation, but if they can... Oh god, they did catch the Tiny. Void Spirit may die for that, because he just willingly jumped into 2 stuns and a Hex, though. Oh, they wanted the Tiny there so badly, but they should have initiated earlier and just caught anyone else, because Tiny is so tanky that by the time that you kill him off, your entire team is already dead, and that's why Tiny gets to survive here. Plus great heals from the Undying, I will say. Hotoke, he may just be my MVP.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hotoke, about to complete his BKB Syntax. They're running out of time, but Alchemist, instead of an Assault Curse, he instant bought that BKB. So he's putting it all on the card of, hey, we're gonna group up well and we're gonna jump in nicely. Tiny looking to get himself that BKB going.
Radiant are scanning.
As that's going to be a nice jump in. Alchemist obliterated. See, this is what they imagined they could do to Bjorn. But when they tried, Bjorn survived with 1/3 of his health. As now Bane gets killed off. Jeezy ran down, and ladies and gentlemen, this win rate is just gonna keep climbing. Until Hive are either stopped, or we got ourselves that game number 3 kicking off. Centaur Warrunner will get killed off once again. Kuropatic being kept alive. White Spirit, BKB teleport out, even leaves behind a remnant for them to play with. But no kill once again. Hive, they're just saving all of each other's lives. Constantly being there. Puck protecting Tiny, Tiny protecting Puck. Undying protecting both of them, but being protected by both as well. Paired with some suicidal supports, doing a really good job.
Dire are scanning.
$12K lead. It's not gonna be a like 100% win rate, but 70 to 30 looks about accurate actually. Because Alchemist, look at how many items he has to buy just to come back into this game, right? Blink Dagger is quintessential, Sage and Yasha just so you can jump around and actually survive getting in and out of the team fight. As in comes a stump, Puck grabbed with the Fiend's grip, and that is gonna be a beautiful catch. A beautiful Lotus as well, causing the Centaur Warrunner to accidentally kill himself, as there's the Phoenix Egg. And the Phoenix Egg is such a core component of this draft, but it has carried the last 3 team fights. Kuropatic, they pick him, that Phoenix, with absolute utmost confidence. Tier 3, getting punched quickly by the Tiny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And there's gonna be the setup onto Bane. Bane saves himself with a Nightmare. Puck instead taken away. Maybe with a Puck kill they can turn this into something, but Alchemist is only now respawning. And White Spirit wants to finish Kuropatic, but does not quite have the damage without diving in himself, and diving in himself is such a big mistake. Alchemist now back alive, but I don't think he wants to join that fight anymore. As that's gonna be Grimstroke killed off by the Alchemist, by the Tiny as well. And Alchemist, he's not even near the top of the course. The hero that prints money for free. I do think the like Aghanim Scepter given away at least gives him a good amount of time and, you know, breathing room if this game goes a bit more to the late game, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
it's gonna be a slow Roche, but a pretty certain one. Unless Syntax can somehow take this as an opportunity to turn the game around, but that's gonna be so difficult. Centaur, the one to reveal himself, but the egg is already gone to the Tiny now. In comes Undying, in comes the Lion Finger. Centaur killed off, gets a Stampede out with his last breath, but Jeezy, he's just gonna die. While Void Spirit runs away, and I said it earlier in the game, but Void Spirit, he's really prone to falling off, because it's a hero that relies on getting more and more stats, and on really ramping up his own impact from each attribute that he has. Laney going for a beautiful little avalanche toss.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has
Mid-tier
fallen.
3 taken down. Tiny, he doesn't push that hard yet. It's only 30 minutes into the game. It's just that killing him or his teammates off is so difficult for Syntax right now. Syntax still trying to find that comeback fight. They do have the Blink Dagger, but I don't think they have the damage to kill Bune. Like, that's the biggest issue.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Void Spirit almost got gone on by the Tiny, but was able to get himself away. Tiny still chasing, but can't quite catch the Void Spirit this time around. Okay, space created. Do that for another 2.5 minutes, and maybe Syntax can find some kind of a comeback chance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The first lane of Rex will still crumble. Syntax, they are smoked up. They're trying to wrap around and find some kind of setup over on this bottom lane, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Tiny getting himself in a fight. Rare God's the first one to be blown up. Will have to buy back. The same goes for the Phoenix. Both of the supports taken away, but Bane also had to commit his own buyback. Alchemist runs past the Tiny, but there's the Phoenix egg, and that's gonna settle his fate. Once again, the team fight gets carried by the egg, even if they did have to buy the Phoenix back for that. But Grimstroke was certainly false, and Undying hunting for more. So everybody has to get away from him. Lion, meanwhile, just solo jumps the Centaur, feels perfectly comfortable punching him down as Bune is godlike. And I think that settles it, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have ourselves a game number 3. Because this bottom tower, look at how quickly it is gonna crumble once Tiny starts hitting again. Grimstroke popped as well by the puck, and with that kill I don't think there's any semblance of a defense left remaining for Syntax. They will try to get their Void Spirit in. He immediately gets silenced and right-clicked by the puck though. Emptiness goes down on the Centaur, and at least they kill off Casta, but Tiny still chasing, still wants to get more kills. Instead of just hitting these Raxes and making it mega creeps. But there's the BKB out from the Alchemist. Alchemist chases down Rare God. Stoic, the one to get the kill. Undying now jumps in on the Alchemist. Alchemist, he's tanky, but against all of that magic, he cannot retaliate. He tries to go for the concoction, but that too will not be enough. Hitting the zombies just to try and have a chance at running away will also not do it, as Tiny is right on top of him and he has no more BKB remaining. Emptiness. Yeah, I think this is gonna be GG. Because again, they can do some retaliatory damage, but Phoenix just presses an egg. Tiny just gets healed up through it. They can't kill, and if you can't kill, then how are you ever gonna come back into a game? Void Spirit eats an avalanche to the face, and with 2 swipes, Bune is gonna take that one down. Grimstroke finished off with an avalanche and a tree. Bune still in there. BKB is finally gonna wear off. They're gonna try throwing all of their damage on this Tiny. The last chance to make a comeback, but look at how quickly the Alchemist dies. Alchemist, with that healing reduction, can't even tank with his ultimate. Phoenix finally dies. Some revenge for all of those nasty, nasty acts. Mikey runs himself away, and Casta, thank you for pinging that, my man. Because, yeah, you need to back off a little bit, but you should still keep pushing. And Casta comes in to finish the Bane, to help Tiny finish the Rax. Even the stolen and picked back up again gem is gonna change sides. And Syntax, their mid was super momentum based, but I'm not gonna blame anyone in particular, right? Because Mikey didn't pop off hard enough and Alchemist didn't pop off hard enough. But I do think Alchemist had the right build, other than maybe the Sage, but at the point where he started building the Sage, it was really just I buy this not to lose item, right? Rather than trying to buy it to win. And Tiny will finally be killed off with a double edge. So that's like, what, 4 edges? But even killing the Tiny with 4 edges is not gonna be enough anymore, as GG gets called in chat. Void Spirit is about to die a final time, but it doesn't even come to that. Hive. Turns out they're a lot more comfortable on these aggressive big tanks, and really good at taking a big beating to the face, cause, yeah, when it comes to just kind of maneuvering through the early 15-10 minutes, Hive have looked really favored in the first game as well. Even though the matchup eventually turned and Syntax managed to pull through a victory, the laning stage favored Hive both games, and it seems like that's how they want to play their Dota. It seems like they draft around the laning stage in particular for a really good reason. Here, though, I think game number 3 is going to be exciting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to head to a little bit of a break. Again, no hard feelings against Syntax. It's not been the worst Alchemist build we've seen today. And I'll see you all after the break with more amazing Dota 2 action. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and it's about time, but finally, the third game of the second series kicking off like an hour and a half behind schedule. But some days are like that, right? At the very least, we're getting some really hype game number 3s in this way. As it is gonna be Hive against Syntax settling who gets to stay in these upper brackets once and for all. Oh no, wait, this is lower bracket actually. The loser of this will be eliminated. So we got Ilbirs versus Nemiga up next, and that one is upper bracket. And it's supposed to be played today, but again, some scheduling going on today, let's just say. As Syntax though, a Luna draft is interesting, because I like the Luna. I think the games where she's picked, she usually looks good, but she isn't picked that often. She's highly situational.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Storm Spirit.
Radiant team ban.
As that's the Storm Spirit picked up.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Huskar once again banned. So both Dawnbreaker and Huskar are heroes that we almost never see these days anymore, but that get banned almost every game. As we're gonna see what the remainder of the draft is gonna bring us a Lina ban for one. Lina taken away, but Hive going for a burst damage combo, where Syntax, they want longer, more drawn out fights, do have a really good counter initiation with the hookshot at least.
Radiant team pick.
As the last pick is gonna be Centaur Warrunner, picked up by Hive there. Alright.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
As the last pick is gonna be Best Girl, we're gonna have ourselves a Marcy. Mikey is gonna take her into the mid lane as a core. Great against the Egg, so it's a definitive last counter pick for the Phoenix and the Tiny. Not so great against the Storm Spirit. So while on paper, especially after the laning stage, the Marcy makes a lot of sense, you do have to get through the laning stage unscathed. And make sure that you can actually kind of pop off, keep the runes controlled and stuff like that, right? And I guess we're preparing to load on in as Syntax. I love their last pick. Again, I'm mostly worried about the mid lane here. Like, that's the only thing I really got to say for now until we see a potential first blood. Because even an early first blood may be good, just to kind of keep the mid lane contained, just to kind of make sure that Marcy isn't gonna become the first blood and feed Storm Spirit all of that bonus. Because the gold is one thing, the XP for a Storm Spirit though, disastrous. Storm, getting level 6, getting level 7 is absolutely huge for him. And we're loading on in as I had to yeet my cat real quick, so if you heard any angry cat noises, at this point I'm used to it.
Prepare for battle.
Start.
Huzzah!
I won't eat you, dear.
Well, bells, bells. I shall honor your name. I shall honor your name.
I shall honor your name. Man, we're approaching 1 hour of pause time across the day. That's not great though. Like, during TI season it's always difficult to run other tournaments. I'm really noticing that.
Money and bones, money and bones, money and bones.
Are we the idiots?
Money and bones, money and bones. Bones, bones, money, bones. I love Grindlepit. Such a deep character with deeply realistic voice acting once again.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
The runes are just gonna be split. I'm kind of surprised at the ward placement though, because all of the wards have once again been put near the river. I know teams are more prone to do that, especially this one I kind of like. But then we got 2 over here on the mid lane. Not that great for the Dire, honestly. Like, okay, Storm Spirit, you already have a winning lane. Way to win it again, but it feels like a waste to then also put this one, right? Like, it just feels to kind of double down when a ward either here for the Dire, or like a little bit more over here. Feels like it would be a lot more value this early on, because you're not afraid of ganks. You're more so afraid of this Rubik ganking the mid lane for the first couple of minutes of the game, right? But we're gonna see how the game develops. It can definitely turn into an interesting situation, because both teams over on the mid lane are very gank immune, and while that is always gonna favor the Storm Spirit, Marcy should at the very least have an okay time kind of keeping Kasta at bay, trying to survive his insane amount of aggression. Well, Kasta's already aiming to get himself an XP lead, so his plan is reach level 6 before the Marcy, use your level 6 to kill the Marcy. Pretty straightforward game plan to win the lane, and partial explanation for this ward, even though I still don't like it. As meanwhile, Snapfire over on the bottom lane just got. Stoic finished the job sniping her with one of those long-range cocks, but he will be killed off. Being locked down in a corner by the Centaur Warrunner, and Centaur Warrunner with a stomp and a double edge manages to get a beautiful kill on the Clockwork there. 1-1, but Bune... Well, he needs to be careful against all of this magical damage. At least by the time Doom has his level 6, he should have a decent health total and should be pretty resilient against being ran down by the Doom and Rubik combo. Clockwork is gonna run down Rare Gods. Burn some of the Centaur's mana, and Rare Gods now actually in a bit of a bad spot, but thankfully the creep wave is immediately focusing the Luna, making sure that they get the Lotus. And Syntax, they almost snowballed out of control there, but like this is gonna be fine, or is it? Never mind that, a beautiful cookie for a follow-up enable. 2-1, Hive now leading once again. Good start for sure. Laney gets zoned away.
Radiant are scanning.
And can this commit go anywhere? Because Kuropatit may die, but they're quickly realizing that Tiny is too tanky and so is Emptiness on the Doom. We are not really gonna see much movement over with this top brawl. While checking in on the mid lane, half a level for the Storm Spirit remains for him to truly run away with this game. The wards are starting to expire, so we are gonna have an opening for 6-minute rune ganks if the game is gonna speed up that way. But also why it's huge for Kasta to have the ball lightning before level 6. As Tiny runs in, Avalanche has a toss back, will not be able to get that, but a cookie is more than plenty. As that's gonna be Jeezy killed off.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And now Mikey, hunted by the Storm, but Storm, he's taken awfully low health and a raindrop will not save his life. Another very nice kill for Syntax, as Syntax just one kill behind right now. Their main issue is they can't deal with the Tiny, but at least this mid lane is being controlled up by Mikey. Mikey gets the haste snatched in front of his nose, and I think that haste would have been so useful for him to try and set up a wisdom gank and use the ultimate. Because the bottle refill is one thing, but you can get one from the rune, you can get one by going back to base. Well, the rune is going to be taken by the Clockwork, actually. Over on top, though, Storm comes in instead, and he smells blood in the water. It's going to be Emptiness killed off with the might of Kuropatit. Absolutely murked.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Emptiness snatches the mad stones, but his level 6 is still a while away, and we already saw that major push of tempo when the mid laners hit there. Centaur, though, does have a Stampede up his sleeve, so he could potentially press that to turn it into a kill when he really wants to, with the Helm of the Dominator already there and a massive army of Scanningtons. Gonna see ourselves a really hard push, though. And that's gonna be the bottom tier 1 dead. Stoic trying to teleport out, will have his TP interrupted. Blood Grenade is there, but I don't think they have the damage to catch this Clockwork. Clockwork incredibly tanky. Teleports are coming in towards the top lane, though, where Stoic will be caught by a Tiny instead. And Tiny has a tree. Not anymore, but ooh, nice Fairy Fire. Storm, the next one, gets getting focused up, and with that dispose. Such a fun move. I really love that it's just an ability that throws an enemy behind you, and it's still such like a good and intricate spell, just because of how Dota mechanics work. Marcy trying to rush the Aghanim Scepter, just to make sure she's always gonna be able to answer those Phoenix ultimates when needed. Luna, meanwhile, typical Mask of Madness build, wants to accelerate her farm, but already sees her top jungle being taken over by the Dire very, very early into the game. Mikey shot in the face with a shotgun.
Dire are scanning.
Storm Spirit gets all of his mana burn, still wants Jeezy for the Galvanize stack. And Storm didn't get the stack, had to zip zap out, but at least he'll live. His Phoenix, though, gets killed for that, and Mikey once more will get more, disposing the Snapfire and then immediately killing off the Grandma as well. Luna gets herself a nice high value lasted out of that. And now we're about even in terms of net worth. I can switch over to the net worth chart. So you can see that the main reason why the net worth is still kind of askew is the Centaur. But another fight like that and the win rate is definitely going to favor Syntax. At least Kasta got out, away, and alive in one piece. So now he can regen himself up, teleport in, and start farming for that all-important Witchblade. Because Storm, he really needs the ability to chase this game. As that's gonna be Doombringer. Killed off with a tree, being tossed straight at him. Storm finally gets another one of those galvanizes. Well, two, but one from the level ups. So I don't really count those. You can get them anyways, just by being a support and stealing XP, right? Rare gods. Killed off by Mikey as well. Doom looking for a Radiance this time around. Tiny meanwhile wants a Blink Dagger.
Radiant are scanning.
As Phoenix gets killed off, so will Jeezy be. 1 for 1, support for support. And Mikey, he did press that unleash just to get corrupted.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But at the very least, Marcy is continuing to be second in net worth. Roche Pit gets de-awarded.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Doom, he does have the ultimate available.
Dire's top
Mikey
tower
kind of
is under
yoinks all of his
attack.
farm. As Emptiness plays the mistuned guitar. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As Casta kills off the Rubik, we're gonna see Stoic chased after, and Phoenix will actually lead to the Marcy dying. Nicely done. Marcy, she may have that Aghanims to answer the X with, but she does not have a BKB yet. So Storm Spirit can just zip-zap in, get another one. Makes it double for himself, 3 for nothing, but more importantly, Hive can now immediately steal these stacks as a follow-up, fill their pockets well, and I mean, it's kind of unfortunate with the Roche timing, because they could have gotten Roche if he weren't about to travel bottom in like 10 seconds. So instead, I just gotta ping the Luna saying, hey guys, see about killing the enemy hard carry.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Laney, I'm curious to see how he's gonna itemize. There's a variety of approaches to Luna. The one I'm a big fan of is the Aghanim Scepter, because the Luna Aghanims is actually ridiculously strong.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm Spirit caught by 3 people surrounding him, and BAM! Blown up by Mikey as Rare got the next target killed off as well. No more Rare God, so Toke, you gotta run, but it is already too late to run when the Eclipse has been called upon. For Salamene, says the Luna. And still chasing Laney. Tries to get a setup on the Tiny. Will find a Tiny, no more mana. Bune stun locked up. Double kill for Laney. Syntax, they finally find a turnaround, and with the Luna ultimate they make sure it's a huge turnaround, actually giving them a decent bit of a lead back.
Are scanning.
That's Jeezy. Mortimer kissed to death. Storm Spirit putting his Witchblade to good use, targeting up the Clockwork, who's super vulnerable against that really high magical damage that he outputs right now. And the mid-tier 1 tower
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
is gonna get destroyed next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The gold lead really close. Tiny not farming so well though. He's going for Shadow Blade, and getting the Shadow Blade and then turning that into a few kills is usually how he is gonna get himself super online. Centaur, meanwhile, is incredibly farmed, partially thanks to the return, partially thanks to that Helm of the Dominator aiding him in rushing the heart even faster. Hotoke, one way or the other, he's really fast thanks to that heart, has good movement speed. Storm Spirit yawing himself a regen rune before it can be denied. Did not have the bottle in his inventory, so it will immediately be used, and I guess that's just a bit of movement and free farm for Kasta getting acquired. Could have been a lot better is what I'm trying to say, but there's the jump in from the Clockwork to set up this go with the Marcy, with the Luna, and Laney gets himself another nice kill onto the Storm Spirit. Luna at least being made the space to farm once again. Tiny, he's going for a Shadow Blade and a Blink actually. That's not usually items you see paired with one another. Storm on bottom, initiated on Luna, ultimate pressed for him though, and Storm is able to zip-zap away. Not the best commitment of resources. Rubik throwing out those static Rubik remnants as Storm Spirit walks into them. Is immediately gonna get killed off Centaur, the next target. Mikey putting a lot of damage onto Hotoke, and Hotoke, he's getting mini stunned. He can't retaliate with his own stun, as that's just gonna be 3 people killed off in a brutal 3 versus 5. Well, Tiny is still farming top lane, being babysat by the Phoenix, but I don't think that Hive are too happy with that outcome. Syntax actually looking strong once again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Jeezy gets his Aghanim shard for free as everybody is gonna back off. Luna doing her best to D-push. Syntax, as long as they don't lose their Luna, they should be fine. Win rate is exactly 50-50 now, even with Hive slowly starting to take over the Radiant half of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
And Marcy gone on, has a BKB, will press it awfully low health, but Mikey still able to jump back with the Glimmer Cape, keeping himself alive a bit longer against the Tiny. Out comes the Phoenix Act. Mikey immediately turns around to hit it though, and with the Luna there, that is gonna be 2 huge kills in a row in favor of Syntax once more. Syntax, they are protecting their Luna so well. In comes the turnaround cookie though, and Stoic will die for leading the charge. Doom still has the ultimate. He's chasing Rare Gods. Does not have a Blink Dagger yet. Or a BKB for that matter, but ooh, he lost vision. He would have killed Rare Gods with guaranteed doom, but he lost the vision on it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we're definitely surpassing 1 hour, 1 hour of pause time for today. I've been at it for a long while, and I mean, scheduling has been kind of rough since TI is busy, because all of the Dota servers are extremely busy right now. But you can see the difference that Marcy having a BKB makes. Like, getting off those good eggs to carry a team fight has become so much harder right now. Well, there's the reconnect. Syntax, hopefully they're gonna be ready to play soon. With the unpause, let's see. Syntax, there are a lot of gold ahead, and not all of it is money printed by the Doom, but Luna is kind of expected to be one of the fastest farmers in the game. And you can see that the win rate only barely favors the Radiant, even though they're looking incredibly strong right now. It's just a few pickoffs to make it back to a 50-50, and we're gonna see a smoke to try and find that for Hive, but Syntax immediately have a two-man smoke themselves.
Dire are scanning.
Centaur Warrunner jumps on the Rubik. Rubik absolutely obliterated. Phoenix will die in return for that. Storm, though, doomed up, and with a Doom there is nothing he can do to defend himself. The biggest damage dealer taken away allows Laney to use his ultimate and absolutely obliterate that Centaur Warrunner. Mikey snatches that amplified damage rune, but they're gonna put it to good use as Roshan gets gone for immediately. This time around they have almost a minute till it's gonna start walking, and more than enough damage thanks to the Luna and the Clockwork. Not like Tiny on his lonesome can actually contest this. He's just gotta farm up safely, while Roshan is gonna get torn down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Phoenix jumped on by the Clockwork. Out come the Cogs, giving Mikey his unstoppable streak as that unleash, giving him all of the power in the world.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Top
under
tier
attack.
2 slowly getting chewed through by the Luna with the glaives.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spune. Surrounded by 3, there are so many stuns that he can hardly move, and down he goes. Yeah, Syntax, they're now domineering this map. They have to make sure that Laney doesn't fall off anytime soon. But the moment that Casta kind of lost this advantage that the level 6 on the mid lane gave him, everything kind of felt like it fell apart. As Rare Gods dies to Mickey, meanwhile Mickey once again presses the ultimate for that, but with the ultimate he can basically just kill everybody off in one of those combos. Skullbasher coming in next to give him more right click damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Luna slow pushing the mid tier 2, bottom tier 1 is also getting pushed in by the Marcy now. And Marcy's just gonna press and unleash, so this is not gonna be much of a slow push.
Radiant are scanning.
The tower dying, the creep wave dying, Mikey trying to flex more. Here is a Storm Spirit jump, immediately blinks away. Is there in time to try and save the Clockwork. Clockwork gets the cogs off. Storm Spirit put in such a bad spot. Mikey will die, but with that Aegis of the Immortal, he still has a second life, whereas Doomed Up Centaur is gonna lose his one and only life instead. Bottom tier 2 tower now surrounded by 4, and the damage they output is pretty amazing. Oh, for crying out loud. Imagine needing 7.5 hours for 2 series because every game has to have at least a few pauses. And yeah, it is the Dota servers. Like, I believe Stoic that he's lagging immediately because some of the players that I know for a fact have really good PCs and that stream themselves at really high stats, you know. Like full-fledged modern state-of-the-art current or last-gen gaming PCs is what I'm talking about. They still have lag issues this patch. And even we feel it, so it's entirely the Dota server. And let me be real, around TI season it's almost always the case. So it's not something new, it's something super unusual. So many people are grinding the event that the servers are kind of breaking a sweat. Tiny jumps onto the Luna. Luna gets tossed back, but a perfect shield is gonna keep her alive. And as the supports keep the Luna in the fight, everybody else is instead gonna die to the Luna ultimate. Wait, that wasn't even a Luna ultimate, that was just a Lunacy beam. They have so much damage from the Marcy, that's insane. Look at that, 3000 damage dealt in such a short fight that you can hardly even call it a fight. Mikey gets tipped by Stoic, and keep in mind, Mikey will fall off. At some point, BKB and Skullbasher are not going to be enough to kill everyone in the game anymore, but by that time they will already have ended at this rate, if they can keep being aggressive like this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid and top still remain standing. Though it's just 5 seconds till the Doom ultimate from Emptiness is available again. As that's gonna be a nice initiation onto Mikey. Mikey finally dead. That did cost him the Phoenix ultimate and 4 people committing in, but if there's 4 people on top of Marcy, then she cannot safely hit the Phoenix ultimate. Row! Looks like Luna also has an annoying cat screaming at her. Though with a 16k gold lead, it's gonna be very hard to facilitate any kind of comeback.
Dire are scanning.
My cat's also being particularly annoying today. Such is the price of having a pet. But there's the jump once again with the Doom on the Storm. And that's kind of the thing, every time Storm goes and tries to either save the Tiny's life or set something up for his teammates to do, he just dies too quickly. They have 3 supports and 2 cores right now because Storm Spirit, he's been falling behind all game. The amount of instant catch, the amount of reliable stun lock for him has just been overwhelming. And the punishment is never gonna stop until this Luna dies. Laney 6-1, only having died a single time. Almost 6 slotted already. He's gonna switch the Mask of Madness with Satanic. Get an Aghanim Scepter, replace his boots, and if it isn't GG by that time, we are gonna see the Luna fall off, but while her clockwork is being executed, Luna does make sure to start pushing the Rexes. Doom, no ultimate means he's very much more at risk for jumping in there, but look at that damage on the Snapfire. Luna did commit her ultimate just for good measure, but Laney, he takes the tier 3, slides himself away, and manages to make a clean escape.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Quickly now. Illusion. Dire are scanning.
Tiny forced to teleport back and defend the base in the moment that he shows. Syntax there to smoke up group S5 and immediately run down the mid lane once again.
Where's the party?
They are not intending to stop this aggression anytime soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be Snapfire once again caught, but even with the Cox they don't quite get the jump in time. Mikey though still chasing, and that is gonna be Rare Gods finished off with him and the Doom's Radiance coming together to an amazing amount of damage. Luna slow pushing the high ground. Half a tower remains though, and Tiny is getting in position to defend it. Syntax, however, they are very favored right now. 20k gold lead is huge, even if Doom has printed like 3,000 or 4,000 of that. It's not like Luna needs any extra money. Satanic is gonna be done. With that, Laney can get Aghanims and one more item, and then that's gonna be that. Over on top lane, Storm Spirit tries to jump in on the Marcy. Immediately gets his mana burnt and has to jump back before it's too late. The hook shot off the mark, but they're still chasing with the BKB available for the Marcy. Completely ignoring the cheap stick from the Phoenix instead. And Phoenix goes for a defensive act, but even an Avalanche cannot save him when Marcy comes in with that ultimate. Nice cookie, but too bad to finish the quote in a slightly different way. Mikey will go down to the toss back into the fountain, but Luna, the big barracks hitter, is still alive with her annoying black cat that I have one of as well.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's
Tier 3 goes down, the Rexes go down.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have
And that's the last to tier 4s getting killed so quickly by those bouncing blades, it's insane. Fortification will be forced, but 30 seconds that it takes to get this Tiny to respawn is insanely long, especially if Rubik just randomly starts tossing people back. His courier will die, but the Ancient is now exposed and Luna's already going to town on it.
Dire's Ancient is
Mega creatures aren't there though, so everybody has to retreat. But guess what? Roshan is up. They use a rocket flare to scout it out, and knowing that Roche is up, Syntax should have a pretty easy time finally finishing the series. Luna has the ultimate available, has the Satanic available, and there's the hook shot to open things up for the Luna to go in. Massive ultimate, massive damage on everyone. Storm Spirit kept in the fight a little while longer by his BKB, but the glaives will still come for him, and for the Phoenix, and for everybody else that dares to stand even remotely close to this hard carry Luna, as the GG gets called. And Emptiness, amazing Doom ults. He did miss one or two because of vision, but the Doom Luna combo is great, because neither the Doom nor the Luna, in my opinion, are true A-tier game-winning heroes, right? Like, both of them have a bit of an iffy weakness, both of them can fall off. And yeah, together with a Storm Spirit who just couldn't come online, I do kind of feel bad for Kasta. But it's not like this draft had enough other good answers, right? I do see the idea of picking Kuropatish's signature Phoenix and pairing that with a Snapfire, so you at least get some kind of tempo, some kind of stability into this draft. But at the end of the day, when you don't have a mid laner to enable both of these heroes, the moment that the frontliners couldn't tank for Kuropatish's X anymore, things just went south so fast, as Syntax take the series 2-1. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a really short break, because we're already like 2 hours and 20 minutes behind on schedule on the next series starting. But I think it's still supposed to be played. So far, no team has cancelled on us, and I'll be right back once the next lobby is ready. See you all then, with the one and only base defender by my side. Hope you're enjoying the show. More Dota 2 action coming up.
Last time we talked, you had nothing to say. You chose to walk, give what we had away. I hope you get what you're looking for, but babe, with me, you close the door on everything we could have been. Don't go thinking we could be friends. No, you can't bring us back from the dead. 'Cause when you know, you know, and when you don't, when it ends, it ends. When it ends, it ends. I really thought we might have been it, so my heart was shattered when it took the hit. Oh, I can't imagine doing all that again, even for one night to see where it went. Here's the thing, you made your bed, I just got your stay out of my head. No, you can't bring us back from the dead. 'Cause when you know, you know, and when you don't, when it ends, it ends. When it ends, it ends. End of the road, nowhere to go. You cut the ties, you burn the rope. So don't let me see your name lighting on my phone when it was you who let go of everything we could have been. Is it sinking in all your regret? No, you can't bring us back from the dead. 'Cause when you know, you know, and when you don't, when it ends, it ends. When it ends, it ends. I don't leave room to guess. When it ends, it ends. When it ends, it ends. Another day, another break in the promise was always a pattern of mine. It's the way that I learned that the game, it was only a matter of time. And I pray that I don't live to pay for it yet, but I'm willing to gamble on a bet. I'm willing to forgive and forget. Say one thing to me and another and swear it's over the best. Cut all the toxic people telling me to give it a rest. I'm not too sensitive, you just don't have a heart. But I continue to enter the ringer while I'm falling apart. It's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on display. And you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh well, didn't mean to do it again, but I wasted my time. What the hell? Am I laughing or crying, or am I tiptoeing the line? So bad, didn't learn to be better and standing up for myself. Just telling people to go fuck themselves. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on display. And you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a thieving bandit is on display. And you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters.
I am waiting for a bus at the end of
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that we should be good to jump in, as it's finally the third best of 3 starting. Because of course right now everybody is playing the Ringmaster Train event, so the servers are dying on us frequently. With me now, to lend me some aid through these long pauses of course, is the one and only base defender. As base, so these are 2 of the most consistent EPL teams we got here, right? They have been playing like 4 or 5 seasons in a row now and making the upper brackets. Who do you think got this after their age-old rivalry?
It is a very fun matchup, like, because we have an interesting addition here in Nemiga that I haven't seen throughout the entire season, and that's Natty Narwhal. So that'll also change things because we have a veteran coming in from 4 Pirates, if you remember, and he has been a very outstanding mid laner. That is a fun addition, so that's why I'm gonna stick a little bit more towards Nemiga, because as also a collection, they've stuck around a little bit longer, not to throw shade onto Ilbirs. They have Jasu, who's been insane monodrama. We've seen a lot of amazing plays coming out from him, which is right serving because they are indeed in the upper bracket semifinals. But in terms of this picks, now that's players is one profile, picks is completely different. SF, as always, super predominant with Centaur, Oracle, and Headwind. How are things looking?
I mean, it's kind of surprising to me that you'd say that, because yeah, Nemiga, they're bringing in Natty Narwhal, and Natty Narwhal is a huge, massively talented player, but it is kind of a stand-in situation, right? Technically, they're not that used to playing with Natty on their squad, and Ilbirs, meanwhile, it's the opposite. Sure, they're a slightly newer draft, but they have been playing this season together as 5 men pretty much every game, and they have been improving a lot as far as the consistency with these Darkseer drafts goes, because of course both of those heroes are really hard to execute, right? If you jump in and you try to 2-man Avalanche and you barely miss one, that's a death sentence for the Tiny. Kind of the same for the Darkseer, and these really difficult to execute heroes, I kind of trust Ilbirs more with here. Like, I think it's more likely Nemiga are gonna have their Oracle miss an ultimate than it is for Ilbirs to have their Darkseer miss one, if that makes sense.
By the way, what do you reckon here? Is this gonna be Tiny going in as a carry, or
yeah, almost
The
definitely.
next big support?
We've seen like
because
4
Tiny
carries
Nemiga are
today.
missing it out. They're just like, we're gonna take out Terrorblade and stuff like that. Like, just make sure he's gonna get pushed into that direction, especially since they do have the last pick. And also the thing that you spoke of, Ilbirs, maybe looking at the bigger picture of things, I'm quite surprised going into Team Syntax, so I'm just using this as a transition, who are the only team that Ilbirs lost to, and now Team Syntax are suffering in the lower brackets. Like, I was looking at the match that you were casting earlier, and Nemiga were the ones that took him down, you know? So Nemiga are definitely looking insanely scary in terms of how a little bit more consistent they can be with Ilbirs, but again, it's the stand-in mid lane situation, which may or may not have that much of effect, because mid laners, during this very early lane focused sort of a game, they're having all of that focus by themselves. They're not necessarily doing anything rotation-wise, 7 minutes. We're not seeing those mid lane movements.
I mean, this patch is the
nowadays.
opposite actually. If you've like paid some attention, the mid ganks are getting more and more frequent, because nowadays it's the opposite, where all of the supports try to gank the mid lane and try to get their mid laner to win. Which is also why I think these bans are really bad from the side of Nemiga, because while they can make Tiny a mid laner, and I think they maybe should, they don't know Nemiga as his last pick. And Nemiga, as F mid lane, is never gonna fare well. Then they just say, oh, but we got this Earth Spirit that we first picked. We're just gonna put him on the mid instead.
They're gonna take away last pick, last ban Invoker.
Now that one I agree with.
Yeah, me too. I mean, definitely. When you have a very strong synergy with the Escape Act and with the Toss Avalanche and with the Vacuum and the Earth Spirit on top, like, Invoker is just gonna have a very fun time and nuking targets around with the Sunstrike, and it will always give you that additional layer of annoyance during the laning stage. But do you think that, so because it's nowadays this SF being an annoying problem, do you think that there's already an early laning solution for taking him down on the end of Ilbirs?
I mean, right now he is in so much danger, and then instantly a Pangolier last pick just to make his game harder. Because the thing is, yes, he's gonna be taking down the whole game, and I think Nemiga know that. That's why they picked up that Oracle for the borrowed time. But now with the Pangolier there, it's gonna be so much harder to lifesteal up. It's gonna be so much harder to do more than just the Requiem for the Shadow Fiend. So Nemiga, they gotta make this last pick count. But this last pick is why I think the carry bans were mistaken from them. Because they can dictate what the mid matchup is going to be. It's either Tiny or Earth Spirit on the mid. Now also probably Pangolier, because you can swap all three of those freely around. Pangolier can go into the 1 position, Tiny can go into the 2 position. It's probably the other way around right now. But if Nemiga picks something...
would be really fun, not gonna lie. But, I mean, given the fact that Darkseer does seem to be like one of the better contenders to, at the very least, contesting Shadow Fiend during the laning stage, it is indeed gonna be enough. I'm looking at this Earth Spirit being a support. So let's see what the final choice is gonna be. Yep. Just onto the Tiny. And
I mean, that was kind of to be expected.
Within the Ember.
Like, you're up against an Ember, so now the whole goal is get the tankiest possible carry, and that's the Tiny for sure. I do like the Pangolier 1 build that I think, which team did it again? Some team did that in the TI qualifiers, and it was amazing. But it does rely a lot on your, like, kind of level timings, right? If you don't hit the level 20 and don't hit the level 25 in time to get the right talents, then you're just not gonna carry a game. So Tiny makes a lot more sense if you're up against a hero that's fine scaling into the late game, like Ember Spirit, who can just kind of split, push, and drag the game out unnecessarily.
I do like the combination between the Earth Spirit and the Shadow Fiend. It does feel like that little classic... We're gonna have a double leaning, high damage, aggressive sort of plays here that are predominant within the early stages and quite enabled by the Hoodwink here. So I do like this composition, and then amplified with the Stampede. So by the time Pango needs to focus that, it is already gonna be GG for Nemigas. It's gonna be a very hard task for them to go over that minute. I guess it's gonna be 50. Oh, no, not 50. That feels a little bit late. 40. That they're ultimately gonna start struggling. So Nemiga, they want a tempo, they wanna fight, they wanna harass. Darkseer is gonna get disgusting. Earth Spirit, he's gonna literally pop the Shadow Fiend, so Pango, I don't know.
I mean, it depends. I kind of agree with you, but in the super late game, it will kind of even out again, because there's so much magical damage on Ilbirs, and a single pipe of insight can completely mitigate their teamfight damage.
Yeah, and I was looking just like looking between the 2 streams, the cast, and at the same time I was looking at ENC, and there was a very good point made by Lacaz, because right now we have these super extensive games that are like, okay, we're gonna build this up, then take Roche, then farm for some time, maybe going for a little bit of fighting, then going for the next Roche, still some downtime, and then it just keeps on prolonging itself. So both sides, they get the best out of it. And it's just coming down to farming speed.
That's fair, honestly. I do think that SF should have a really good start, because Tiny, his farming speed needs a moment to come online, but once he does really pop off with that tree for the AoE farm and a few stacks, he can go from like 5,000 to 10,000 net worth ridiculously fast.
We shall see, I mean... I'm really curious upon this matchup. I mean, these 2 teams have been very explosive, as we said earlier. The group stage has been absolutely phenomenal for both of them. One coming out from Group A, the other one coming out from Group B. Even though Nemiga, they were a little bit on the suffering end, but they definitely turned into a completely different beast when it came down to the playoffs. Syntax was no easy task. Now the second challenger is going to be Ilbirs Esports. As for the winner of this matchup, we're going to see who's gonna face off versus RE Rise, who are waiting in the upper bracket final.
Oh yeah, RE are looking so scary since they got the new org. Like, the stack already played together, but now having a sponsor and just being able to commit that much more time playing Dota, it really shows for them. And they had an amazing start to the day. So now let's see if these smokes go anywhere.
What happened with them, because it was a little bit weird, because they lost the formation under RE, then they changed into Cheeky Bamboni, and then they came back. Meanwhile, Kovis9, ooh, they're going in deep for the centaur, but they're not gonna kill him, even though he fell pretty low. But yeah, that little change of things, definitely it changed the mood for the team, because they're a lot more consistent and they're a lot more aggressive. But having the RE roster now going into ENC, well, this one is looking a little bit more powerful. That's the little bit of the confusion that I'm having here, but that's a different subject.
I mean, the thing with ENC is, I kind of briefly mentioned that before as well, a lot of the
EWC, sorry. They're in EWC.
Yeah, EWC. The main thing is, with the EWC is, things are still really chaotic for the teams, so you need a team that can both commit the time but also adapt well to really chaotic drafts. And that's something that the current RE Arise, I don't really see that with them, right? They're the kind of team that have their 3-4 heroes that they like picking, and they'll pick them every game. It's kind of the same for Nemiga, because that's why I'm worried so much about this Natty Narwhal stand-in factor. Ember Spirit, at least, one of Natty Narwhal's spam heroes, goes really well with Nemiga's typical aggressive drafts. But I do feel like it's a limiter, and I really have high hopes for Natty Narwhal to kind of carry this mid lane hard enough to make up for that, right?
Yeah. And I'm also under the impression that they have yet another stand-in because, yeah, they do have Jantor, even though Fishman did start out the season with them. But I do believe Jantor has been playing the majority of the time since like halfway point from the group stage. But he's developed quite well in the team. And I do believe that Oracle is gonna have, well, a very tough time managing all of the incoming damage as it keeps on going, because what's worse than a Tiny just right-clicking and deleting every single find he can find on the map? It's how fast he can take down your entire racks right afterwards, you know? And you don't want to see that happening, especially as an SF. And also, I'm gonna always pair it up with the Ember, because throughout the patches he really hasn't changed much, and he always has that little awkward downtime, like, okay, early aggression is great, especially once I get my remnants on time, but then I need to build up damage, get a little bit stronger, build up durability, get a BKB. And that filler time, it can contest with the carry, and there's nobody done to carry the game.
Fair enough. I mean, the thing is, SF is fast, right? So, if he farms fast enough, if he really posts up in this top lane, I can kind of see that mitigated. But it's like you said, the main issue is Jantor is gonna have such a hard game. Stand-in or no stand-in, I'm not sure if he's there to stay with them. Because I do think, like you said, he has been performing really well with Nemiga. But Oracle is definitely hard to play when everybody has so much burst damage. Because using those flames without the magic immunity is just gonna be such a high risk.
Yeah, and especially, well, there's gonna be silences, there's gonna be vacuums, and a lot of things to avoid, so... And at the same time, we're just rolling back to the Pango as a factor here. Once you get those swashbuckles at level 4, those shield crashes, like, things are gonna get a lot more close and personal, right? And he does thrive on getting these squishy targets down. But ultimately, there's also Kovis 9 that we cannot ignore here. Especially if he has a very good early Heart of Tarask timing.
Yeah, people rush that heart nowadays, and I'm all for it. I really love building a heart as your boots on a centaur. Though, as for mid, I do think it's worth pointing out that Pangolier, he's actually doing quite poorly in terms of last hits, because Natty Narwhal, of course, like you said, he's a very experienced veteran with a lot more Dota matches under his belt, but it's not supposed to be a lane that the Ember Spirit wins. Pangolier, usually he wins the lane until Ember gets level 6, because Ember Spirit with the Remnants is just so much stronger. So the fact that Ember is already winning the lane right now is definitely spelling a kind of rough future for Niche here.
Yeah, I mean, it's built in within the hero, right? Like, he's always gonna thrive when having other melee heroes within his mids, because he's just gonna pop the Flame Guard, which is already at level 3, and it's not worth to stay, you know? Like, you're expending a lot of resources, you're wasting your bottle way too fast. Like, Niche, he's already struggling, like, he went all the way. He did indeed manage to collect the water bottle, but at the same time, he will be forced to use it right after, so basically, it's been a huge walk in the park without him getting anything, and First Blood is finally drawn at 4.5 minutes as Youngji takes down Nefrit, and it's looking like they're gonna keep up the siege onto Ponlo, who goes under the fountain, and he rolls all the way back. Got saved, but a huge loss coming in for Ilbirs.
Yup. A nice little gold lead there being generated for Nemiga already. And exactly the lane where you gotta be scared of your SF as well. So giving him that first kill to get him that Falcon Blade, to get him that little bit tankier for Young G, an absolute game changer. Though Tiny on bottom lane also being very aggressive, will try his best to run down Ariel. One more right click will miss, but...
Oh, but he's gonna get him either way.
Yeah, that tiny little
It's gonna be a good trade. I mean, it's a good start for both of these carries. They're getting kills, they're getting farmed up. Of course, SF is gonna be a little bit more successful and a little bit more aggressive when it comes down to that. But you can see, but Tiny does have the better support here, because Monodrama and the Impalement Acts are really annoying to be dealt with. Hoodwing is way too squishy to deal with this. And then Tame the Beast with a little bit of a stun, so somebody's dying. It's just enough of a setup for you to bring in the Avalanche right after. And you already hurt with the True Grab as well, so it's looking good. He just needs to keep stable. But should it come an aggression from Nemiga, then it's gonna be a lot tougher.
I mean, we may just see that aggression as the 6-minute runes are about to spawn. The shield rune will go to Natty Narwhal.
He finds Niche. He does have level 60, but he didn't scale up the Rolling Thunder. Interesting choice. I mean, maybe he thought he was gonna keep up with the farm. But thankfully things didn't get so rough, so it's gonna be still a smooth path towards completing the Diffusal Blade. I was looking for the aggression to come about the sidelines first rather than the mid lane. Maybe some early SF rotation. He does have the Requiem. And early Tiny is quite an easy kill.
Well, SF going for the Twin Gates with the Requiem I would really like to see, but they do have to first get this top tower, knowing that everybody from Ilbirs is going to be in position to defend it. And thankfully Darkseer is still a ways away from the wall, but once that Darkseer wall comes out, that's when Young G needs to be a lot more careful. So he'd really like to land something right now.
Though, they're charging up the Requiem right under the shrine as he's trying to steal the extra experience, but Young G is going to cancel it out. He's trying to look for Ponlo to take him down with the raises, but now he's recharging once again as Night Narwhal shall arrive. They push out the Darkseer. Nefrid, he's gone, he's dead, but Niche comes in with rolling. Shrine of Wisdom still stolen. And they're going onto Young G. He's kind of locked out. Monodrama on the run from the side. Ariel will come in with the Bushwhack. And it's going to be 2... Actually, no, it was 3 for the price of 1 and a double Shrine of Wisdom for Nemiga.
Yeah, the double Shrine especially is huge. Because Nemiga, we both talked about how, like, early game they're really strong, but then they're gonna fall off. But with this much of a lead already, they may skip that awkward mid-game phase where none of their heroes deal enough damage entirely, or at least partially. Kind of, you know, having Ember Spirit just farm up in the jungle because nobody needs him to join fights, or maybe even get one really aggressive fighting item. Usually it's the Mage Slayer that we see these days, because it kind of gives you farming speed and damage. But we'll see what Natty Narwhal is going to build. Urn, actually.
I mean, usually it's that, but I don't know, maybe he can go creative, maybe he can go greedy. Like, you did speak earlier about this creative choices when it comes down to some players. But we're not really seeing that much of a creativity right after with the items, you know, it feels a little bit too standardized. Meanwhile, down the mid lane, Niche gets caught up, logged onto the trees. Naughty, still moving forward, even though Ponlo is lurking there, swashbuckled to chase him away. And back into the jungle, there's gonna be a little bit of contact between Ariel and Monodrama. Ember really does want to kill here.
Natty Narwhal, he needs to hold his lane as much as his support may want him to kind of help out with that support battle.
Are they gonna bring it over? I mean, Ariel, he's still looking at Monodrama. And you definitely don't want to fight with a Ringmaster present, but this Ringmaster still does not have the escape pack, so he's still just looking for that damage. If Ilbirs are going to fight, they're gonna look to go all in.
Yeah, but I don't think they know what he's still.
Shape.
Like, that's kind of the thing, right? For all you know, he's currently holding a skill point and is ready to skill Escape Act at a moment's notice. Because that's what a lot of Ringmasters do. So, nowadays, some Ringmasters skip the Escape Act because you're safer doing so, because the enemy still can't go you, because it's Schrödinger's Escape Act, right? Until you see it the first time, you don't know if he has it skilled or not.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, from that point of view, you're always gonna be afraid. But
because you and I both know that they should have jumped there.
You have an Ember and the SF on the other side. Like, right now they're enjoying a little bit of downtime, but those items are gonna start rolling in fast. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, so far they're quiet, but we might see some contact around the river and in front of the Roche Pit as Ponlo comes in rolling in. They have Ariel silenced up. They're chasing down the Hoodwing. Nice swashbuckle in their front, but they're gonna pop the Stampede. Ariel will still die. However, Natty, he's got the Amplify looking to fight his Niche. He will burn down by the Remnant. Moving in forward.
Not just Niche from the
rooted up. Impalement Acts. Well, they're not gonna put a stop to anything. It's gonna be 2 for the price of 1. Poor Ariel shall die in the skirmish. But it was for a good cause. They're keeping the Pango actively in check. And I don't know, like, even with the Tiny and with the Darkseer and their especially jumpy nature, Do you think they're gonna make it with the Pango being, I don't know, so hunted down?
I don't think so right now, but you do need to keep in mind that Jesu is still going 1-0, and the moment that Covas9 wants to try and do something about that, set up on the Tiny, instead it's gonna be 3 people surrounding him.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Covas9, he is a pretty tanky boy, so he will survive enough for Janter to heal him up. Now they're looking for a jump with the rest. Narwhal, he's looking to close the gap right on top of Pablo. They are utilizing the Centaur as well from Covas9. Still, it's just gonna be 1 casualty. Everybody else runs the hell out of there. They still have eyes on Jesu though. Narwhal, oh, he's still committed. They find Monodrum, a beautiful bushwhack. It is just gonna be 2 supports, but it's enough for them to have Ilbirs pushed out, keep up the pressure onto the bottom tier 1 tower. And that's already gonna be number 2 for Nemiga.
Yeah, Ilbirs, they just kind of set themselves up for a horrible fight by focusing the tank, right? They put all of their resources onto that Centaur, and then the moment that his team came in, they were like, oh, oops. Well, that sucks. So under the circumstances, it could have gone a lot worse, at least still early in the game where they make such a mistake. But you're right, and Young G just being incredibly fat, 4-0. As long as he keeps pushing this tempo, he's going to be extremely hard to deal with, because that Dragon Lance is already underway, and that actually makes him able to rely on both the Requiems and the right click in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Nemiga, they can rely on this flat damage they can keep on doing with their right clicks, with their... I mean, Ember, he generally does have low cooldown spells, so he can keep on spamming. In contrast to Ilbirs, they have this huge blast, so if they're failing to execute during that window, they're not having anything else to follow it up with, and you're facing off versus Centaur that already has level 4 of Retaliate, so he's throwing all of that back at you. Meanwhile, Sharpshooter deep into the Radiant Triangle is Nefrit. He will die. I mean, you were saying a lot of things earlier about this Nefrit probably being the odd one out, being a stand-in, but he's been leading the tempo for Nemiga all game long.
You mean Natty Narwhal, but yes, I am really impressed
Who did I
with
say?
him.
Sorry?
You said, crap, what's his name again? Who just went down? Nefrit.
Yeah, Nefrit, sorry. Natty Narwhal, yeah. I meant the Ember.
Yeah, the Ember's actually doing really well, though again, I think picking him an Ember Spirit is a large part of that. Because Nemiga, even with their main mid laner, they love spamming the Ember Spirit, so it's really not that big of a change compared to, you know, having a mid lane hero that you're not used to playing with as much. And Natty Narwhal, he may be in a bit of trouble now that Pangolier reveals that mana burn.
But nah, he's always having 1 remnant in the back. Nothing too scary. I mean, he's already looking a little bit scary, but there's always that point of over-exaggeration as the Ember, but thankfully he's got the Hoodwing in hand, and this is gonna be yet another beautiful kill with the Sharpshooter coming in from afar. First off, it was Nefrit facing off that Wrath, now it's gonna be Niche. And yeah, indeed, a lot of players in this game having their name starting on N. So it's easy to get confused sometimes.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of chaos going on, though. One thing that is not easy, and that's staying in this game long enough for the Tiny to even do anything. The win rate says it's already 90% in favor of Nemiga.
Oof.
They're stumping
it's
here.
Not even 14 minutes, like second shrines haven't appeared yet.
Yeah, again, there's only one chance to come back, and that's Jesus' Tiny. And while he is farming again for like 4 or 5 minutes, he has not been able to farm because everybody was trying to kill him.
Nah, he doesn't have the speed. Meanwhile, Stampede was popped by Covas9 for no apparent reason, because there was no ongoing gank, and like maybe he saw a little bit too much around.
No, they were in the triangle, and they realized that they were under wards, so they thought that they were gonna be initiated on, and everybody ran from the triangle. So I think one of the like other 4 people that were currently grouped around the triangle screamed like, "Centaur ult! Centaur ult!" Because they literally just ran away from an observer and the sentry ward. That's all there was. But I kind of get it, right? If you're a support and you D-ward like a blue ward and you realize, oh crap, the enemy definitely has a vision here and I do not have a D-ward for that vision, you immediately want to run.
Yeah, but especially this could be a 5-head move, because with that being said, Ilbirs, they will take the chance to jump in, finding Enchanter. The Bushwhack coming in from side, getting a lock onto Niche once again. Enchanter doing everything he can to stay alive. He's using everything. False Promise, Purifying Flames in the back. We already have a fight kicking in as Panlo gets thrown by the Roche. Natty going in for more. He is keeping up the chase onto the Darkseer. He's going in quite deep. He forces out the wall to be popped. But will he get the kill? Vacuum back. Popping the Spirit Vessel. Jesu will get the Avalanche. What is he doing? Okay.
Natty? Oh, he couldn't get the
It was
slay.
looking promising, but this is an overextension. Still silenced up. Does not have any remnants, but he's a pretty fast boy with those phase boots, so he's gonna be fine.
Ooh, barely.
That was scary stuff, though.
Yeah, he tried to get a slay, but he didn't realize that he was unsilenced and then immediately silenced after again. That almost screwed him there with the jump from the Darkseer, but it doesn't quite connect and everybody is gonna back off.
Yeah. Still a good move coming in from Ilbirs, regardless. I was hoping that Nemiga were gonna go for a little bit of a, you know, huge play. We wasted this for so you can be baited out to fight, but it didn't go quite that way. Still niche. Down the
Oh yeah,
river.
no, they're cleaning house as long as Natty
extension for the
Narwhal
Invis
doesn't
room.
die. Because Young G is able to join the fights and Tiny isn't, so they're just gonna keep
Oh, yeah.
hunting.
Stampede once again popped up down the mid lane. They have Monodrama. Beautiful catch. Time after time again is just aerial landing its hoodwink shots. And I think I've been talking about this hero and this player for a very long time.
Yup. Though the hoodwink shots are on point, I will say. Like, Ariel is actually really comfortable with his hoodwink, and it shows. Nothing about that has changed ever since he started spamming it like 3 patches ago. And SF, with that Hurricane Pike coming in as well, thanks to stealing a lot of Radiant stacks, is now incredibly farmed. He has like 2,000, almost 3,000 lead on the Tiny.
Yeah, and the Tiny, like, it's interesting that he's going in a little bit of a reverse order of making the Silver Edge. Like, usually you would go make the... I mean, yeah, the stats are good on the Blitz Knuckles, but you would rather get the functionality maybe of the Shadow Blade and then upgrade it to the Silver Edge? Or is he going in for the Harpoon first?
Nah, definitely a Shadow Blade. So, Shadow Blade is a must-have, and then I think he's either got to upgrade it to the Silver Edge or go for a
but
BKB.
he's gonna walk under tower. Young G spots him. They will get the hoof stomp. Will Wonder trying to prevent this, but nope, Jesse will die. Keeping up the siege. Monodrama, Natty in the back, Podlo. It is gonna be 3 for the price of Null.
Yeah, that's the thing. Tiny doesn't need the Harpoon. He doesn't need the ability to catch people. He needs to live.
Of course.
So maybe even the Shadow Blade is the wrong move, because he should be rushing the BKB in my opinion, just because of how much the burst hurts right now from the SF, from the Ember.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, it's again, if he's going, although I mean, obviously going in for the Silver Edge way, why would you prioritize the Blitz Knuckles instead of going in for the Shadow Blade component first? Like, that's the one thing that I'm conflicted at, and it's giving him a lot more downtime versus the SF, which you shouldn't do.
I mean, he's building it to farm, because the attack speed on Tiny with one of the lowest base attack speeds in the game makes your farm when just AFK hitting creeps a lot faster compared to going for the Claymore first. So if you're behind, then you're always supposed to go Blitz Knuckles, because you're mostly gonna be hitting creeps, and if you're ahead, then you go for the Claymore first, because, you know, then you're gonna be one-shotting people just a little while longer.
I don't know, like, given the fact that you're not having a lot of room to farm, you are forced to fight, because Nemiga, they are doing it as 5, they've been
Is
pushing
server
in.
saying no for you as well? Because it is for me.
Yeah, my game just died as well.
Well, we've had well over an hour of this today, so...
Really? I mean, this is the first time this is happening.
Second time
Okay.
it's on stream.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
You're
today has
really
been bad.
unlucky.
Today has been bad. Like, we started at 12 sharp, right? So everybody was ready on time. The team wanted to start like 15 minutes early even. We started at 12 sharp, and we immediately spent the first game 10 minutes of pause, and then 10 minutes of
Oh my
gameplay, and
God.
another 10 minutes of pause. And both
So what
teams had the
happens
lag.
now? Do they replay or do they just reset? Because I'm seeing.
No, I think
I'm just
everybody can
quite scared
reconnect.
about these
You just
moments, you know.
disconnect and reconnect. Everything is gonna be
Okay.
fine. It happened again, it happened before today. It's not the first time this happens, especially not during TI season. As long as nobody gets the reconnect
Oh.
bug. See, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, there's... What is the bug exactly? Because I did see some complaints. Is it like players not able to activate the quick buy or something? Like something with the couriers
TP.
related?
No, TP. One of the bugs, but that's
Oh.
like, so there's 2 bugs and they're separate. One is
Mm-hmm.
the classic, you disconnected and now you reconnect, but you rebooted your router, so your device IP has changed, so you're not allowed to reconnect bug. That one's back.
Uh-huh.
But thankfully
Yeah.
only in like certain countries that have like really old internet infrastructure. And the other one, the one that you're referring to, is the TP scroll one. So you can buy a TP scroll
Right.
and not click it to go into your inventory. which on heroes like Ember Spirit is actually like it killed, I think it was an Ember Spirit or something like that, who was like trying to grab a TP, jump back into the fight, and then he jumped into death and was not able to TP out.
Oh man, that's so sad. But
So
yeah, well, I guess, you know, there's still Valve developing things. We're gonna have the next chapter. Hold up, let's see what just happens with Ponlo. A couple of more strikes. Youngji does have to reach. But yeah, we're gonna have the next patch coming in from the Clownfall at about midnight tonight, so maybe that will amend things, maybe that will worsen things. Well, we shall see. Like, it's always fun times here at Dota. And it feels like generally the game has lost its stability over the past 3 years, like especially since we joined in. Like, year 1 of EPL was great, but hold up, Jasu not looking too good. They're gonna lock him on the tree. They're pushing in. Doesn't have anybody for backup, and they're gonna go for more escape pack. Monodrama is dancing around the tower, trying to salvage his life, but it's not happening. One TP was gonna go through, but it was cancelled out. Nemiga, the second they see somebody, they're not only gonna go in for the execution regardless of how big of a target that is, they're just gonna add up yet another unit. And they're fighting under a tier 2.
I mean, as long as the SF isn't stopped and they're always gonna be together, so you can't just pick him off, I think this game state is gonna stay. The win rate is already saying like 90%. Because SF, you only win this by killing either Natty or the SF, and neither of them is gonna be left alone. It's that simple. Natty doesn't have a single death because every time that he goes somewhere, he either has a remnant or somebody there ready to back him up. As for the SF, meanwhile, he's just fine and dandy thanks to every time that he almost dies. Oracle is there, like you called out, Hoodwink is there, and right now they are leaving these cores alone for 40 seconds. So technically, for the first time in this game, there's a 40-second window to kill the SF or the Ember. 30 now, but then the Stampede's gonna be up again, and then it's gonna be impossible to catch them again.
And also these supports have been having a lot of uptime as well, like only having 2 deaths on a support in 21 minutes, it's absolutely great. Which, you know, when you do the math, understanding that Ilbirs have only 4 kills so far in 21 minutes compared to the 18 of Nemiga with 15k net worth difference, I think they are slowly beginning to reach their point of no return.
Oh, I don't think it's slow at all, because look at how quick this initiation is.
Yeah, top side, Covis 9. Beautiful fight, it's Monodrama and Nefrit. And I don't want to throw any shade on the Zarks here, but I was hoping for a little bit more. Like, this hero has been known to be hyper-aggressive, so much in your face with the Iron Shawl at all times, but he's been struggling to even complete one item now that he has the helm.
Yeah, though, against SF it's kind of to be expected, because the Iron Shelled creeps, they just die so quickly. Even if it's a Helm of the Dominator creep, it dies so quickly. And he's going for the pipe, so it's not like Darkseer is doing nothing. He is going to take that sacrifice to make everybody last so much longer in the team fights. I'm so glad finally somebody is learning the lesson to build a pipe, because pipe feels like such an overpowered item this game, like this patch, but a lot of these games where it's good, people just kind of overlook it, because pipe has been nerfed a little bit, and then the reps also got nerfed.
Hold that thought with the jump. Beautiful find. He went in all in the dark niche. He will go in with the Rolling Thunder down the mid lane, but what seemed like a siege is now gonna be, I'm gonna get the hell out of there, because these guys, they claimed the Aegis. They're all here. And Covis 9 almost had a catch on Monodrama once again. But yeah, going back to the Darkseer, I mean, not necessarily that, like, he was, you know, ultimately bad here, but he was not super proactive, and this is, I don't know, like, a very pushy yet needy hero at the same time. And looking at the lanes being completely intact, he had a very tough time not being able to control the SF early on. So, what ultimately went wrong in this top lane so early?
I mean, the top lane isn't really what went wrong. The top lane was always supposed to be slow. It was always supposed to be a losing lane. I said it really early. What went wrong was Niche's lane. And I'm not trying to flame Niche, but if you're losing your lane as a Pangolier against an Ember Spirit at level 3 and level 4, then something is deeply wrong. And we saw the first Rolling Thunder of the game was actually really great, but then the second one kind of fell flat. And if you don't have the Pango to turn the momentum around, then this top lane is never gonna do anything, right? Because the whole point of the top lane was you wait till the Darkseer is online, and then you automatically win every team fight with the vacuum wall. But if Darkseer never gets online, then you can't kill SF, and now they're dealing with an SF who's going 6 and nothing and just cannot die anymore.
Maybe they're gonna have a little bit of downtime right now because Nemiga, they're not super keen on pushing high ground. They're not feeling super confident. They still don't have that power surge to make it happen. So they're just gonna wait it out. Maybe like after this Aegis expires and maybe going for a kill or two. Which it could be the case as Jesu. Oh, case it up, but invisible. Not gonna get caught up by the hoof stomp.
Yeah, at least
So
they're
yeah,
able
that
to
could
escape.
be enough time for the Darkseer to get reformed here alongside with Jesu. Because it's getting stable. He did change his mind.
Well, he got the pipe, so that's the most important item, and wants to go straight for a Blink Dagger now to set up those really big vacuum walls when anybody tries to push up the high ground. But I don't think it's gonna be enough, because the thing is he needs and the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim Scepter at the bare minimum to have that impact that he wants to this game. And you can see the pressure already mounting up from Young G.
Yeah, that was looking scary for a second, but Jesu, he did blink away very last second unknowingly that the SF was there. But yeah, that would have been scary. Meanwhile, Natty Narwhal on the hunt, finds Monodrama. Escape Act's not gonna take him not far at all. Stampede once again is gonna be for Ponlo, and with that, they are moving in. Maybe those tier 3s. We're already looking at Covis 9 as the creep wave
Oh yeah, I
comes
think this is
down
gonna
mid
be a
lane.
stomp, because wait for the fortification to wear off and look at how fast this F is gonna push. It's gonna be insane. Press the Mask of Madness and there we go.
This is happening at 25 minutes. Absolutely insane.
I mean, that's kind of what an SF wants to do, right?
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes from now he's gonna start falling off. So Young G definitely very happy with this.
I mean, beautiful tempo from Nemiga. All lanes were completely covered. Centaur, great pressure. Nighty Narwhal as well, but Young G, they're looking to get him. Beautiful catch from Jesu. Vacuum into the wall. Okay, sign of life coming in from Ilbirs. They're not giving this game that easily, as Janter will be the first one to fall. Covis 9. Beautiful save with the escape act as niche. But rooted up. Cannot really go anywhere.
I mean, that was
a nice
okay.
defense. Yeah.
But it
It's
could have been
something.
so much better. Like, they take out the Oracle, and of course you're forced to focus the Oracle, but because you're forced to focus the Oracle, everybody else has time to make a response. So, Nemiga, I don't think they mind too much trading a hard support for, like, a tower and half lane of Rex.
The setup was looking scary for a split second there, but ultimately, like, Tiny is still not fit to fight, and he did indeed go in for the harpoon completion before the Silver Edge, so I don't know, maybe he's hoping if he gets close in a little bit faster he can get the Toss Avalanche, because like the lineup with the Vacuum on the Wheel of Wonder, it was like scary, especially with the fact that Nemiga, they're still enjoying this high tide. No need for BKBs, no need to go in defensively, just keep on going, pedal to the metal, hit the gas, and end this game before they can do anything about it.
We're gonna see the second lane of Rex get contested down by the SF.
They're not even contested, like the illusions are doing his, you know, dirty business.
Nemiga, meanwhile,
I mean, yeah.
regrouping, emptying this jungle real quick, like it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a breather, like we did the heavy lifting. We're gonna wait out, chill out a bit. Maybe our enemies will come to us as a 5-man smoke. It is indeed on its way, but they're completely blind. They have no vision within their own jungle. There was one small reveal there, but they don't know who it is. Still moving in forward, Jesu jumping in with the Iron Shell, but there's the Stampede once again. He's completely sandwiched by Nemiga. Nice catch, Nefrid once again with the wall and Vacuum, but no Jesu, no damage. No problem for Nemiga. They keep on going, but it's gonna be GG as Ponlo calls it. Nemiga completely obliterating the ranks of Ilbirs. Insane tempo, insane speed at the same time. 26/5 with 25k net worth.
Yeah, they were not prepared to handle the likes of Nighty Narwhal and one of his main heroes. He may be the stand-in, but one of his comfort heroes happens to be Nemiga's comfort hero, so as long as they pick that same hero up, it is gonna be perfect every time. But also, we should probably jump to a break because Dota 2 has an update.
Yep.
We have just been talking about what a buggy mess it was, and that probably explains that huge lag spike in the middle of the game.
Yeah, maybe it got fixed up. Steam is on the double right now. Like it's tournament season right now. Not that it isn't throughout the entire year, but now we're having the big ones popping in. So you gotta push in a little bit more server power to keep them going. But for now, we're gonna go in for the break.
With that, see y'all in a bit with game number 2 of the third series of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, that took a moment. There was a Dota update. Hopefully a lot of these bugs are fixed. We definitely know that the second Dark Carnival is out, so that's great. I've been looking forward to do that train card. But in the hopes that the pauses are now gonna stop as well, I got the one and only base defender with me once again. As we got Nemiga once again looking like a very strong draft, but I do love this Omni Knight.
I mean, it's feeling like Ilbirs are going down the line of being a little bit too defensive here. I don't know, like, I do love the Omni Knight as well. It does give you that extra layer of safety, especially with the Drow being poured in onto the other edge. But again, Nemiga are feeling so aggressive, they're feeling so jumpy, they're having the Ringmaster, they're having the Tusk. Now, the Dawnbreaker is feeling like a little bit of an odd one out, and I would always, between her and the Underlord, go for the Underlord instead. But what do you reckon? Like, she's...
It's the opposite, actually. Dawnbreaker has become super popular since the TI qualifiers for some reason. We see her every other game, like, banned, but almost never picked, because all the games that she's good in, where you got a draw range, where you got a Tusk to set her up, she gets banned immediately. And all the games that she's bad in is just let through. Kind of like Slark, one of my favorite heroes as well. But... well, yes, I see what you mean about the Underlord being better for the synergy in total. Dawnbreaker offers that scaling, and I think the scaling, when you already see the Shadow Fiend, feels a lot better to pick up, right? Because you know the Shadow Fiend is gonna fall off, and our Dawnbreaker is still gonna be able to face tank him.
Yeah, I mean, she does have this ongoing aggression that is a high-risk, high-reward sort of a play. So, like, where the Underlord can't be super stable and just mind his time and keep up with the farm, and then just keep on rolling with it and eventually get the Scepter and then get super proactive after 15 minutes. Dawnbreaker, she's got that early damage, she's got the hammer, she can pressure Shadow Fiend while he's still within a vulnerable state, but that could always lead her to being completely out of position. But so far, Ilbirs, they only have the Earth Spirit as a contender to even enforce her to move forward, like, you know, like just kick her in deeper under the tower, deeper down the lane where her supports are not going to be able to save her, because you have the Ringmaster with the Escape Pact, you have the Tusk with the Snowball, beautiful additions to either lane. But what is going to be the final call for Ilbirs here? Definitely we're looking at a support. Hoodwink is going to be taken out.
I like something like the Hoodwink. You really want long range, you really want that catch potential. I'm not really sure what else fits that bill that isn't banned, because Bane would have been perfect, but guess what? Bane has been banned by Ilbirs themselves, which they may come to regret. The same with the techies. Grimstroke also gets banned, so all of the long-range catch supports are being taken away here. They're saying you're not gonna get any of those meta heroes, and I'm not sure.
I got one more. I got the Dazzle.
Oh, Dazzle is actually okay, because I'm thinking like Shadow Shaman is really bad, but Dazzle would actually be decent, though.
And you got the healing, like, and we have seen examples like, okay, we don't have a Largo in this game. Even the Largo support could be an interesting pick here if Ilbirs
I think it's too slow. It's gonna be a Wind Ranger, which kinda works, I guess, if they're gonna lane her as support. Because you do have that long range stun at least, but it's not as reliable as the Grimstroke ultimate or Hoodwink break would have been.
But you do have that pressure, you know. Focus Fire is definitely not a spell to underestimate, because Drow, I mean, yeah, she does have layers of safety. There is healing on the end of Nemiga, but once the Focus Fire is up, like, you gotta throw in a lot of stopping power. Nemiga, they're only packing that stopping power with the supports. Yeah, there is those additions coming in from the Dawnbreaker with the additional slot.
There it is.
Nemiga? Okay, Pango. I mean, it's just
more and
more aggression. Yeah, I mean, I like it because we did see what Natty did last game onto the Ember Spirit. Ilbirs, I mean, again, not anything against the Wind Ranger, but just going back to the previous subject, like, I would have definitely loved to see that double healing pressure and momentum just to give Shadow Fiend an additional uptime.
I would have liked to see this, the Shadow Shaman, but I'm not sure if he's meta enough to pick him. Because setting up reliable purifications and setting up reliable initiations for niche was kind of what you tried to accomplish with the support pick. And while Wind Ranger can kind of do it with the Shackle Shots once again, you have to settle with your last pick. And if you have to settle with your last pick into picking something that's gonna get hard counted by the Drow Ranger ultimate, and then the enemy's last pick is something this juicy, this crisp, like this Pangolier offering the huge Rolling Thunders, I think that's just a little bit too beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, and plus you're gonna have both of these supports getting the Blink Daggers, so you're gonna go in for these long-range catches, you're gonna go in and you know, push Ilbirs as much as you can, and double down with the Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. The one also big problem that Ilbirs had here is they already had 3 melee heroes in their midst versus a Drow Ranger, so if they opted in for a fourth, because I was looking also as Ogre Magi as an option, just because you can proactively buff up the Shadow Fiend, and we've seen these full focus Shadow Fiend drafts, usually even with the Invoker, with the Alacrity being thrown in, and you just buff him up to hell and he just explodes, but unfortunately, that was not an option. But regardless, I'm also dreading that this could be a 2-0 scenario.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, it's just too much that Ilbirs need to do in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game that I don't really see them accomplishing all of it. That's where I see this draft fall apart, because they have this long checklist, like kill the Drow once or twice, make sure Pangolier gets his ultimate at least a little bit delayed, get Doom online at a good time, and make sure SF is free farming, right? That's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
4 things to accomplish. So the ease of execution just favors Nemiga so hard that considering how strong they looked in game number 1, I'm kind of scared for Ilbirs. They are going to be aggressive,
I don't know, like, they gotta be aggressive. Like, either way, I don't know, like, maybe if they keep things balanced out, maybe if they just proactively push the Drow and prevent Nemiga from having any sort of a game for their carry, it is gonna be tough because ultimately they're just gonna have the setup and not enough of the damage. Yeah, Pango, he can keep things up, but you're gonna need a Drow because at one point Shadow Fiend is gonna delete everything. But let's see now. All players have found each other here at the Dire Jungle as Snefrit. He's looking like a first target here, but Janter, he's gonna die by the power shot. Kovis 9, very low. He's still fighting though. It's gonna be 2 for Jesu. Young G, Natty Narwhal, they're pressured up. Okay, that's gonna be 1+. That's a great push coming in from Ilbirs here.
They even deny the ward that Ariel kind of wanted to get as a consolation prize. He will deny the rune, but now he's got to run for his life. This time around, the power shot will miss though.
They will only get a 1 kill in return, so at the very least there's that little bit of control over the offlane, but Doom is known to be super stable and he doesn't care. So, I don't know, like, this is a very good start for Ilbirs, and they can keep riding this wave, and it could be a good Shadow Fiend game, as we've seen times and times again. But then there's the Drow, and Drow also, she can thrive mid-game, she can thrive early game, she's definitely a insane menace in late game when she doubles down on the hypothermia, on the glacier, and I've seen a lot of players even prioritizing the Aghanim Scepter before going in for anything else right after the Falcon Blade. So what do you think this could be for Young G here? Does he want to go for that? Does he want to go in for something else beforehand?
I mean, in my opinion, it looks more like a Dragonlance into Manta style game instead of the other way around, because I've already talked about that earlier today. The big question for Drow isn't so much which items do you get, it's the order of items you get. Because there's always going to be that Butterfly this game, there's always going to be that Dragonlance this game, but I think the like early Yasha Hurricane Pike, or at the very least an early Dragonlance, are both good options.
Nice catch.
And
it's going to be Ponlo taken down by Young G, so a little bit of a recovery coming in from Nemiga.
Yeah, you've mentioned
how free
of a lane this Drow
in the
is
shot.
having.
It's Janter, beautiful setup. Young G shooting from the side, and it's gonna be one more in the back for Young G. And he just keeps up a little bit of additional pressure for Ponlo, misses out on the power shot. Gets the wand, heals back up, and he can keep up with the pressure. Equating pretty much the score on 2-3-3.
Yeah, this Drow, she's gonna escalate in the laning stage especially. I wonder what Ilbirs are planning to deal with it. Because I could definitely see like a Doom ultimate plus mid lane gank or something like that come out the moment that level 6 has been hit. To kind of try and equalize this lane. Because Drow kind of stomping you here, it's to be expected with this last pick Wind Ranger. That's what I mean. They had to settle for a really mass support pick just to still make the strategy work. Ponlo.
Yeah.
Able
It's
to get
gonna
away
be
this time.
Monodrama taken down.
Yeah,
on the bottom
Omnilite
side.
not really so lucky.
Yeah, I mean, he got caught up by the Celestial Hammer and the Impalement Actor. Way too much to handle. Ariel, I mean, this guy's been great. On every hero you just give him, he's a very good playmate. He's insanely good with the setup, and so far he's been really good with the ongoing harassment on Monodrama. But there's still this distance between them and Jesu, and it's Jesu that you ultimately want, so either them keeping up this lane controlled up and then Drow can, you know, just keep on with her lane domination and going across the gates. Because that's the best punishment you can get here. Young G farming off of Jesu.
Yep, and Young G is still having himself a pretty good time. as long as he makes sure to sidestep these power shots. Because I'm kind of looking at this lane at the edge of my seat now, and this is exactly why that kill potential with the tag team and the Ice Shards Nefrit. He's close to dying from full health.
And Ponlo, he's still committed to fight. He is gonna get Janter Wind Run into the Lotus Fountain, so it's gonna be healed, but Young G, he's still committed down bottom. Jesu is gonna get a return kill upon Covis 9. So it's gonna be 2 for 1 across the map, favoring Ilbirs.
Yup. Drow may still be doing amazingly well, but so is the SF. Until either one of these carries is shut down, it's gonna be pretty even, just because either team is gonna have a raid boss 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, and this is the reason I believe why these two heroes are always super contested. Is like they currently have the best balance between, like, okay, Youngji does not, Drow doesn't necessarily have that early pickup, but afterwards, like, she's got the multi-shot built in. She can farm up just a little bit faster, but she's always going to be ready to fight. Meanwhile, down bottom, Covis 9 nice deny into the neutral creep, but Jesu, he will still find Ariel. And yeah, going back to SF, he can pretty much do the same. Farm up and have a very high kill potential.
I'm gonna switch over to net worth super early, just because the Drow and the SF have been printing money with these kills. And like you said, SF farming up super early is exactly what he's been doing. Already on top of the net worth, about to complete that Falcon Blade at record-worthy pace.
I mean, you have 401, you got 2 kills pretty much before the timer went off. You got 2 kills during your laning stage, and at the same time you were giving Dawnbreaker a very tough time. And this is the moment where I was dreading, you know, about the Dawnbreaker compared to the Underlord. Like, yeah, she wants to be feisty, she wants to be jumpy, but she can be really easily out of position here and pretty much within the grasp of the SF, and he did that. He did, Covis 9, he did get lucky with the deny, but he did die twice in a very short amount of time, so he's been on the loss with experience in terms of money. Thankfully, Youngji is compensating with yet another takedown of Ponlo as we are having Never trying to get away. Nice, beautiful snowball, and the Doom will fall for yet another time. 303 so far for Dry Ranger.
Young G is gonna regen up, and in terms of net worth, he may not be on the Shadow Fiend's trail just yet, but once he gets to that level 6, he's gonna have so much built-in farming speed, so as long as this Drow doesn't die either, I guess we're just waiting until the carries are gonna join the game. Niche, though, he is almost ready to join the game. He has the level 6 in theory, decided to not hold a skill point, though, as Nettie Narwhal is holding a skill point, and both of them do threaten the ultimate, in theory at least, because once again, you never know what the enemy is skilled.
Where we are having an incoming rotation. Jesu is gonna join in very early on for this minute 6 rune. Him and Monodrama, they find Ariel, they find Natty. They are looking for the Pango takedown. He's silenced up, locked into the river, and he, oh, beautiful swashbuckle, but he's still within range. The power shot will not land. Polo keeps on going with the wind run, trying to close the gap, and it will get the race for the kill. Jesu feeds off of yet another big hero.
We may not have seen that stand infector in the first game, but that buddy block there was definitely natty. Like, the team not being used to playing around him compared to their regular mid laner basically coming into effect.
Yeah, but they did learn their lesson that this guy is absolutely disgusting if he's left alone on his own means.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Especially with a Pango.
Pango, nastier than Ember Spirit in a game like this because you have the Dawnbreaker ultimate. And I know Covis 9 has not had the greatest lane and is kind of struggling going 0 and 3, but the moment that he does get the level 6 with Pangolier, you have such a good setup for the ultimate, which is also one of the things that Dawnbreaker makes her a lot better for this draft compared to the Underlord. Because the setup for the Dawnbreaker ultimates is actually there, and a lot of the current meta stuff, like this SF on the other side, is a lot better with the Underlord, right? Because the Underlord
what happens here is the contest for the Shrine. Covis 9 will jump in very last second before Monodrama has the chance to secure it and TP out from Jesu. Beautiful save, but they still have Monodrama into the fray as he will go down. Covis 9 securing that additional wisdom, bringing him one step closer to the Solar Guardian. Meanwhile, topside, Niche will jump in to find Janter. One return kill coming in for Ilbirs.
Yep, the Shrines also went 1 for 1, so the game is still gonna stay mostly equal, cause neither of these strong carries died. Young G, he's still very happy with his support, sacrificing himself to make sure that he's gonna live, and Jesu also being given all the big rotations that he needs right now to just calmly hit the jungle. So I'm really still just waiting to see who the first carry kill is, because it's gonna be such a bad omen and so indicative of who's gonna go just a little bit harder. Which is going to be the difference.
The lack of Pango is definitely robbing away momentum from Nemiga because Drow is a little bit more favorable in terms of fighting compared to farming. She does not have the edge in that department, so I don't know, she's got a push, and so far it's been Ilbirs doing that exact thing. Now, at the very least, you did have Nefert being proactively punished, but you still didn't take away the Doom, which is coming out of the decent timing. Let's see if he's gonna use it here as Janter jumps in upon Monodrama. He's trying to keep up, does not have a chance to use the Purification as he dies, multi-shot within the shards.
Starting to look more and more like a 2-0. The win rate says the same, simply because SF, well, he's also going really hard, is the slightly faster of the heroes and will start falling off around the 35 to 40 minute mark, whereas the Drow only really starts coming online that's super late into the game, like you've said before.
I mean, Drow definitely has a stronger level of punishment, and the fact that they can pair it up really nicely, as you said earlier, with the tag team. You know, you just need two heroes with an immense amount of slow and an ongoing punishment, and it's just gonna get better for the Drow. And if things go a little bit more too difficult, fine, we're gonna get Kovis 9, who will eventually compensate for his losses during his laning stage. At the very least, he's fine enough in terms of the levels department, but now he will need... Well, he still doesn't have the phase boost nor the Echo Saber, so... Not sure. Either way, Nemiga, they gotta make moves, they gotta make rotations.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for that first big Dawnbreak ultimate as well, because, well, again, he is slowly coming back. Slowly is not good against an SF. You need to come back fast here. And a good ultimate would facilitate exactly that, because 1 or 2 more levels will already increase Kovis 9's farming speed by so much. Because you can currently see that most of his farm comes from abilities, and instead it's gonna be Ilbirs who are smoking up, because it's like you said, they gotta be aggressive, and with the Omni Knight not yet having an ultimate, but at least level 3 purification, we're gonna see if it's gonna be enough.
They're looking for Natty Narwhal yet again here, but thankfully they will be happy enough with taking the Arcane Rune from down bottom. It is going to be granted to Niche as he bottles it up. It feels like a little bit of a misplay. Maybe they could have left the Arcane Rune for bait, but they have indeed found something interesting. And oh, look at those beautiful stacks. Jesu, he's not going to kill any of them. Kovis 9 jumps in very last second. Wheel of Wonder taking him back. Here we have finally the big Solar Guardian play as they have Jesu locked down alongside with Monodrama. That's a lot of gold for Natty Narwhal. And Pondlo, they still have yet another hero within their midst. Windrun on the run, but Shards will make it right in front. Beautiful find. 3 for the price of null, and they saved the Ancients.
Ariel once again hitting all of his impalement arts as well. Beautiful fight with a beautiful follow-up. All of those stacks still going Nemiga's way. Truly nothing they could have done better there. Because now even this SF is starting to feel a little bit contested, and having that first death on Jesu, it may not matter that much just yet, but you can see the gap between him and Drow Ranger slowly close on that net worth chart. As Young G, once he gets level 2 ultimate, it's going to be a whole different beast.
Yeah, I mean, it was about 8k. Meanwhile, Janter up top, completely surrounded. Poor soul, never knew what struck him down. But yeah, now it's coming down to 3k, so definitely that exchange earlier did help out Drow, and it did handicap the SF. But again, it's still, there's no stopping. If they're not gonna go in for the hero, for the takens, for the savings of Nemiga, they're gonna go in for something that is a little bit less resistant, and that is gonna be towers. First tower secured at 11 minutes and about 44 seconds. No towers taken down so far on the end of Nemiga.
Yeah, Nemiga, they still need a little bit more space, and they did just try to invade the Radiant jungle to make it happen, but they instead got niche ulted, had to run for their lives there. So a lot of action happening across the map, while SF is gonna teleport back into his bottom lane, and Jesu, he does realize that he needs to farm just a little bit longer in order to be able to join these teamfights safely, as he got a Hurricane Pike queued up, which of course makes life just a little bit easier against Drow Ranger. But Young G, as expected, he rushed the Hurricane Pike, now got the Yasha queued up, and then we're gonna see what it'll be next, because from there he can basically do anything, because then he has the farming speed and survivability needed to at least start playing the game normally.
Same as for Jesu, he is also opting in for the Hurricane Pike, because like you always want to get some distance away, especially away from the Ringmaster, especially away from the Tusk, because we saw what sort of devastation follows after you get caught up with the Wheel of Wonder and the Solar Guardian on top. Just that hold up coming in from one small support is disgusting, and they're gonna make a move once again. Beautiful snowball upon Jesu, Solar Guardian, but they have the Guardian Spirit right as a counteraction. Where did the SF go?
Solar Guardian would have pierced, he just teleported too fast.
Yeah, he just teleported.
right in time, like 0.2
Good
seconds.
decision.
SF also making some good decisions to just screw off out of there, though. He was looking for the Requiem twice, didn't find it, and the moment that the second Requiem chance was kind of out of his view, he was like, no, back to the jungle I go. Because Nemiga, they finally want the return tower, but more importantly, they just used a lot of resources there that they're now gonna be down.
And at the same time, they failed to claim the tower, which is also a big problem. Meanwhile, around mid lane, we do have Ariel caught up between Niche, Monodrama, and Podlo. Power shot, they get the kill. It feels like a little bit of an overextension, but Nemiga, they've been trying to defend this mid lane tower for quite a while, as it has been the first line of siege coming in from Ilbirs. I mean, I'm still amazed that they called in that early Jesu rotation at minute 6. You don't see that very often. But you do have it enable. One, you are DSF. Second of all, you do have the Omni Knight. So, plenty of pressure onto Pango. They know what Natty Narwhal can do, but at the same time, they're not doing anything to keep the Drow Ranger in control. They are slowly losing the grip onto Covis 9. What could you do here as Ilbirs? Like, do you want to stay and farm, or you just want to keep going down this aggressive method and see what goes?
You need to force objectives, and they are pinging like, hey guys, let's take control around the bottom Roche pit, let's D-ward there and stuff. So I really hope the bottom Roche is going to be the objective they go for, because I'm always hoping for the game number 3, and that would get us the closest to it. For now they got a D-ward though, and all of that vision did spot out 4 people going back to their half of the map as Nemiga. Let's see what they do with that information.
I mean, especially because this is an upper bracket semifinals match, like, you want to see them go to game 3. Like, they fought an entire group stage. They fought the upper bracket quarterfinals, which, I mean, usually we do have these, you know, because the top teams are being faced off versus the bottom team, so there's still this huge skill gap. But here now they're meeting up with the stronger teams, right? So, and if there's still that big skill gap, you're just like, what the hell is happening? Obviously, sometimes we do have drafting mistakes, we do have some hiccups. Like, I was watching the Syntax game earlier. Definitely, they did feel inspired by getting the Alchemist as Sumail did during the EWC, but they didn't work it out at all. So, you know, choosing the wrong draft was a fluke. But then they regained their strengths and they won the series ultimately.
Yeah. Alchemist, he's the kind of hero where you need perfect momentum, though the same as SF and Jesu. He is still holding on to that momentum with an iron fist, thanks to Monodrama just following him around right now. At this point, you got your pocket hero with you everywhere you go, just so nothing happens to Jesu. And that's the one thing that's kind of keeping the game somewhat even still, because Drow Ranger, she's free farming, and Nemiga, the longer this game goes on, the more favorite they're gonna be, but SF has not fallen off yet, and until he falls off, we may still see a lot of action with that Doom ultimate, as well as Doom is starting to save up for the Blink Dagger now.
They did spot him out, lurking around the rune, but he's not gonna be the one claiming the amplified damage rune. It's gonna be Niche once again. Now this could be a good momentum, this could be a good chance to keep up with the push, as he said. Objectives, they've done a good job. All tier 1s are taken out, but Nemiga, they have, well, they're looking to mirror the effect, and they can do that as soon as, you know, the Drow Rangers let go off of jungle duty. That could happen soon enough, because Manta Style is nearing completion. How are the rest of Nemiga looking? Natty, he's got the Diffusal Blade, he's got the Blink Dagger, so even with the tough lane, he is looking quite good. Covis 9, Echo Saber has been completed. He is looking for an early BKB rush, so definitely a great call, especially versus the Requiem, what DSF has to do, so slowly he could get choked.
Ilbirs, though, they smoke up and they try to go for a big magnetized play with Niche having an amplified damage rune, as well as a bunch of vessel charges.
He finds Janter, Doom upon the Tusk, Ponlo in the vicinity, and, well, even if he teleports, he's pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're gonna let him get away just because it's funnier and let him tick out in the base instead.
Yeah, I'd even used the Focus Fire, which feels like a little bit of an overextension. Meanwhile, down bottom, yet another kill. And it's gonna be Ariel, who is lurking around the gate and gets destroyed by Jesu. Do not feed the SF.
I mean, honestly, this is the perfect timing to go for that Roche I mentioned earlier, because SF, he's still fat, he still has damage. He takes Roche in like a matter of seconds. And taking advantage of that would be such a good way to come back into this game, because the only other way that you can do that is kill off Young G. And killing off Young G, he seems just that little bit out of reach still.
I mean, I definitely do agree with the Roche notion, especially since they do have the vision control, they do know what's happening, they do know that Nemiga, they have absolutely nothing there. But there's that always fearful contest, like what will happen if we, you know, there's a gust coming in from the back and there's an instant Solar Guardian and Will of Wonder coming out right after. Like, you cannot go in for that risk because you're always gonna be enclosed, so... It comes down to the notion of respect your enemy, but you are definitely losing time here. Time that you may or may not have, and Nemiga keeping this game super balanced out has been one key jumping in back and forth, and that's not the network difference you want to have with an SF in your crew. And now Nemiga on the move. 3 heroes smoked up. They do see that there's some heroes lingering about down bottom, as Jesu and the crew are looking to push in, but this could be a good catch, especially with the Jesu position pretty much near the tier 2 tower. Janter with the beautiful punch in the blink. They have Monodrama as well on the lock. Beautiful rolling thunder. Omni Knight gets taken down first. Jesu will follow right after in the back. Niche, he did pop the Magnetize, but it's only 2 targets. Ariel, he will not survive with the escape back, but still it's gonna be a 2. Well, actually make that 3 for the price of 1.
Yeah, Young G just being kept alive a little bit too well. They wanted the Drow Ranger so badly. They came close to getting her. I know it doesn't look that way health-wise, but that was a perfectly pressed Manta Cell and infused Raindrop being used and then swapped with the Wind Laser so the Drow could run away faster, which is such a fun little play, right? Like, when you make
but also the focus was really good from Nemiga. Like, they instantly isolated both the Omni Knight and the Shadow Fiend, so you couldn't have hoped for a better scenario than that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Though, Omni Knight, I will also say, he's just really lacking a defensive item, and he does have a Ghost Scepter queued up, so if he can get that, then initiations like that should be a lot more possible. But right now, the problem is, he just, like, kind of the same that we see with Ringmasters and stuff, right, where if they fall too far behind, they get jumped, and they just get obliterated before they can press any of their saves, any of their heals.
I'm not sure if Ghost Scepter is the right play here. I mean, that's only exclusively avoiding what Drow Ranger has to offer, but Nemiga, they still have the catch. They still have the reach with
I mean,
the
Pango
Celestial
is
Hammers
physical
with the
damage
snowballs.
as well, so I think a large part of it also is just dealing with that nasty, natty Narwhal burst damage, because he has been doing a great job focusing the supports, while the rest of the team just focuses on protecting the Drow in the fights.
Yeah, but I don't know, between the Ghost Scepter and the Force Staff, I would have rather prioritized that. Maybe it could help you out also in saving your teammates. I don't know, like, Ghost Scepter, from the point of view of a support, right, like, you are trying to prolong that item if things go way too dire. Like, there's always those other additions, like, even a Glimmer Cape, not necessarily in this scenario, could help you out before you opted for the Ghost Scepter. Ghost Scepter is when you have given up already. Nice find from Natty Narwhal, landing into the Solar Guardian. This Monodrama gets destroyed once again. Jesu, Hurricane Pike over the shards, but they still have the reach, and again, they will die in a package deal 2 for 1. This time, we have Ponlo not joining the crew as he TPs at the tier 2 mid lane tower.
Yeah, though that's the thing. Omni Knight, like, I think he's given up 10 minutes ago. Let me be very real on that, because those Drow silences, followed by that physical burst, is just ridiculous, and at least dealing with half of that is good.
Doom onto Natty, but he just walks away. Gale Force trying to push Young G out, but the multi-shot deals way too much damage. Pushes forward onto Nefer, the Doom is gone. Niche locked into the shards, Young G at a godlike. Kovis 9 also getting a spree, and with a tower on top. Natty survives the Doom duration, so it's 2 for the price of null.
And now the road's gonna swing the other way around, because Nemiga, they're not gonna hesitate to take it.
Yeah. I mean, they're a lot more determined compared to Ilbirs. Like, when they're willing to make a move, they fully commit, they find the right angle, and they're utilizing that space right after. Like, we've been seeing this... I mean, in contrast to what Nemiga just did, Ilbirs looked like they were just having these microaggressions across the first 20 minutes of the game. But yeah, it did give them some valid results, but they haven't necessarily changed the tide of things. They never found where Young G was. Young G is currently 908. Which, of course, is going to be a huge streak taken away if they take him down, but he's going to be a tough cookie to crack. Aegis enabled, Nemiga being super focused, and now it's kind of even tough to find the right focus. Who do you want to kill first into a team fight?
I mean, honestly, with the Aegis, it's obviously the Ringmaster, because he is so cancerous. But again, it's not just the Pangolier going to be there to protect him, but also a Solar Guardian. So the moment that Ringmaster gets gone on, there's going to be 2 answers instantaneously pressed. And yeah, even if you get the right target, it's still going to be super difficult just to bring him down without dying yourself for another 30 or so seconds. Because I think that's really the best approach.
Don't forget the Tusk as well. And Tusk with the Blink Dagger, he can just jump in with the save very last second.
Yeah, but that's why you need the Doom. Like, that's why I'm thinking you need to get the Doom on the Ringmaster, because otherwise he's just gonna be saved. Exactly, I was literally about to say that. Because Doom somebody, and even if they come out of the Snowball alive in a safe spot, they can't cast their stuff anymore. And you could Doom the Tusk, but Dooming up the Tusk is a lot worse than the Ringmaster, because the Ringmaster ultimate does so much more than the Tusk ultimate in the big 5v5 fight. And the big 5v5 fight is what they need to turn the game around.
I mean, so far during these skirmishes, Nemiga, they've had the upper hand, regardless who was the initiator. Like, the Wheel of Wonder always lands on the right targets. Even before Nefrit, like, Nefrit hasn't been super present. Like, they've found a couple of kills with him leading the siege. But when it came down to a greater context, he was not there. Yeah, he did do Natty, but Pango, and who just walks away, you just wasted your big spell. You haven't killed anybody. But I don't know, ultimately feels like things might go down the line of there being way too much single target focus, and yeah, maybe you can pick and choose 1 or 2 targets for the kills, but those could ultimately be supports, and the rest of Nemiga, they're gonna destroy you.
Yep, 3k gold lead already. And SF, he's the one thing kind of keeping everybody on the side of Ilbirs in the game, but they do need to get a good wraparound in order to keep this SF relevant and in order to keep everybody snowballing.
They're gonna go very deep into the Nemiga jungle, but unfortunately, there's no kill potential there. Maybe there's farm potential, you know, at the very least, but right now you're in a little bit of a deadlock situation, because you're gonna walk down the river with Nemiga at the high ground. Jesu, he does have the silver edge, but as he walks under a sentry, so they know where he's at. Niche, beautiful jump, he's gonna isolate all 4, but Youngji, instant drinking buddies, taking him back. Nefrit on the lockdown. They're throwing themselves at them. Jesu has been found. Everybody has been exposed. Modern Drummer will be the first target. He will pop the Ghost Scepter, but it didn't even last for that long of a time. He still will die as target number 1. Janter, beautiful find. Jesu, 4-step forward, avoids the Solar Guardian, but they have eyes on Nefrit. Doomed up, we have Natty once again. The second the Rolling Thunder expires, but look how they're prolonging this. Escape Pact with the snowballs, with everything. Nefrit will survive the big spell. The rest of Nemiga still on the chase. They have niche. They want to take the Earth Spirit, but thankfully he will blank away.
Like, that's not the Tusk, that's not the Ringmaster. If you get neither of them with the Doom, it's not gonna go
they
anywhere.
Still see him. Why did he go down the lane? Instant harpoon with the Will of Wonder. Okay, they're done.
It's GG, yeah. I mean, Nemiga, again, I think they're a slightly better team than Ilbirs, and while the skill difference may only be slight, they also have a draft difference. So when you combine those two things, it just looks almost insurmountable. And the last comeback that they still had was to get a good Doom on the Ringmaster, but instead they tried to get the Pangolier down. They couldn't kill Nighty Narwhal, and from there on out, everything just falls apart.
The problem is, like, the best case scenario that you want to work in your favor is you dooming the Pango before he sets off the Rolling Thunder. Both times, Nettie had already done his business. He already threw himself out there. He found everybody from Ilbirs, and once that was done, then they set off the Doom while the rest of Nemiga were killing everybody else off. So I don't know, definitely problems with communication here. But I find Ariel, Jesu, they're gonna try to push him back with the Gale Force. Can he escape? But no, it's just the Solar Guardian going in for the setup. She will miss out, but Kova's9 is out into the fray. BKB popped up, Ponlo, beautiful 4-step, he's away, but with the multi-shot coming in from the Young G in the back. Guardian Angel for the save. Jesu turns around, keeps on with the hitting. He wants to take at least one hero down. Youngji falling pretty low, but not dead. Far from dead. Ghost Scepter onto Monodrama. Try to avoid, but they have a lock onto Jesu once again, as he will fall right under the tier 2 tower. Nefrit leading the siege. He is trying to at least get one life away from Youngji, but the Drow Ranger stays alive, well and strong. 11-0-22 on her KDA. Absolutely insane. Absolute insanity here.
Yeah,
5k damage, almost 6 during the team fight.
Doom was waiting for the Aegis to expire, and the moment it expired he jumped the Drow, but everybody was around the Drow because they were expecting that. And he didn't have the ultimate by like 10 seconds or so, because if he had the ultimate, that would have finally been one big kill. And right now, everybody has so much of a streak that a big kill could potentially start a swing around. But Nemiga, they're just not giving any ground away. They are pushing all the lanes, they are keeping the Drow Ranger in the backlines continuously. Still farming for that BKB now, just to make sure that Young G can keep getting in those right clicks and truly close out this game.
And obviously there's a almost an entire item difference between the Drow Ranger and the SF, which, you know, the difference is just beginning to rise further and further than ever. And we saw what it was the situation like 10 minutes ago. Jesu, yep, he was leading, he did have a fun time, but now that fun time is over. You're forced to fight, you're forced to be present. You need those items ASAP, but you need to outperform the Drow. And the Drow is already way ahead of you. She's been fighting all game long, she's been slowing targets down, she's been executing everything she can find with her multi-shot. And the team has been setting things up for her time after time again. Ponlo found around the bridge. They will lose sight of her, but there's Jesu also in the vicinity. Thankfully, he's not gonna walk into the dust range. That could be a good catch if Nemiga see it. They might though, actually they're looking for a Janter. He's got the Blink Dagger initiation, he just needs to find the right target. Could it be Jesu, could it be Ponlo? It's gonna be a Doom, first up pop? It's gonna be on to Clovis 9, but that's the toughest target that you're gonna Doom here. She's not gonna die. Natty finding the angle to jump in with the Rolling Thunder. They have a lock onto Jesu, who is forced to TP out here. It's not gonna be a mission success as he's used up into the air. No Requiem, no nothing. Monodrama dying into the back lines. And they still have a lock. It's gonna be onto Nefert with the Solar Guardian on top of him. 3 for the price of null. The supports will survive the skirmish. Well, not the supports actually. I keep seeing Girl Spirit as a support for some reason, but regardless, Nemiga
he does feel like a support hero in my opinion because of how fast he falls off. And that's kind of what we're seeing here as well. They buffed his ultimate at level 1 and kind of made it scale just that little bit better. But I still think that Magnetize is just not that late game applicable because in late game everybody has a big dispel, and yeah. I guess they realized that in late game they're just not gonna do anything against the Drow Ranger anymore.
I mean, late game would have been an overextension, and they're feeling like it's past their curfew for playing Dota. There's still gonna be a chance. They still are not eliminated from the tournament, so maybe we're gonna see a redemption arc coming in. It's gonna be either Envision or Summer Bear that they're gonna be facing against, so that might be a little bit more of a formidable team. As for Nemiga, they're proceeding further into the upper bracket finals as they will face off versus RE Arise, and that's gonna be a matchup that we shall be seeing tomorrow. As for now, it is gonna be Envision and Summer Bear, but any final regards here, like
Ilbirs, I really hope Ilbirs
completely got destroyed.
Practice drafting. Yes, the draft in game number 2 was slightly worse than the draft in game number 1 because of that Ponlo Wind Ranger last pick. And don't get me wrong, I don't mean to question Ponlo's skill on the Wind Ranger. He loves those greedy supports. He loves those kind of carry-esque position 4 heroes. But Wind Ranger, it is kind of a meh answer just to try and keep your draft, you know, together. And it worked briefly. But then the moment that Nemiga kind of came in with 5 people, having a Wind Ranger instead of some support that has that same amount of catch over a long range, like a Bane who could have caught 2 targets instead of 1, would have been kind of making the difference. And missing that allowed Natty Narwhal, like you pointed out, to get off those wonderful Rolling Thunders every time, forced Doom to kind of settle for the mediocre ultimates, but also not being able to get Nefrit on top of these supports to start the team fight off is just kind of making it impossible to come back. So I don't even disagree with them tapping out here. It's understandable once the Dawnbreak is online.
It is what it is. I mean, you'd better keep your strengths, you'd better keep your focus for tomorrow because things are going to be a little bit tougher. But you said last game that you were, well, not necessarily blamed. That wouldn't be, the word is a little bit too harsh, but niche on the Pango, that he had the toughest time on the hero during game number 1. But I would argue that game number 2 was the moment where he had a little bit of a tougher time keeping up with the tempo. Like, even though I do like the fact that Deer Spirit is back amongst his brothers, but he's the least impactful in terms of having an ongoing tempo, of being super proactive.
I mean, Earth Spirit...
It just made the choices for Ponlo a lot more limited. Yeah, he did get an aggressive support, but he didn't have the chance to play it out proper.
Yeah, another thing about the Earth Spirit is Earth Spirit, like, he could have gone harder this game, but he chose very deliberately to sacrifice some of that momentum to give some of that farm and some of those stacks and stuff to the SF, right? Like, they doubled down on Jezu, and then the moment that Dawnbreaker made that little comeback that we talked about, and everybody got saved by the supports every time there was an initiation attempt, it just became too much for an SF to carry this compared to, like, a Phantom Lancer or a Slark or any other hero that has, like, affinity for those long team fights, right? Because the team fights would just take way too long for an SF, and he would burn through all of his resources before both of the saves are even used.
Yeah, so ultimately the sacrifice was not worth it, because Jesu, he never necessarily had the chance to shine. He never had the chance to punish the Drow Ranger. He did have, I mean, not too shabby of a time, 6.52, which means, I mean, the leaning was brilliant. Especially during the time where he was able to punish the Dawnbreaker, but afterwards things got way out of control, way too fast. They didn't have the executions, they didn't have the upper hand. Nemiga, they kept things balanced out, and ultimately they overcame Ilbirs with zero effort and ending the game. Like, not even game number 2, like, ending in 30 minutes. Game number 1 ended in 28. So I feel a little bit underwhelmed.
Again, I really hope that Ilbirs are gonna go do some scrims, go practice some drafts before their big game tomorrow. Because it's the drafting where I see the mistakes. They just lack that little bit of a synergy factor. It always feels like they're going into games with an already bad matchup. But this time around, they opened it up perfectly. They had a double kill for the SF, another double kill right after. And it still wasn't enough, just because the draft, it relies not just on the SF going off, it relies on 2 of the 3 lanes going off. And Earth Spirit, he sacrificed his momentum to make sure that the SF keeps going off after he's had died a few times, but then the Doom also fell flat after missing a few ultimates. So with that, there was really nothing more they could have done. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a break as we're still behind schedule and the next lobby is already up. So give us just a moment as we're gonna get the final best of 3 of the day ready for you here and see who else is gonna get eliminated from the tournament today.